Come on, YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. I see some of you are already crafting away this morning. So let's start with, oh, yes, I did go to the Halloween party for one drink, hence why I have red and black hair. I was Harley Quinn. My friend came over. She was so sweet. She did it all. Actually, I have a picture I can share with you. Let's see. I did like all the tattoos. I still have them on me. She did the whole thing. She was really, really good. Let's see. Here's one. So yeah. So I had like the face tattoos. I still have all the tattoos on me. Let's see if I can find one that shows it. There we go. That was the whole outfit. So I was Harley Quinn. So that was my night. I had one Coke and I went home. I swear that I spent more time getting dressed than I actually did at the party, but it was fun. Oh, Lisa, how was homecoming?
It was good. It went better than she expected. She had a good time seeing some friends she didn't see during the year because they have different schedules. So she very rarely gets to see them, and they're in like volleyball. So it was nice to kind of get together, a bunch of her D&D group. So they had a good time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good. So everyone had fun, and then Maddie was at the game last night, so I don't know, apparently that was fun too. So everyone seemed to have a good evening. How did everyone enjoy yesterday? Drop us a comment, let us know what your favorite part of yesterday was. And maybe I also have some free orders to do as well. Going to bed last night, that was me too, Lisa. I was like out like a light. I promised to do 2 free orders this morning, so I have that ready. Carrie, scene building and Carrie, so much good stuff. Yesterday was great, says Karen. Gift cards and candy bar holders, tags and gift card holders, gift cards. Definitely on the gift. Excuse me. Definitely on the gift cards. So, so first thing this morning, you have me, and then I found my schedule. And then we got Tasha, who's doing more gift card holders. So you all should be happy with that one. At noon, we have lunch. At 1, we have Joy. At 2, we have Katie. At 3, we have Kim. And at 4, we have me. So if anyone wants me to go over anything, or you know, any techniques or products you're struggling with, or any of that kind of stuff, you can drop me a comment during the day and we'll do those. First, I'm going to do 2 free orders that I promised to do from overnight, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the crafter party next year as well. I see some of you already signed up, and last night I found something that I'm going to add into your bonuses as well. So first of all, let's start with the 2 free orders. So I did write down the ones from last night, Lisa. I have them for you. The first one is for Lisa Johnson, order 23152, and the second one is 23137, which is Anne Hassan. Hopefully I said that right. Congratulations to both of you as well. So far we have, I just pulled a list. We have nearly 30 people come in so far next year on season, well, I think one wasn't a season pass, but almost all of them were season passes. Chris and Jennifer and Margie, Bernice, Sandy, Sally, Janet, Carla, Celia, Kathy, Kristen, Misty, Lisa, Brenda, Penny, Deborah, Gina, Nancy, Carmen, Karen, Candice, Melanie, Denise, Lee, Nicole, and Sharon are so far all coming next year as well. I will get you a link, Lisa. So, Melissa. So if you want to come do this again with me next year, which I'd love for you to do, we'll be doing it 4 times again. I'm going to drop the link in here. And if you sign up over this weekend, we've kept the price the same from last year's price to do all 4 parties, which also was the same as the year before. So it's actually like 2 years ago, and the price will go up on Monday for everybody else, and then we'll let them know that season passes are open. It includes your boxes again, it includes all the tutorials, it includes the wrap-ups, it includes the early access to stuff, it includes the coupon codes. And if you sign up this weekend, not only are we holding the price from last year, but we're also giving you 50% off any one item in the store. Usual exclusions apply, stuff on sale, gift cards, Misty's, bundles, and classes. We do it on a separate system just to keep it easy, so that when Lisa generates all the labels for all of you, it makes it much, much easier. So that's why you can't use coupons or anything on there as well. And some bonuses. So you've got 50% off any one item. You get a $25 gift card. You're also going to get this Crafter Party Make a Forte apron that I've got on. I'm going to stand up. Hang on. Like this, and you've got 3 little pockets in the front. It's smock length, so it's not too long. It's got nice long ties on it as well, so I actually have it wrapped all the way around me. You've got an adjustable neck on here, and these are all embroidered. It's not like iron-on or anything. These are actually embroidered on there. We found a girl, and we discussed yesterday, Lisa, that we need to do patches. So every retreat you attend, you get a patch. I think there's a girl around near me who can make them for us. I spoke to someone before about them, so we need to get that on the list as well. And so there's that. And also I was going through some white rubber stuff last night, because we have a white rubber vulcanizing day coming up, and I found the cutest stamp set we've never released. We have all the plates and everything for it, so you're also going to get that. So if you're a season pass holder, you're going to get a little box of goodies. I'm going to give you a handmade card that I'm going to write out to you as well, because most of you I know, or I feel like I know you all as friends. So you're going to get that. You're going to get your aprons, you're going to get the exclusive stamp set, and then you'll get the gift card and the coupon as well. So you get all that stuff as extras on me as well. So you can go now. You've got till midnight tonight to sign up. And is there anyone else other than Melissa who wasn't here yesterday? And I'll do a quick catch up as well. If not, I'll do a super, super quick catch up too. So all of those bonuses are going in there. Chris says she missed yesterday. Her daughter had a baby shower. She's in the hospitals. I was sending prayers to you, Chris. I'm sure everything will be great, but I hope everything's okay. Maddie and Tilly were both super early, so I understand that as well. So anyone who signs up for the season pass, you will get those goodies in a little box sent out to you. We'll get them all made up. I have the aprons. I just have to get Daniel to make the stamps for you all, and I have to write the cards. That might take me a while. But so that will be coming out to you as well. So you've got to midnight tonight. And there was something else I was going to tell them, Lisa. There is a mini release. So bear with me if you were here yesterday. I'm just going to quickly run through what was in it for those who weren't here yesterday. I have some of the pieces here at least. And I have some of the stuff I didn't show you yesterday. So there's a couple of what we've decided to do, because the crafter parties and then we have the mini crafter parties in between, we're doing an exclusive, like little special release just for these parties. And we were stamping out stuff yesterday. But you have this awesome background stamp. This is a white background stamp. And I did stamp it out, but obviously it's, you know, like every craft room, it's lost in the ether of stuff that's back here. I need to tidy up before I want in 2 weeks. So we have this stamp. We also have our neatly tied stamp. This is a white rubber, and you also get the solid and the outline. Where is it? Here it is. Solid and the outline. That's how that background stamp stamps out. That was just the printout from when we scanned it in. So there's that as well. And then we have mug half full, and this coordinates with our other mug stamp set. So you can use this with the other mugs. You can also use it with window to winter and create snow globes with all of these images. And you can put it inside of the wreaths. You can put it inside of all sorts of different things. So try to make it as versatile as possible. But the idea is you have a mug. So the adventure begins, out of office, let's go travel. This is my favorite stamp set out of the release. Like, this is actually my favorite stamp set. I can't wait to actually get them. We have rustic botanicals. And I love this kind of vibe, using like the frappe and the flat white, and probably mixing in a little bit of distress and things and creating these, and then just using that technique of taking a water pen and just softening out those lines. These come out really, really pretty as well. And also some coloring and stuff on here too. And you can use these individually. You could use them as a spotlight. You could create a background with them, and then some, you know, nice sentiments in there as well. Super cute. This one was Amanda's one, Foxy Loxy. So she's got Celebrate Spring, Happy Fall, Oh Hello Spring. So lots of different options on there for ways you can use this too. And you've got the one with the little butterfly, you know, all these kinds of cute little critters and things. And we made them a little bit bigger because a lot of the critters are really small, so you have to build scenes, whereas these you can just do and then use the circle dies and go out. And Lisa will drop a link to the whole release for you. Fanatic, again, you can use just one. You can build up a background. You can make a wreath. We did the whole curve things. You can do like the laurel stuff. And I also love the puns. Amanda came out with these. You're so ferny, feeling fancy. You're fantastic. Best ferns forever. Fernally. Gosh, Fernet. Sorry, I forgot your birthday and so happy for you. Then we have our sketched cardinal, which you can do a really nice kind of clean and simple card. And then we jam pack the sentiments in. Forever in our hearts, be free as a bird. Hello, love you. Hang in there. Sing your song. Be strong in loving memory. Thinking of you. You are lovely. Be you. This too shall pass. Cardinals appear when angels are near, and be you. So that's that one. And then finally, rustic borders. Again, we did it so you can underline a sentiment. You can use it just as the main thing, as like a belly band across the center of a card, or just to add some extra flourishes and things. The winter borders we did were super popular. And this one I really like. We've got a wedding and love collection coming up. And I think this one's going to be perfect to kind of like underscore and do that as well. So there's all of those things. So that was in the release. And then I grabbed out some of the other stuff this morning. I don't have any paper packs. Chris hadn't printed them out for us, but I did grab some of these goodies so you can see. If you get color pop, some of this will already be in there. But just to give you a little sneaky peek. So this was the covered bridge that we talked about yesterday. I'm going to take it out. There it is. You can see it on the back there. So this is designed by one of Lisa's daughter's friends. And she created this awesome covered bridge down here. And she even kind of gave like a whole history lesson and all that kind of stuff. We talked a bit more about it yesterday, but a really fun, different idea for the whole covered bridge screen printing type thing as well. We have a new color of fairy floss. It's called Mimosa. It's you have a little bit in your color pop boxes. If you get color pop, it's a little bonus we put in. But look at that color. I mean, it's like super bright. And every time I look at it, I was like, it reminds me of a mimosa. So hence how it got its name. And it's got like that iridescent kind of color in here as well. So there's that one. This is your cardstock of the month. It's called Tollymore Forest. That lovely kind of like almost like a camouflage green. Great for, put my hand there so it focuses. Great for, you know, Christmas cards, holiday cards, fall cards, like all of that is like that perfect shade, I think, for this time of year. Gina, it's in there if you get the premiere, I think. So if you normally get the silhouette, then yes, you've got the covered bridge in there. Gems this month are rainbow gems. Let's get them open so you can see. They're really, really pretty. Look at all those colors that are in there. I'll kind of like my nail in. So you've got like pinks and greens and blues. Like each one shimmers a different, all the different kind of rainbow colors in there. It's a really fun one. So I put some in this. So if you might not know this trick, but the edges of the kaleidoscope jars, I put a few too many in here, are angled. So when you put your gems in there, they start to all flip around. But you can kind of see all those colors in there. So that's the rainbow. I might need like 6 packets of these, I feel like. And then I still have all my tattoos on from last night. They're not going to come off anytime soon. And actually I messed one up and I grabbed a Copic, you can see there, and I filled it in. So, you know, Copics are good for something. And then we have 2 colors of embossing pad. We have Disco Dress, which I'm just gonna open over here. Here we go. So it's like a bright magenta color on there. It's going to come out slightly glossy. So that is the disco dress. And then this one is called Malachite. And it reminded me of the rock. So that's why we went with this color. There we go. And so there's the green. Again, it's going to come out a gloss, almost pearlescent, but not quite finish. And you're going to have that beautiful green color. It's going to look great for, you know, holiday cards, fall cards, anything like evergreeny, all those kinds of things on there as well. And then we have Mars glitter. I'm glad I have a pair of tweezers now. And the Mars we did because you can use it for fall and you can use it for the holidays. It's red and gold mixed together. So you've got that really pretty colors in there. I think this one's going to be really a popular glitter because it's a bit different to have that kind of mix. And in your shaker cards like that Jen showed you yesterday, I think that's going to look really, really cool. And then your specialty glitter is called, I should have looked first, it's called Island Breeze. And it's all the kind of blues and turquoises. And this is actually one of the colors I want to put on my Christmas tree this year, if I get a Christmas tree. If you weren't here yesterday, you might not have heard. I had my surgery and the next day the whole house, well, the whole like master side of the house flooded. So my lounge is currently my bedroom. So there is definitely not room for a Christmas tree right now. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. But anyway, if I get Christmas tree, they're the kind of colors I'm channeling this year, is to have like the teal and that kind of stuff on there as well. Hey, Penny. That's cute. So while I grab some stuff out for us to play with, what's everyone's favorite thing in the new release? I want you to get some covering. Still the background, the new ink color. Oh yeah, I didn't show that. It's called Shell Suit. This. Still the background stamp, the covered bridge, the mugs. I know, I love those mugs. I was looking for a stamp set. I wanted to do some coloring and talk about some coloring tips. I'm just going to run and grab one because mine is here somewhere. I'll just, there it is. I'm going to use Ice Bouquet. And is that one? Yeah, we'll use the ink in a bit. The one I just showed Melissa that. This that I stamped out, this is Shell Suit. This is the new ink color Shell Suit as well that we stamped out yesterday. So it's like that purpley kind of magenta color as well. I have 0 room. Okay, so I'm going to use ice bouquet. And we're going to use our eclipse. Hey, Gray. Oh, what my shit? There it is. What did I miss? Oh no, Deb. Because of course, yeah, you're further south than me. How did the store fare that's down there? So I actually met Deb at she was following us before that, but I met her at a store that's down like south of us in Inglewood. Okay, so there's our image. Clean this off a little bit. Oh, that's good, Deb. So we're going to color this. I had some colors of Copics out yesterday, and hang on, I'll get one of them. I'm going to try and continue with those same colors just to show you that even if you've got a limited kind of palette to work with, you can still color lots and lots of different stuff. I don't know, I might have to add 1 or 2 in, but we'll see. But these just happen to be on my desktop, so we've been kind of like coloring the whole time with them as well. So the other thing we need is something porous underneath. So I'm going to grab a piece of scrap white and put it under here. And then I'm going to start my coloring. So I'm using Copics. You can use any alcohol markers. I have the Olos. I need to have like a full clear out in the craft room, and then I can start using stuff. The one thing you're going to want to do is always make sure you have something porous underneath. It can be copy paper. It can be perfect stamping paper. I like something thicker rather than thinner. I always used to do copy paper, and I found my bleeds were really bad. So I found if I put either a scrap piece of cardstock, if you've got one, or the perfect stamping paper underneath, whatever piece you put under will last you a long time. It's not like something you're going to have to like replace every time. But I found that mine bleeds less if I do it that way. So that's kind of where I started. I'm not really sure what I want to do with this skate, but I kind of want to feel like it's white-ish, but you still need some color in this. So I'm going to start off with a T0. So it's a really light gray. So there's different grays in Copics. There's T, which is your toner gray. So it's kind of your really like true neutral. You have the C's, they're your cold grays. So they contain blue. So obviously they feel cold. You've got your warm grays. They're going to contain some reds in them to keep them warm. And then I feel like I'm missing one. I feel like there's 4 grays. Oh, neutrals. There is a, you know, like full neutral gray too. I'm going to start this off with T, and then we'll probably fill it in like foliage, but we'll put a base coat down. Now, to get a really smooth blend, you want to make sure you've really saturated your cardstock. So there's a couple of ways to check that. Over time, you'll start to see when the cardstock gets saturated. But I'll show you another trick. I'm just doing the little fiddly bits. I'm concentrating. You also can check the reverse of your paper. If you can start to see that color coming through, then you know that you kind of really got to that right point. Now I'm going to go in with a T2 to start with. And I'm going to start on the toe here. I'm going to outline a little bit of the sole. I'm going to leave this for now because I'm just not sure what I want to do with it. So again, I'm just using the flicks to really kind of color this in. And then I go back with my original shade. You can already see that that's starting to kind of bring some colors here as well. Then we're going to use some greens. Let's see what we've got. We've got G20, 21, 24. We have a 40, 43. I'll start there. So we can do a couple of different tones on our do these and stuff. So again, a base. And then I'm just, first of all, I'm going kind of just really around the edges. Because I want those to look pretty spiky. I have a G24 here. I'm actually just going to go into each of those points and really kind of darken them up a little bit. Because this is still a little bit whimsical, you know, I don't want it to look like too spiky. So the reason I go light to dark and then go back through again is I did a lot of Copic classes many, many years ago when they did the certifications and stuff. And that's how they teach you to color. So that's the reason I do it in this order. Yeah, there's schools of thought on doing it in different orders, in different ways and stuff like that. But this is the way that Copics say their markers should be used. So that's the reason I do it. I'm not saying it's the right way, the wrong way. I don't know. But yeah, that's the reason I do it in this order, was that's how they taught us to use the markers. They also say that particularly when you re-ink, you should take both caps off. It equalizes the pressure. So if you find that your pens are blobby, maybe you've just re-inked them or they're, you know, pretty juicy. If you take both caps off, they won't blob on you. And they actually tell you that you should do that every single time. I'm really bad. I don't. I always forget. But that's the way that I've done it. So I'm just going with my darker. Anywhere where two berries kind of touch, I try to like add a little bit of texture. And your lightest shade will basically act as your blender pen. I've ranted about this a lot before. The blender pen is not a blender pen, it's a bleach pen. So if ever you're like, oh, I'll put that down and then I'll blend it with my blender pen, it's not going to work. The blender pen is a bleach pen. It's great for fixing mistakes. It's great for removing color to do techniques, but it's not going to, you know, actually really help you in blending. I'm kind of liking how these berries are going. They look kind of round. And then I don't have many browns here. I might have to grab out some browns. That wasn't in the selection. But I'm only going to grab a couple so that we. So I'm going to use E11, E13, E15. That's the trio I picked. So I'm going to start on my little thing down here. So again, a little bit of outlining on here. And the more vertical you hold your pen, the finer the lines you're going to get on the brush end. So like here where I want to be kind of fine. Because again, like, yes, I want it to look pointed, but you know, our image is still kind of in that whimsical thing. I'm actually going to take a little bit of the red. I just kind of like how that like picks out a little bit. And then again, back to my light just to blend it out. But it just makes it kind of all get a little bit more cohesive. So I feel like you've kind of got these blank areas in here that they haven't really told us what it's going to be. So I think I might start in here with a little bit of foliage, just so it feels nice and green. I feel like that would be a leaf. And then I'm going to make this into the boot. And this area is going to be quite dark because you've got all that shadow. Like that. And we have our laces. So I'm going to use W2, I think, to start. Probably going to end up going much darker, but at least that's my starting point. I'm going to a 5. And so I'm outlining the bottom of the lace and like the little buckle bit that goes through the eyelet there. And then my 7, which again was upside down. I actually really like how these come out. My goodness, can't do the right route. And yeah, there's a little gray band that tells you the brush end if you pay attention to it. And then just a little bit here. I'm gonna do the same, this bit, the sole. Remember, just start with little bits and then you can always add more. It's really hard to take it away. And then I really would like something cold. So that, like, you know, the steely metal bit here. So I just kind of picked out a few C's, but you could do it in blues. Like if that's not cold enough, you could add a little bit of B0. You see how that instantly makes it like a lot icier and colder just by adding that little bit in. I'm going to go with my C2. And some C5. Back. Back. So ending up with that C0 again. And you can see kind of like how icy that looks. You've got that nice thing on there. And it is a sharp blade. So I'm actually going to really like, I have a really thin stroke going on here. Okay. I'm just going along there just to like firm up that that is like the blade on there as well. So that's that. Then we need to do our bow. I kind of wanted to do a blue bow, but I don't know if that's too much. What do you think? Should we do a blue bow? We could do a red bow. Let's see what other colors I've got here. Pretty much we're up to blue or red. What do we think? Red, red, red. Okay. See how many reds we can put together here. Okay, so something I'll sometimes do, you've probably seen me do it before, is I basically make myself a little palette. So that one, and then I'm going to do that as my lightest. Then that one. This says green. We could do green. I just kind of feel like there's a lot of red. I don't know. Let's see. We could do this. So I have all the Copic colors. I'm just trying to limit how many I use. Just to show you that you don't need all the colors. Let's do a green bar. Okay. So I like to do the front of the bow first, and then I go back and do the back of the bow. I'll still lay down the base on everything. but that's just kind of like the order I do it in. And again, remember with alcohol markers, it layers color. So the more times you go over with the same pen, the better. Or the darker, I should say, not the better. Darker. And don't be afraid to move your piece around either. I'm a lefty, so I'm going to move it slightly different than if you're a righty. And some of these shades are pretty similar, but I'm just using them really to blend stuff together. And if I go my super dark, I'm just going to blend all this together a little bit. You see how that last color kind of like ties everything together? And if you like using color pencils, you can use all the same techniques, just, you know, use your Gamsol as you're blending in between. And then we just want to fill in a little bit in the back here. So we want it to be a little bit lighter because we know it's in the back, it's that reverse side of the things. Could you make the bow a plaid style and just do the same? Yeah, you could do patterns and things. I'm not very good at doing the patterns. I did do one of their classes on making patterns. For some reason, I don't know, I can't do it. I'm just adding a little bit more texture on these holly leaves. I feel like I lost it a little bit. Yeah, a bit more prickly. And there's our keys done. Here's our tea. Remember on the boot, I only used 2 colors of gray. And there's no reason that if you want to go darker, because I used a T, I can still go in with a W just to add that little bit of extra, because I just feel like in there should be pretty shadowy because you've got all of that foliage on there. But that is, yeah, that's it colored in afterwards. Oh, one last thing. So once you've done all of this, you know, you could cut it out, you could square it, you could oval it, you could do all that kind of stuff. The one thing I'm going to say about alcohol markers is it is all practice, because if I showed you the first piece I did, oh my God, it's terrible. But practice your flicks, because that's how you're going to get the nice blends. And it is just coloring and coloring and coloring and coloring. Sandy Allnock is my favorite tutorials to watch for alcohol markers. She is amazing. But one thing you always need to do is ground your image. So I'm using the C's, and I kind of got a big bleed in here. My blender pen would be really good. But I'm actually going to use my C0 and see if I can just kind of blend it out and make it look like a shadow. See how I'm going on the edge of that bleed? And I'm really softening it. So now it just looks like a shadow. So this is my C0. And the reason I picked the C's over all the other grays are in there is because this is cold metal and I want it to look like there's a reflection of cold metal right there. So I'm just going to add a little bit of that. And then I'm going to go back like that. And your shadow doesn't have to be anything, but you see the difference, just like a little bit of grounding makes. Now, all of a sudden, rather than it just floating, it looks like it's either standing on a surface or, you know, whatever you want to. So maybe it's on ice or something. You could even add a smidgen of blue. I'd rather have my more zeros in the blue. But if you add that little bit of blue, you see it becomes icy. Now it looks like it's sitting on ice. So just by kind of like thinking about the colors and stuff like that on them, that's how that's going to come out. So that's ice bouquet. I also have, I need to go find what where Marsha put them, but we have some really cool cards Amanda made with this release. So I'm going to grab those. We'll look at those after we see Tasha's video, which I need to find. And also, of course, we've got to do some winners too. So let's go back. I'm on YouTube. Don't fail me this morning. Well, while YouTube's thinking about loading so I can search for Tasha's video, I'm going to give you your next winner for a $25 gift card is Andrea Aloni. So congratulations, Andrea. Lisa will get all of these out to you next week, including, you know, all the free orders and everything as well. So there is that as well. Okay, I have it. All right, so Tasha has an awesome video for us all on gift cards and gift card holders and that kind of stuff. So let's dive into that one. And then I'll show you some of Amanda's samples when we get back as well. And then we'll have lunch break. And then we've got, when I don't remember where they are, right in the bucket to my right. So we have all of that as well. So let's dive into that one. And if anyone has any questions, Lisa's here in the comments as well. And I will see you in just a little bit.
Any time of the year, and these are a little bit different than ones you may have seen or made in the past. So these open up, and then inside you have several pockets that expand out, and these are perfect size for gift cards, but you can also put money in them. You could put photos or notes in it, and then it all seals back up and closes to keep everything contained. This is just so much fun as we start getting into the holiday gifting season, and I think it makes a really fun gift idea. So to begin, we're going to make the fold card base. So I did pre-cut this at 3 by 11 inches, and you're going to want to use a heavyweight cardstock. So Eclipse Black ink cardstock from Maker Forte would be a perfect choice for this, but any heavyweight cardstock will do. So I'm going to start by scoring my base, and this is going to be scored 4 times. We're going to score it at 8.5. We're going to move down to 7 3/4. I'm just going to position it, make sure I have it perfect, because this will make the creases to open and close that little gift card holder that we're making. Once you're done with the two biggest scores, we're going to score it at 4. And then the last score mark is 3 1/4. I'll have all of the measurements on my instructions so you can reference that and you don't have to worry about taking notes. But that's all you need, just 4 score lines for the base. Once you have all of your score marks in place, you're just going to want to crease them so that they create these flat top and a flat bottom to hold your pockets. So we're just going to kind of gently score them to get them moving, and then we're going to take a bone folder. You're going to want to make sure you crease all these score lines down really well. This way it has a lot of structure and it'll bend easily, because we want this to open and close with ease. So if you go in with your your bone folder and score these lines again and make sure you press down firmly, they'll open and close without having to struggle, and it'll make everything else easier in the end. So I'm just going to go in and I'm just kind of placing it, just making sure everything fits together. The top part is going to be the shorter end, since you want some of the bottom to show with your pattern paper when we're done. So then you just remember that the shorter fold is the top. And then we're going to make 6 of these little inside pockets for this project. You can make more. There's enough space. You could probably make 8 or so, or even, I don't know, maybe even more than that. If you're just going to have like gift cards or something really flat in it. And you see how these fit that gift card perfectly? It's just the perfect size. These pockets are so easy to make, and they take no time at all to assemble. So again, I'm using a thicker cardstock. You could use a little bit thinner cardstock for these inside pockets, since it isn't the base. These pockets are cut at 6 inches by 4 inches. And then I'm going to score these at the same time after cutting it. This will take 3 score lines. Across, going the long way or horizontally, we're going to score this at 3 1/4, and this is going to make that center fold where you bend the pocket to create the actual pocket. And then we're going to score it again at a 1/2 inch, and the 1/2 inch is going to be the tab that you're going to add glue to seal it all together. So again, 3 1/4 and a 1/2 inch. Then we're going to turn the paper around, so now we have it vertically, and we're just going to do 1 score all the way down at a 1/2 inch again. So you really have a 1/2 inch on 2 of the sides. Here's an example of where to cut. I did draw it in so you could see it better. Where the two score lines meet, we're going to cut a little triangle. Then we're going to make a little notch and then cut off the bottom of the farthest side. Let me show you how that's done. Since it's hard to see on camera, I'm just going to use a pen to kind of make those lines show up a little better. So you see, we're going to have a triangle. Then we're going to create another little triangle or a little notch right there, where it meets that center score line, and then we'll cut off all of the bottom from the back panel. I'm just going to use some scissors. This is done really fast. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you do want to make sure that you have enough room to apply the glue. And then I did flip it over. It just made it easier to cut that bottom part off and meet where I cut that little notch mark. And do you see, now we have 2 tabs for our glue, and then when we fold it, it'll all fold together perfectly. So once again, I'm just going to use my bone folder, and I'm going to crease all of those score lines really well. We want to make sure that these pockets stay together and that are really nice and flat. So I'm going to rub it on the bottom score, or crease it again on the bottom score. And then I'm also going to use my bone folder on that center score line as well, because again, I want to make sure it's nice and flat. And do you see how it all lines up perfectly? And then you'll have your glue on the inside to create a nice clean pocket. For this, I would recommend liquid adhesive or some maybe red line tape, something really strong. You're not going to want to use any type of, I think score tape may work, but it may be a little bit not permanent enough. But if you have a strong score tape, you can give it a try. But for this, I prefer to use liquid adhesive. Once I have the glue on the outside of both of the tabs, I folded this pocket over and it lines up perfectly. And then I just ran over those glued areas with my bone folder again, just to make sure it adhered really well. And this dries so fast. You can make a bunch of these, just put them aside and move on to the next one, and they'll all be dry around the same time. So this way they really stay together if you're going to make any type of notches or any type of punch on the top. Now you can use a hole punch if you're using lighter weight cardstock or paper, but since I am using a heavier weight cardstock, I did have to run it through a little bit of a die cutting machine. And you see with the notch, you can easily pull these out. You could also use your scissors and just cut a little opening on the top anywhere you want, or a different type of die if you want to use maybe a square even. It really doesn't matter. It's all up to you. You don't even have to make a notch mark if you don't want to, but I do find it easier to pull these open and to get your gift card out. So I'm going over to my little die cutting machine, and I'm just going to use a tiny circle die and some purple tape to make sure it stays in place. Once you start making a bunch of these, you can line them up to make sure your circles are lined up perfectly. But if they're not, it really doesn't matter. As long as they're somewhere near that center opening, you can pull them still. And you see, it's not perfectly centered, but it's pretty close. And here's an example of another one. I'm going with red and green for this project, since this will be for a holiday gift card holder. And do you see again? I just love that it's two colors. I think it's really fun. This would be great for, again, any time of year, but you could also customize it, maybe someone's favorite colors, if it was like a birthday card, or if it was spring, maybe do some spring colors. And having the multiple colors just makes the inside look so pretty as well. So I'm just going to go in and finish off the pocket that I had left over. And again, just lining it up as best as I can in the center. You can take more time and make sure you line it up against one you already made, and then all of your circles will match perfectly, but I wasn't too concerned about that. And then this is just my last pocket to cut. And I have 6 pockets total for this project. I'm not sure how many really do fit inside these little pocket holders, but I do think that it would be maybe 8 or 9 or 10. It has to be more, because when I put these 6 in, I still had room left over. So you could really use this for yourself and just keep maybe gift cards or membership cards or something in it too, and just have them all in one place. That would be a fun idea. Now we're going to make the layers. This kit that we got for the crafters party has so many fun pattern papers for the holidays. I love these ones. They're really cute, and there's so many different ones to choose from. I decided to go with the smaller ho-ho-hos. This way you could really see the design on this project. I thought the bigger print was just too big. So I'm just going to go use my little paper trimmer for this, and we're going to cut the layers. Again, all the measurements will be in the instructions, but these are really simple measurements to do. The only thing I had to make sure was that I had my paper positioned the right way, because since this one has words, you want to make sure you do line it up the right way. So this is the front, and this is cut at 2 3/4 by 3, and this will be your front panel. And again, I wanted to make sure that it did line up with the ho-ho-hos the right way. You can use the same piece of paper to make your other layers. I'm going to go in and make the top, and the top is cut at 2 1/4 by 2 3/4. Again, very simple measurements. I love when projects have easy measurements because sometimes it can be a struggle to find those measurement marks that are in between the ones we use often. So here's the top, and again, I made sure that the ho-ho-hos were going in the right direction. Using the same paper, I'm going to make the back panel. And the back panel is cut at 3 1/2 by 2 3/4. So this one, again, you want to make sure that the ho-ho-hos are in the right place, and I almost cut it the wrong way. Was gonna cut that first shorter mark, and I was like, no, so I had to take some time and make sure I measured. It's always better to measure 3 times and cut once. But again, you want to make sure that those ho-ho-hos are going down and not across with the right measurements. Once I was done cutting the top, the front, and the back panel, I thought it would be fun to mix up the design. So I'm going to use this snowflake print to make the very top panel and the bottom panel the smallest areas of our card or our gift card holder. And these panels, we're going to need 2 of them. They're cut at 1/2 inch. And then we're cutting it at 2 3/4. Again, the width of the gift card holder. So you see how cute that is? It's just fun to kind of mix up the design and have 2 pattern papers on here. I did the same thing with my first example. I actually used the print that has like the gift bags, and then I used a different print for the top and the bottom panel, and I really liked how it turned out. So again, just cutting this at 1/2 inch and then 2 3/4, and you'll need 2 of them. Now I'm just going to put this aside, and then we'll move on to the next step. So for my card, we had really fun stamp sets included in this kit, and I wanted to make sure I used one. So I'm going to cut a piece of white paper, and this will be cut at 2 by 1 1/2. And then I'm going to stamp a Merry Christmas greeting. Since this white paper is going to be layered on top of the ho-ho-hos, I just grabbed a piece of our scrap black paper, and this is the same heavyweight cardstock I used for the base, but you could use any color you want. It would also look great if you put maybe a glitter around the sentiment that we're going to stamp. That would be pretty as well. And this one, I'm just going to cut it slightly bigger than the white paper. So you see how it has just a little bit of a frame. So if you just go over one mark over, it'll have a frame of the black paper around the white, and I just think it gives it a more finished look. So here's the stamp set I decided to use for this project, and this is the holiday wreaths. This one is so cool. It has all of these little greetings, but they're the perfect size for this project. So you could mix and match your greetings or use the same one like I'm going to. So I decided to go with Merry Christmas, or one of the Merry Christmas greetings, and I'm going to stamp it in red onto that white cardstock that we just cut. I'm going to use Color Hive ink in the shade Telephone Box. And this red color is so pretty, especially for a Christmas card. It's a nice deep red. As you can see, my little stamp's already stained from my example card, but that's okay. It still works perfectly. So I'm going to position it on my Misty since I know I'm going to probably need a stamp more than once and I am not the best stamper. So I'm trying my hardest to kind of make sure that white paper doesn't move. And here's just a close-up of the ink again. Telephone Box. This is one of my favorite Color Hive colors. It's just so pretty. And then I'm also going to use the swisher tool from Maker Forte to help me get even pressure. I really love this tool. I've been using it now for quite a while and it helps so much, especially for sentiment stamps. I think I have an issue with having even pressure when I push down onto my words and then I end up restamping and then one side's darker than the other. So the smusher tool really helps. And here's my sentiment, Merry Christmas. And I just love that holiday, the holiday color on the white background. To add a little more color to this bright white cardstock, I decided to add some ink around the edges. So I'm just going to go over and grab my little tool and I'm going to use some English Mustard Color Hive ink. This is another favorite of mine. I use it in a lot of my projects because it's the perfect shade of yellow in my mind. It's not too light and it's not too dark. It's that perfect in between and I think it looks great on, usually I use it on either cards or around these type of greetings because it gives a little bit of that yellow glow around your words. And again, it's not a bright yellow and it's not a dark orange color. So it's one of my favorites. And I do like how it looks with the red as well. So I'm just going to go around and lightly add some color, having it dark around the edge and just blend it a little bit towards the center, but still leaving the center white. Isn't that pretty? Doesn't this just give a whole holiday vibe or holiday look to this? I just can't wait for the holiday season to come around. I love fall, but I do love making holiday projects. Now it's time to assemble our card. This is my favorite part. You know, this would be really great to do if you wanted to make a bunch of these and just do each step so that you could sit down, maybe even put on a movie and then just decorate these little gift boxes for your friends and family. I mean, this is just one of those projects you could totally do while having maybe a holiday movie on. So now that I have all of my little pockets in position, I'm going to add adhesive right to the center of them. This again, I would recommend liquid adhesive. It just tends to work best, I think, and it just has such a strong hold. And since I want to make sure that it's red and green, I had to make sure that I position my pockets in that order. Once you have the glue, just make sure you line up the bottoms and then they'll line up perfectly. So after I had that first layer all attached, I did the same thing. So I'm just going to add a whole bunch of glue right to that center. And then I'm going to position the next card on for the bottoms to match up. So you're just lining up those bottoms and then pressing it down firmly in the center before I put on the next layer. So again, you don't need to put glue all over the place. Just put it in the center and then it'll expand out. This way you have that accordion fold when you pull on these from the inside. So again, just going to quickly add my glue. And do you see how fast this goes? This is just the easiest project to do, but it looks harder than it really is. These pockets are quick and easy to make, and then gluing them together is quick and easy to make, but I really think it looks more difficult. So then I'm just going to put on one more layer of red and press down again nice and firmly. Just make sure that they don't pop open. And then I was kind of looking them over, deciding which one I wanted to be on the bottom and then which one will be on the top. So I kind of picked which one looked the best. And I decided to go with having the red on the inside and then having the green be the top. Now for the inside, again, you want to make sure that you line this up where the shorter fold is the top so you know where to attach these. You see how this is longer, so that's the bottom, and then the top folds over the bottom. And then we're going to just attach our little top panel that we created and made sure that the ho-ho-hos were going the right direction. Have you ever done that before? I do that sometimes, where if I don't double check either maybe where the card folds in, I might have the card on the wrong side, or if I cut paper and don't really pay attention, the design could be going sideways when it was supposed to go down. I mean, I think we've all maybe have done that before, or maybe not maybe not everyone has, but I have. So whenever there's a pattern, I get very nervous that I'm going to cut it wrong, especially when I don't have a bunch of extra pieces in case I do make a mistake. So I decided to go in with my glue runner for the rest of these panels because this is just a thinner weight pattern paper. So this is fine to use any type of adhesive that you want to. So then I'm just going to glue on that bottom part. And you see how it looks with those little panels? I just love it. I also really like this card base being black. I think it really allows these colors to pop from the pattern paper. And look, it's already coming together. It's so fun. Christmas paper is always fun. And then I'm just going to attach the next panel. This is the top panel right away. And lastly, I'll attach the back. And again, made sure that those ho-ho-hos were going the right way. Perfect. I just love how this looks. It's really festive, and I think it has a real modern look. I love the words, and I like that I did use 2 different pattern papers. So again, now it's time to attach my little pockets to my card. So I'm going to put liquid adhesive on again, but this time we're going to add liquid adhesive all over this back layer. We want to make sure this card is not going anywhere. Since this card will be holding all the other pockets down and inside of this gift card holder, you want to make sure that this thing is not moving. So to do this, you're going to lift up the card. This way you have it kind of centered where you want it, and just kind of bring that back up. Once you have it in position, put it down and then press firmly. You want to get the card pockets close to that bottom crease, but you want to make sure that your card still bends and folds. I wanted to give this some time to dry, so I decided to move on and attach my little greeting to that black cardstock. So I'm just going to use some adhesive again. And this was quick and easy to do. I just think having that extra layer does give a finished look. But now looking at it, I think next time I will put glitter around it because I think that would look really pretty. And then I'm just going to add it with the same glue runner to that top part of our card. And line it up as best as you can. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just make sure you have it somewhere in that center area. And you see, it looks so put together. It's so quick and easy, but it looks more complicated than it really is. Now, to keep this from opening up on its own and keep everything together, I'm going to use these little Velcro dots. You can get these anywhere. You can get it from Amazon, the dollar store. They sell them everywhere. So you're going to position it on the top part and then fold it over, line it up where you have the top edge where that snowflake pattern paper is, where it's flat. This way you know it's in position. Once you have it where you want it, press down firmly, and then it'll attach that bottom Velcro piece. When I did it this first time, I didn't press down hard enough and I could feel it coming up when I was pulling it. So I just had to press down a little bit harder. And then now everything is in place and these accordion pockets are pulling out perfectly. And we only have one more step left. Well, actually, no, we have 2 steps left because I wanted to decorate with some more of the embellishments. I took this printed out piece. I know it's upside down in the video, but I did pre-cut it. So I cut out some of the ones I want to use on my projects. And I thought this would be fun to use the one that says gift since it's a gift card holder. So I'm going to attach this right along the bottom, just using some glue runner again, since this is really lightweight paper. I really like these ephemera pieces or these printed words. They're just really cool. They have that vintage look to them, and these work out great for this type of project. And then lastly, I'm going to attach one of the snowflakes that were included in the kit. There are several, all different designs and shapes, but these ones have a little bit of, it has a little loop on the top so you could hang it to ribbon or hang it onto something, but I didn't want that on this project. I was trying to look for my little cutters that I use for like cutting my dies out, but I just couldn't find it. But I did pre-cut these ahead of time as well, so I'll show you what I did. So do you see the little loop on the top? You can easily remove those. Just take some of your die cutters and then you can just wiggle it and it comes right off perfectly. It's not even sharp when it comes off. And then I'm going to use some of this Maker Forte adhesive and attach the snowflake to the top of my card or my card holder. You're going to want to use a lot of glue for this since this little snowflake is a little bit heavier, and since there's 2 layers, you want to make sure you have enough that the snowflake doesn't come off. And I know that is that is very important because I didn't put enough adhesive on when I was doing this one right away, and it kind of wiggled and went all over the place, and it wasn't enough glue. So you want to make sure you put a generous amount on, and it will dry clear so you don't have to worry about it showing up. So just make sure you have a really large glob of glue right there, and then your snowflake will stay put. And again, it'll dry clear. This is what I did for my first project, and it's on there. It's not going nowhere. So do you see? And it just gives a little more detail. I think it's so pretty, and this is just, again, another element to your gift card. It decorated a little bit. There's just so much going on, and it's so pretty. And let me just show you again how perfect it holds these gift cards. And then you could put another one in here if you want to. You could put a note in here, pictures in here, money in here, do a whole bunch of stuff in here and really customize your gift. And again, there's extra space, so you do have room for more pockets. And here are the 2 gift card holders. I hope you enjoyed the project for today, and I hope you give it a try. If you do give it a try, be sure to share it with me. I love seeing pictures of your guys' projects, and I'll have, again, all of the instructions or all the measurements in the instructions I'll be providing. I hope you guys are having a great weekend, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Tasha. That was awesome as always. I don't know how she figures out all of those fancy folds and all the measurements and everything as well. So thank you. Gift card wallet. I'm just scrolling through I can't see the comments when the video's live, so I'm just scrolling back and seeing what you all said. Oh, Misty needs to make a card for her 40th anniversary next month. That's going to be a special card. Lots of ideas in there. So thank you so much. Imagine it's an advent calendar too. Yeah, definitely. as of yesterday, there were 2 advent calendars left, just talking about advent calendars. If you didn't get it last year, you get a little bag every day. It has a sticker on it. You get a big box of them, so you can open them every day. And has a sticker on it. And then you also get an email with just an idea of how to use it. Oh, sold out. Thank you, Lisa. Ow. Ooh. I know where this cough is coming from, but I really hope it doesn't come to anything because coughing hurts right now. Deb got hers, yay. We've been already making some of the stuff to go in them as well, so I'm super excited for all of that as well. They go out in November, so if you see a shipping notification, it just means we generated the label, so they don't sit there for too long. But you can have that as well. I need to have the list of it. I know, Lisa. I know. If anyone could just like add a few extra hours in a day, that would be awesome. So yeah, that would be great. All right. So I went and grabbed, before we go to lunch, we have like 20 minutes or so, some of the samples that Amanda sent me for the last release. So this one's a little bit older, but this was the cobwebs stamp. Isn't that cool? And she used the, I think that's the diamond, no, that's the supernova, I think it might be called, the black one with the rainbow glitter in it, embossing powder. And she blended that in there. Isn't that cool? Yeah. We all kind of think of like oranges and stuff, I don't know, but I love that she used the green on that one. And then she used the sweater background. And she used, what it's called, I just literally saw it's right here on top. Holiday spotlights. So she did, it looks like she's got sweater background with British racing green and some fresh prints. And she kind of like highlighted that circle almost in there, and then stamped this and then cut it out using the circle dies and mounted it up. Did, oh, look at these with the little critters. And I love this starry background because you can use it for so many things. You can, you know, use it like this. You can use it for cosmic. You can use it for love, like written in the stars type thing. You can use it for all kinds of things, or to build up any scenes. You can use it to build up holiday scenes. Always reminds me of a movie. It's a British movie you might not have heard of. It's called After Christmas. It's one of my favorite Christmas movies. And they go through the stars and they have the map of the stars and stuff. And it reminds me of what Grand Santa comes out with the map of the stars, but that's just what it reminds me of. Then we have this one using Home for the Holidays. So kind of along the theme of yesterday, but I love like this blue highlight in here and then how she's gone out with the purples. Look how, like, that's some of the best ink blending I think I've seen in a long time. And then she used the stencil with, looks like some of the white re-inker, and she's painted it on to give it that effect. So I really love that. And I just love the way she highlighted the blue in there too. Such an awesome job. And we have this one. So you've got some of the tree lines in the background here, walking in a winter wonderland. And then these are those cute little reindeers that you can create a scene with. So she did them and then cut them out with like a loose fussy cut. So again, you don't have to do all the details and stuff. But how cute are those? And so she made them have a little forest fire. Maybe they're going to toast some marshmallows or something. And then just the black silhouette in the background, make sure they like really pop out as well. So cute. And what else have we got? Oh, here's the snow globe. So this is Window to Winter. So this is the one we did yesterday. That's the one that I did. And then she did the snowman. She put the trees on, and she actually put the snowman on the top. And then she stamped, I don't know if you can see this, but she stamped with the glittery Maker's Magic. Can you see that in there? So she stamped with that to create the snow in the background. And then this is the stamp set I used yesterday to build up my trees. Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. That's the only thing I'm really struggling with is I'm constantly tired. Yeah, I really love this window to winter one. And I love the fact that you can take this snow globe and use it with so many other things. We sized everything so it all mixes and matches together as well. So you can do these kinds of things as well. I was actually going to do some of these, just like show you some quick and easy ideas, maybe after lunch. Maybe have an earlier lunch break and then we can come back and do those. And then what else do we have? Oh, this is using the I'm Smitten stamp set. So I'm feeling smitten. And she created these 3 cute little mittens on here. She used the really bold sentiment. So by using those bold sentiments, it makes it super, super easy as well. Yes, Francine, you can paint it on your stamps. You do want to wash it off fast because once it dries, then you're kind of stuffed. But as long as you do it and then just go and wash it off straight away, it won't do it any harm at all. And you've got a little bit of time for it to come off, but you can either take a brayer or a paintbrush, or just put some down on your surface and then stamp a stamp into it, and then you can stamp on top that way too. You could also use the diamond glaze embossing powder, but I can just feel by the texture that that's Maker's Magic on there as well. So what's that one? What spotlight is that stamp? This one, Catherine? This is Holiday Spotlights. Is that the one you mean? And the glitter in the Maker's Magic doesn't affect that. As long as you wash it, it'll wash straight off. It's water soluble. It's got a water base on it, Francine, so it won't do it any harm at all. It's like, using, that's why the kaleidoscope powder dissolves in it, because it's water based. So, and that's why you can put the dye in it, because it's water based and all those kinds of things as well. So you can mix any of those water based things together. What else did she make us? Oh, look at this Hanukkah one. So she took the dictionary page stamp and stamped that in the background. And you've got the Hanukkah paper in the background. And then she used the Hanukkah backgrounds stamp set to do that as well. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. But I love that. So you can see how well they all layer together as well. So you've got the dictionary page stamp. So this is a stamp, and then this is the Hanukkah stamp as well. So that's that one. Then she did You're My Moon and Stars. This uses some of those celestial things we had come out recently. This is a white rubber stamp. I really love, I think she created that spotlight. I don't know that that spotlight is actually in the stamp. Gazing Phases. Yeah, I need to look at the stamp. Can't quite picture. Oh yeah, it is in there. So the other thing you can do, I am getting a nap over lunch. That is absolutely in my plan. I will set a timer. I'm going to go have a nap. I actually did it yesterday and I felt so much better for it. But you can also take your circle dies, create a circle that goes on here. And then when you like ink up the stamp, put the circle down, ink around it. And then you could put any spotlight you want. Or you could just cut out a circular piece and put it on the top. So this creates like a really, really cool background. I'll lift it up so you can see the background. Like I love this background. You don't have to have the sun in the middle. You could have anything you wanted in the middle there as well. So I love how that looks. And she's done, looks like blue moon and then some tartan teal and some Welsh dragons. So she's done like 3 colors going out on there. So it comes out really pretty. A couple more. This uses the Hung with Magic and Care stamp set. So she used this piece down the bottom here, but then she used the speech bubbles from Simply Said. Isn't that a cool idea? And then put Deck the Halls behind it, which is also in the stamp set. That's such a unique idea. And then use some really pretty pattern paper on there and then put some gems in to make a shaker. I would never have thought to use the speech bubble in there. I really like that idea. Of course, you could do that in anything too. They all get uploaded, Lisa, to the product pages. Lisa, it just takes her a bit of time to catch up on them. But yeah, we do put these, we do put them on the product page. If you go to like a stamp set, you'll see there's often lots and lots of pictures using it as well. So cute shaker. And I saved the best till last. Put some space for this one. So she made us one of her famous folios. So she used that vintage Christmas paper, which I love. And then she's tucked this in all neatly. I'm about to wreck this. So I'm sorry, Amanda, if you're here. I'm about to wreck this. So look at this. And then she used the postage stamps here. You've got the sweater background. You've got the Be Merry, which I think that's in the ice bouquet that we used earlier. And then she used the Down the Lane, like stamped on this pocket. Here, I'll lift it up so you can see. So it looks like pattern paper, but it's actually stamped. That's the one that we colored in yesterday. Like this stamp right here. So you can see she turned that into a pocket. And then she used covered bridge. Again, I love the way she just used that little bit of the covered bridge on there, and then use the gold embossing powder to add some stars and things on there. Look, she even like added coloring and painting on the back. I didn't even look if there's anything on the back. But this one's out the pattern paper. And this one, she cut down one of the tags we used for Inktoberfest. And then this again is the dictionary page. If I lift it up, you can kind of see in the background, this dictionary page. And then she used the vintage postage ephemera and created another tag. And this one, she used some of the printed paper and then created this little piece and tied some ribbon on the top. I mean, they're just like, I don't know. I think they're really cool. Of course, you could put a gift card in here. You know, you could put a little note in here. And then you just fold it up. Wrap it around. And tuck it in. Isn't that cool? So some really awesome samples that Amanda's saying, as I say, they do all get added to the product pages. Sometimes it takes us a little bit longer. And it's been really late with us getting the stamps for the releases. They've had some issues and had to upgrade equipment and stuff. So it's kind of been on this like tight timeline and things as well on there too. I know, Deb, isn't that paper super, super pretty? All of those, like, I love those vintage papers. I think they're really, really, really nice. What else? Oh, is everybody here, or should I say, is there anybody here ow, who isn't signed up for our Christmas card making event 2 weeks today? Wow, 2 weeks today, that's crazy. If you're not, we can drop a link. It's free to come. And we will be doing an hour on Hanukkah cards as well. And all of the techniques I'm going to teach you, you can adapt year round. So just because I'm making Christmas cards, you can take any similar stamps and, you know, like I've shown you, like everything mixes and matches and those kinds of things. So I really want to make sure that, you know, if you don't like making Christmas cards or you don't celebrate Christmas, that you'll still have things that you can make and enjoy and, you know, all that kind of stuff as well. Let's see. You can sign up. If you do the VIP pass, you'll get lifetime access, and then you'll also get the PDF that Amanda makes as well, so that you can, you know, watch it anytime. And again, then you can just go back to the video as well. But we also send you a PDF wrap up too. So how many more inks are on the horizon for 2023? I can't tell you that yet, Wendy, because I have an idea, but I don't know if Lisa's on board with that idea. So we got to figure all of that stuff out. So yeah, we'll see on that one. We'll come back to you there as well. Kathy says, I think I sanitized. We can check that for you, Kathy. We can work that out as well. Yeah, 13 days, 23 hours, 11 minutes and 54 seconds is what it says on there. So we'll be playing around and having fun. And as I say, it's more, this whole thing is more about the techniques and, you know, those kinds of things, as opposed to, it's more about the techniques than the fact that I'm making Christmas cards. So you can take those techniques, use them for Hanukkah cards, birthday cards, Easter cards, Valentine's Day cards, whatever it happens to be, you'll be able to do that as well. And we'll also tell you about our New Year crafter party, the one that we always have. More info will come out at that event in 2 weeks as well. So all of that is going on there. So yeah, if you want to sign up, I'm going to drop the link. And we need to do a winner for the past hour. Let me find my sheet that leads me. And so we have a $25 gift card for this hour. So we're doing gift cards every hour. After lunch, I'm going to do a free order as well. We'll throw that in and we'll do 2 winners. So get your orders in over lunch. And then at the end of the day, we have some extra prizes, and Thermoweb have given us a thing. So there's lots and lots of opportunities to win. So if you haven't won yet, you could still win. And our winner for this hour is Felicia Walker. So congratulations, Felicia. As I say, give Lisa a few days to get everything out to you, wrap up emails, that. If you haven't received your gift card or your refund or your wrap up by next Friday, then feel free to reach out to Lisa and she can check on it for you. Also remember, if you unsubscribe from our emails, we can't resubscribe you. Even if you've bought the crafter party or you bought a VIP pass, we cannot resubscribe you. You have to go in and resubscribe yourself. Otherwise, we could do that to anyone who unsubscribed to our emails, and that's obviously not right and just, and people abuse that system. So just to let you know, so if you do not get our emails and you're unsubscribed, if you reach out to Lisa, she can help you, but we cannot just resubscribe you or force that email to go through. I know she had to reach out to a couple of you who'd unsubscribed on our emails, which is fine, but just know that when you do that, it means that we can't send you out the stuff for the parties. Well, we send it, but it bounces back because your email provider says you can't send emails to them. So that as well. So just wanted to put that one out there too. So after lunch, we have, and we bright-eyed and bushy-tailed by then. We have a really fun afternoon. So we've got Joy, who's doing glittered and foiled. So hopefully, Gina, that will help as well with some of the foiling questions you had. So let's open Joy. So Joy will be back on that as well. And then Katie is doing holiday cards. Kim is doing quick and easy. And then you have an hour with me as well. I'm definitely going to do some holiday spotlights, like quick and easy stuff. But if there's anything else you want me to share with you or show you ideas for, or really anything. I mean, I have a huge pile of stuff here. Oh, I think Deb asked me to make something with the Nutcracker stamp sets. We can do that. So I'm just going to start pulling stuff out as you all mention it. I have a good kind of stash here of stuff. So if you have questions there as well. If I accidentally use my work email to sign up for the season party, yes, we can sort that out later, don't worry. Glitter bombs. So that's as well. Stargazer backgrounds. I'm going to write that down so I can go find some. I can't promise I'll get through all of them, but if you have questions, then you can drop them down, and I'll keep writing them down throughout the day as well. And don't forget to sign up to come to the crafter party next year. You've got till midnight tonight to get all of your bonuses. So you'll get a $25 gift card. You'll get 50% off any one item in the store. You're going to get an exclusive stamp set, and you're going to get the super cute little Maker Forte apron. And I've already been storing stuff in my pockets because it's like the perfect like little smock on here as well. So we have all of that as well. when you can print the printable papers out on any printer, you don't have to have a special printer, but if you want to foil them, then you have to have a laser printer. So you can either, if you have one, I just dropped it, Lisa, as well, the season pass link. So if you want them laser printed, if you've got a friend who has a laser printer, or otherwise you can go to somewhere like Staples or Kinko's or, you know, like any of those kinds of places, and they can print them with the laser for you. The only thing I would say is ask them to print it on the highest resolution, the highest quality, because that's going to lay down more toner, which is going to foil better. If they just do it on like a draft mode or a quick print, which a lot of the times they do, you don't get enough toner to get a really good foil. So like a lot of the stuff we do, we actually double print it so that you get lots of toner laid down. And that's why it foils as well. So that should be, I think, all of the, do we need to pay 100% to extra payments? No, you can do payments, or you can, so you can do 3 payments, or you can do one lump sum. So you can do it either way. Yeah, so you can do it either way, whichever way works for you. I think it's like a couple of dollars extra on the 3 payments, just because we get charged slightly differently to how to do that as well. The payments are monthly, so if you sign up today, the Sunday, October 30th, it'll then debit on November 30th and then December 30th. So that would be your 3 payments on there. Or you can do the $4.99, and that saves you a little bit of money doing it that way as well. So that's that too. Okay, any other questions that anyone's got before lunch? Joy has a pretty long video after lunch as well. She's jam-packed her glittered and foiled as well. I love Joy as well. You know, the girls do such an amazing job. I'm so grateful that they come and do the crafter party with us, and they do such an amazing job with the videos as well, which is just awesome too. So I love you all. All right, so that means it's time for lunch. When we come back, we'll have a lunchtime winner, and then we'll have a free some free orders, and then we'll jump into Joy's video, and then we'll jump into Katie's video. Does that sound good to everyone? Don't forget to sign up for the Christmas card making workshop, and also, of course, the crafter party next year as well. And so there's that as well. All right, so I will see you. You can all unmute. I'm going to remove my pin on here, and you can all unmute if you want to chit chat and things. And I will see you again at 1 o'clock. And if you need it, Lisa and I will be in and out. We'll pop and get some food and be away from our things for a little bit. She's going to make a chai. I have to drink this liquid IV that they keep giving me. But yeah, we'll be around if you need us, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Have fun, everyone. See you at 1.
Okay, what are people working on? It's too quiet.
I am working on an album for Secret Santa for my
I
one
love
of my
your album.
friends. Well, this is not my tutorial. This is one of the other design team members, like in our group. The girl running the whole thing posted a questionnaire and it's like, oh, what tutorial would you like that, you know, you don't have time to do yourself? And she posted this one and I was like, okay, cool. And I was like, why did it have to be a junk journal? I've never, I'm like, oh my God, just kill me now. But
Oh,
it's going better than I thought. But now I have to like actually do something other than construction. So we'll see. So instead I was shopping.
hey, when in doubt, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
And you've been a source of a couple of my shopping trips.
I'm not
You're my
surprised.
enabler.
I am the source of a lot of people's shopping trips.
The one that I couldn't find is you did the Doodlebug, the cat frame. You know, they did those round boards. You have all like the stickers and the decals. You had like a whole series of them. They're in like 12 by 12 shadow boxes.
Oh,
Circles.
Yes.
I went hunting. They don't make that one anymore. I'm like, ah.
Which one was that? Was it the 12 by 12 or the 5 by 7 shadow boxes?
No, I just know it has like a round circle in the middle of it with all the stuff in it.
Oh, those. Oh, no. Those are okay. That.
Yes.
So Doodlebug actually does their own kits now. And they've done it for a lot of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, they didn't have the cats anymore because I went hunting.
Oh, and so
everywhere.
I bought the cat one at Doodlebug's headquarters like probably 5 years ago or 6 years ago. It's been forever. I was there for an event and that was like they were selling the kits for them and I bought that one and I got a ton of them because I've got 5 just like right here.
Yeah, I saw that in your video. I went, wait, back that up.
Oh yeah, that one is so stinking cute and I don't know.
Well, I have 5
Look,
cats.
I might actually have all the stuff for that one. I'll have to look though. I'm not positive.
Yeah, we're a little bit of a cat fanatic family.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Yeah.
I have literally one of them, Baloo. I call him the stupid ninja because
no.
he'll find things and he will run past you like, ha, 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 ha. He managed in the closed crafter party box to fish out the white ribbon.
Oh, geez.
And he's carrying it around like, ha, ha, I got it.
Oh,
He
no, we just
destroyed my
have the
desk
one
office.
right now.
It's in the
And
middle of my desk, like comfy king. And like, there's papers everywhere. I'm like, dude, you realize you just made more work for me.
oh, yeah. No, we've just got the one right now. And I would have more, but the one has like digestive issues and is on special food. And there's no way. One's good for right now. He's so sweet. I just love him. But yeah.
We love all of ours. They all are a completely different personality, but
Oh, yeah.
3 to 5, I'm not quite sure what I was thinking at the time.
We had 3 at one point in time. And, you know, they've all passed since, and then Gus, first time we'd had a new cat in like 17 years when we adopted him. And he is so sweet. In fact, when I went upstairs, my husband's sitting on the couch. He's like fully cuddled in, sleeping. I'm like, of course you are. Instead of coming down here and supervising me like he usually does. Because he has his chair. And if anything's in his chair, he complains.
Yep. I love when they complain at you.
Oh, yeah. He gets mad. They're so funny, though.
Finished one card so far.
What you got?
Oh, cute.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
That's pretty.
From the pack that we got in the last crafter party.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I fussy cut out all those big ones.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I
then
think
just
everybody
layered
kind of
them
went
up.
on that tangent.
I love
Yeah.
it.
I popped this part up right here and then just pretty simple, just some ink blending and lots of foam tape.
It was funny when we were naming that paper. they showed it off to me. I went, and she's like, yeah, we haven't named this one. And she shows it to me. I go, coffee pie. Oh my, that's so pretty. And that just stuck. Coffee pie, oh my.
Yeah.
That's fun though.
I don't mind fussy cutting. At first I didn't like it. Now I actually like to do it.
It's kind of relaxing in like a weird way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't used to do much of it either, and now I'm like,
I think
all
it
the
takes
time.
us back to our like kindergarten days.
mm-hmm.
Now, when you fussy cut, like I was taught when I fussy cut for the most part, like especially if you have like a white cardstock, I take a pit pen in black and go around the side of it so you don't get that white edge. It kind of makes it disappear into the paper.
I don't do that.
Oh,
It
I love seeing
depends.
everybody else's tips and tricks. It's always fun to like, compare notes type of thing.
I know I use an ink pad against it sometimes to give it a shadow.
Yeah.
And see, most of the time anymore, like I'll cut them and then I'll put them on whatever color cardstock I'm using for everything else, and then cut again. So there's like that little border.
Okay.
But and I do that with like stickers and stuff from paper collections, that I'll put the sticker on the cardstock and then cut around it just because it looks neat.
Instead of actually using it as a sticker.
Mm-hmm.
Mind
Oh,
blowing.
yeah. Well, even when I use them as actual stickers, I still end up gluing them down because you never
Like,
know if they're going to stay.
Literally, I never even thought about that. Put a sticker on a cardstock to make it
Mhm.
the amount of years and stuff you do things, and then somebody will say something, you go, huh, I didn't
Yeah.
think of that.
Well, and it's one of my friends that she was doing that on hers, and I was like, oh, I forgot about it because I had done it years before, and it was one of those things like, oh, I forgot about that trick. That works. But I know it's interesting how everybody kind of has their, little ways they do things.
Yep.
Jen, is that a Cobalt tool chest behind you?
It is Husky. actually.
Husky? Okay.
Yeah, because that one you can order. There's like 2 others, I think, that you can order from Home Depot online in a
Home
couple of
Depot
different
is
colors.
Husky.
Yeah. And then my table right here is actually a Husky workbench, and it's got drawers.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because I
Mhm.
saw, I was at Lowe's and I saw a Cobalt one that had the wooden top, but I didn't know.
Okay.
Did you have it delivered or did they deliver it for you? You have to go get it.
No, my husband actually surprised me with that. Weirdly enough, the October crafter party last year, Alex had shown hers, and I was like, oh my God, I never thought
Yeah,
of
I
that.
remember when you said you got a surprise, but I didn't
Yeah.
realize that's what it was.
Yeah, because I had gone upstairs to grab coffee or something. I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. And there's one that would fit, and I can order it in white and whatever. I'm like, but I need to think about it. And he, like, as I'm walking down the stairs, he's on Home Depot ordering it.
Aww.
So that was
I would
my
think they're much
Christmas
more rock
last year.
solid. That's the one thing I don't like about my IKEA desks is they're wiggly. Even though
Yes.
they're all tightened up, they're kind of wiggly for me.
So the other one here, and they bill it as a workbench. It's actually height adjustable. Like there's a little crank, so I can do it not that I ever crank it, because then I have to move that table to crank it, but that's beside the point. It's got the wooden top. I mean, you cannot do anything to this top, I'm telling you. I have
It's a
got
workbench.
glue, I have cut. I mean, it's fine. But it's got the drawers that aren't like deep, but they're full length and they come all the way out.
One of the other things I don't like
Trimmers and
about
floorboards
IKEA.
and whatnot are all in there. The Tim Holtz mat is in here,
Ooh,
and it's
I
just
like
right
that one.
there. And that was my birthday this year, because somebody else
I might have to go look on Home Depot.
in a group had posted this, and I was like, oh, and there's several different links. You can get it with or without the drawers.
Yep.
And I mean, I really love it. I wasn't sure when it first got here. I was like, oh, it's not as deep, but it's been okay. So yeah.
Husky workbench.
Yes. In fact, you know what? I'll find you the link right now.
I went with drawers.
Yeah. And they had it in a couple of colors, if I remember
Height
right.
adjustable, 52
Mhm.
by 24.
Yeah, mine is, I think I did the 60-inch.
62.
Yes. Yeah, because they have a 46, a 52, and then I think it's a 62. Because I know I did the longer one. I think. No, I can't.
You know, in
think.
all honesty, like I'm looking at the price point, and while it's going to be indestructible, but by the time I went to IKEA,
Right? And literally
like,
both of them, we just ordered it. They got it, had free delivery to the store, and then he just went over and picked them up.
oh, that's sweet. Yeah, there's a 46-inch, a 52, a 62, and a 72.
Yeah, I did the 62. And you can do it with or without the drawers.
46.
then
46 would probably be long enough for my area. It's the problem in my house because we have an oversized cape, but it's still having it, like I'm 3 feet short in every room.
Right?
And I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
okay, if I don't want to walkway.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry to ask, but what did you get from Home Depot?
It's a Husky workbench.
I just put the link in the chat.
Thank you.
So it's her work desk.
Yeah, I've been using a long table, and I did find something I like. I have these little baskets that hook over the edge of the table, and there's a little basket underneath, and that's been really nice.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah. Well, because I've had just the IKEA tables, but like the tops of them get scarred up so easily, and that was driving me absolutely crazy. So when I had seen this one, I was like, oh, I kind of think I want it. And yeah, I love it.
And you just have the wheels locked.
No, this one, the bench itself doesn't have wheel. Well, it had an option for wheels. You could do it with or without the wheels. So I had him assemble it without the wheels because it doesn't move. That one, I do just have the wheels. No, I don't even think I have them locked because it's heavy enough. It's not going anywhere. But I do move it out occasionally. Like if I need to get back behind, there's like a plug back behind it.
So in your Husky one in the back, what do you keep in yours?
The top drawer is all my oxides
Nice.
in rainbow
Uh-huh.
or
How
just,
do you what?
and then the drawers I've got
You email them to yourself?
glitters in one, embossing powders, shaker fill in
You
one,
can't because you don't have an iPad.
like gems and stuff in one. I've got 2 drawers of like mixed
I have
media,
no
so like all
idea
the
how you
pastes
would do
and
it
gels
unless
and that
you
kind of
emailed
thing.
them to yourself.
And then all my foilings, the 2 big bottom ones.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it was interesting when I first, not one of my first times, but when I started really building out the Tim Holtz collection,
Mhm.
the lady who owned the stamp store down the thing, how they have the chart. And she goes, no matter which way you go in the row, everything coordinates together. Like all the colors work together. And I went,
Really?
oh, okay. So that I always keep
can
mine
kinda
in
see
that
that,
build
yeah.
out. Because they all kind of like, if you want to pick a color
Yeah.
palette of like yellow, go yellow on a diagonal, yellow up and down, yellow across, whichever way you go, it'll coordinate together.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
That's what I was told. So I picked
That's
it.
interesting. I'm just picturing. Do I have it in here? Maybe I have one of them in here. Oh, I think I do. Because that actually makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense.
Wait, repeat that, Lisa. What did
You know how the Tim Holtz color list that you can download, we actually have it off, we springboards off the front page of Maker Forte now, down at the bottom in the organize your supplies.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
on Tim Holtz's color chart, whether you go, if you pick like a yellow and you go diagonal in any direction, those colors coordinate with the other one, like they all work together.
Oh, all right, right. Okay. Oh,
So it's oddly a quick way of picking it because like Color Hive, I haven't been able to do a storage unit for you. I haven't been in the craft room in like forever except to pick up a coat. But it's like I try to put things like forward thinking, like, all right, how do I make this easier? So like my Copics for me, I have them in the trays. My Tim Holtz, the Distress, I have them in the trays, but I have this tray set up like the color chart.
Okay.
I keep them in the color chart. So if I pick a red and I go down the list, those colors will go like from the red down through the yellow and the green and the blue. I'll
Mhm.
pick that. If I go on a diagonal, it just works. So for me,
Okay.
that's how my mind thinks about it.
Okay. And see, I could probably do my oxides and stuff in a more space saving manner, but it's so pretty. I like just opening the drawer and there they all are.
Yup.
It's so pretty. I can't help it.
It's eye candy without the calories.
It is. And I mean, then I've got some little boxes on the one end with all my blending brushes because the oxides each have their own because I'm weird about that. The rest of them, I don't care. It's just the oxides I'm weird about.
Gracie, I used the ones, I got them off of Amazon. They're I want to say it's Spectrum. Wait, is that the markers or the pads? Now I have to stop and think. Let me find the link for you because I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been a while since I completed that.
While you're looking for that, Lisa, did the kaleidoscope powder list ever get finished?
Haven't gotten there yet.
Darn. Okay, I really want that one
Yep.
so bad. Okay.
Copy. The one that I use for my inks is this. It is not my favorite because I need to have hubby cut a block to put in the back because the Tim Holtz pads are shorter. There's like a little plastic bump in them in the back, but not enough for me. And I want to store my foam blending things on the bottom of the ink pad, but then they don't sit flat. So I'm kind of like working with that, but that's what I had to begin with.
Yeah, I have those and I actually ended up getting rid of them because I didn't think they like sat right most of the time. They seem to like every time you get one out, like the whole thing would shift on me. I don't know. I was not a fan of those. So I've actually got the clear, well, my Tim Holtz are all in the thing, but my Color Hives and my Tailored Expressions are all in the clear ink pad holders from scrapbook.com when they go on sale.
Okay.
And the Maker Forte, the re-inkers will actually slide in next to them in the clear ones from Scrapbook.
Can you take a picture of that?
Awesome. Yeah. In fact,
Or show us, or
they're literally right here.
That's why I think I've held off on ordering something different because I the trial and error.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they come in white too, I think, but I liked the clear ones. But yeah, they slide in there just perfectly, and the re-inkers slide in right next to them.
And there's enough of a lip to catch the ink pads too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The way they sit, they actually sit kind of tilted just slightly back, like not enough where you look at it and go, oh, it's tilted back. But when you like slide stuff in and out of here, you can tell.
Oh, okay.
So there's like not a lip, but it's kind of canted towards the back. But yeah, I mean,
I like those.
Perfect.
Yeah, I put 4 of those on a Lacy Susan back to back. And that's where I keep mine also. But I didn't know the re-inker would fit. I usually keep my re-inkers in nail polish.
So the Tim Holtz fit in there really well too. Like they don't go too far back where you can't grab them and get them out.
Oh, yeah, I have all my permanent blacks, like the like Alex's and the archival from Tim and stuff and that. And then I have the Maker Forte ones.
Okay.
I put a picture of my 4 on a Lacy Susan. I think it was on the crafter party because somebody asked about it and I put a picture.
Very cool.
Thank you for sharing. That's very useful. I just have them in drawers, and so, or little boxes, and it's not, you always have to go to different places, so it's not the easiest way of doing it.
Oh, look, and the ink pad storage is on sale.
Oh, there you go.
Another thing that fits there is cut cardstock. Like if you have cardstock bases, I have one flat where I put my pre-cut cardstock bases and fronts. But I'm at a point in my craft room that I need to go up instead of sideways.
Yes. And that's pretty much what I've had to do too.
Yeah.
Just so you know, scrapbook.com has an extra 5% off right now too.
Oh, there you go.
So that basically, for me, it usually pretty much takes care of their shipping.
Yeah, because their shipping is annoying, but that's okay.
Yeah, they don't ever give you free shipping. Every once
they do. Sometimes,
but you have to get the
VIP
free
shipping. Nothing's on sale.
So, and what do you have to do to get another 5% of? I mean, they're for 2 boxes, you get $30 off at the moment for the storage areas. That
I'm just going out there to look.
Well, the only shipping that's more annoying than that is Sizzix shipping.
Oh, and see, I don't usually order from
I don't
that.
order directly from Sizzix. They're
No.
crazy
Yeah,
how much
I
they
wanted
charge
an
for
extra
shipping.
plate for an extra set of plates from for my Switch Plus, and they're not everywhere right now, and it just got to the point that Sizzix right now has them on sale, and it was better to order from them, but the shipping from them is awful.
Yeah.
The way that I usually do it though is I usually figure the shipping into what I'm buying, right?
Mhm.
Like the price may be better here, but they give you,
Yeah.
but their shipping's a lot. But
Yeah.
then if you you just gotta, to me, it's the finance brain that I have. I sit there and I calculate
I'm always
everything.
looking at how much are they going to charge me to ship it and how fast do they ship it.
Right.
Like scrapbook.com ships fairly quickly.
Yep.
And who's the one I've
What I like about scrapbook.com too is they package everything so nice.
They do. They package really
Like
well.
if you buy like liquid inks or something, they wrap it in
Mhm.
plastic. You never have a problem with something leaking or
No.
whatever. And I
Yeah.
never get anything that's crushed.
Mm-mm.
I like Joggles too. You get 50% off depending on what you order for the
Yeah.
shipment.
Joggles is here in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
What is
and
that?
Very fast.
Joggles is here in Rhode Island.
Yeah. I mean, if I order on Wednesdays, I most of the time have the order by Saturday.
What's the name of that store?
Joggles, Joggles.
I have
Never
not
heard
run
of it.
across them.
Never heard of it either.
No, Barbara, I mean, it's like I order on Wednesday and on Saturday. So she comes from Rhode Island, has to come to Colorado. Generally, I have it by the Saturday, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, that's good.
Wow,
Mhm.
$50, save 50% off shipping.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's the fastest on shipping is my favorite things.
Oh, that's another that I haven't.
Yeah, they're pretty fast.
My favorite things, they're not really my style. I look at it and I
No.
look at it and I don't like those drawings, the way that they're like all like, I don't know, I can't, I mean, some of their dyes are really nice. They're
Mhm.
like
Especially that's what I
specialty dyes, but I mean, I would go, I'm on their email list. I go look and I'm like, oh, this is pretty. And then I'm like, nah, I'm not going to use that. I always wind up like not ordering it.
No, the two fastest shipping, honestly, that I've seen have been Tailored Expressions, usually within an hour of ordering, like you're getting the shipping notice. And then
Yeah,
actually the lady
they're
I
good,
designed
yeah.
for her shipping department is insanely fast.
Simon says stamps is pretty quick if they already have the stuff.
And see,
and
every
they
time I
always
order
give
from
you-
them and Cherry, Simon says stamp isn't as bad. Cherry on top, oh my God, they're so slow.
I know, you can't
Drives
even,
me
I don't even
nuts.
order from them anymore. Like there was one time it took so long, I
yeah.
forgot I ordered it. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I got
Well, I
something
had
in the mail and I'm like,
pre-ordered-
where did this come from? And I totally even forgot that I had ordered it.
Oh, I had done pre-orders on Doodlebug with them just because they do like 20% off on pre-orders usually. But then they charge you so much to ship. It's like,
The other good thing about Simon Says is that they give you those $5 off coupons.
Yeah.
And that offsets some of the cost of shipping.
Yeah, because their shipping is usually a standard $7.99, right?
Right.
Simon says.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so if they give you that $5 off, then you're paying $2.99 for shipping. It doesn't like traumatize me.
No.
Yeah, like when Tim releases his new colors, I go through Stampers Anonymous,
Yes,
Simon
free
Says,
shipping.
Ranger,
Mhm.
and then I decide which one is the best deal. Because Stampers Anonymous doesn't have shipping. It doesn't charge you for shipping. But then Simon Says does the bundle. So you have
But
to.
you can get a bundle from Stampers Anonymous too.
See, for the new color, I went out there and they didn't have the bundle when I went out there and bought
I pre-ordered it on Sign
Yeah, I
Unseen.
pre-ordered from Simon.
No, I got it from the SA. I always order them from SA because they usually have the best price, and I like to get everything. So
Yeah.
See, I mostly just get the oxides and occasionally like the sprays, but I
And
don't usually
Ranger
get the
also
normal
gives you
distress.
nice discounts sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they ship fairly fast too, because I've gone directly
Yes.
to Ranger from
I
some
like their
stuff.
mailers.
Yeah.
They're cool.
It just depends on what I'm looking for and how fast I want it.
Exactly.
Yeah, like if you could
And
be
now with the
patient,
cost
like
of
some,
gas.
all right, some stores are okay, but if you want it
Yeah.
like yesterday, then you like, I'm just gonna
Then
order. I
it's
don't
like
care
I
if they're
know
gonna
where
charge
to
me.
go look.
I'm not a patient person.
No.
I found the coupon for scrapbook.com, which gives you another 10% off on the already reduced price of
There
the
you go.
that they have for those storage units. I'll
Okay.
type it in if anybody wants to use it.
Sure.
So,
What's it
What
for?
I need on there right now.
well, for scrapbook.com, I found a coupon that gives you 10% off, but those storage units are already on sale for $30 off for the pack of 2. So, and then you get another 10%. So that ends up being a pretty good deal. Okay, so let's see. SCT coupon 1639. Yeah, so I put it in there.
Thanks, Jen, for being another enabling shopping trip.
I know.
Sorry.
That's what we do. That's what we do around here. Is
I know.
talk about food or enable everybody else to go shopping.
Exactly. That's what crafters do to support other crafters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Justification via the tribe.
Exactly.
Annie, I saw your post about that storage unit at Amazon. I tried one of those, but to me, it was garbage.
Mm,
You had to put it together. Every piece you had to put together. You had to snap it together, and it's made out of that like plastic
oh, I
coated
know which one you're talking
foam,
about. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it's split. A lot of the pieces, like when I had to hit it to make it go in, they started splitting. So I
Mm.
wouldn't recommend that. Especially for that price. I mean, if it was like a few bucks, okay, fine, but not for that price, 30 something dollars.
Yeah.
And I don't think the color hide will fit in there.
Hmm.
I have to put one of those Huskies on my Christmas list.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to
That's what I wanted. Hold on. No. There's where I was.
Okay.
My boss keeps asking me what's taking so long to test my product. I'm supposed to be testing right now. What's taking so long? It's not going well. I keep telling him it's not going well. Give me a second. I was so mad. They told me on Thursday that they needed me this week, and I'm like, I already have plans. Well, you're the only one that can do it. I'm like,
Well,
I'm
then you
tired.
have to wait till
Well, then
Monday
it's
when
gonna
I'm
have to
available. I have
wait.
plans already.
Oh,
I'm like, why am I always the only one that can do it?
I know.
That's not the right answer. The right answer is I'm the only one that they trust to do it. That's
Well.
a totally different thing.
Yeah.
That is true, but it also implies that they're not thinking ahead. And perhaps you should be training someone else who then could also do it to the level, to the standard that.
Part of the problem is we've had people come in to
Mhm.
train my role. They last about a year and then they quit.
Yeah,
Ah, yes.
finance. You say, is that
So I'm
right?
in finance, yeah. Mhm.
My husband is in finance.
But
too.
I'm also the problem is I'm also in the regulatory piece of it. So there's a lot. People don't want to be bothered. When you talk about OFAC sanctions and all this other stuff, they're like, nope, because if I mess up, it's going to cost the firm money and I'm going to lose my job.
Yeah.
Like, don't mess up.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
hiring right now, it's awful.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It
yeah.
really is.
We're having to pay people.
Nobody wants to work. It's like, I
No.
don't understand.
Well,
We- I-
the work market is good, so in order to hire somebody, you have to pay a lot more than what you used to.
there's that, but I had a person who wasn't utilized enough, and we had a project for her, and she refused to do it because, you know, she wouldn't be able to spend time on some other stuff that is like, you know, more. You can do it, but you have to do it in combination. She was more interested in other work, so she said, "No, I'm not doing it." Like, and I was like,
I don't understand that, right? If you get hired to do a job,
yeah,
how do you tell your boss, your manager, whatever, I'm not doing that?
I know, and it's like,
But it's like an epidemic. I have people in my own team that have been around forever. When something new comes up,
yeah,
they basically say, that's not my job.
yeah, yeah.
And
it's
I'm
really-
like, but your manager is telling you that it is your job.
Right.
So how do you say that it's not my job? And how do
Yeah.
they not get fired? That's what I want to know.
And that's what it was one of the discussions that I had with too, correct? Most of us that are your bosses come from a generation when if you said no, they walked you out of the door.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't be surprised that we're shocked or like, you know, taken aback when people say no. I think if there's plenty of other things that you're up for, maybe you can choose, correct? But if you don't have enough to do, we're not paying you to sit idle.
But I always tell people that come onto my team, right?
Mhm.
If you're bored, it's your own fault.
Yeah.
Because there's lots of work that needs to get done around here.
Yep, indeed. I agree with that.
And I don't know, I had it drilled in me from the time I was like in grammar school, right?
Mhm.
This strong Irish Catholic work ethic, right? Whatever job you're doing, doesn't matter what your job is. No job is not a good job, but you do the best you can at the job that you're in.
Yeah, yeah, that was
That's
I grew up in Belgium in a bakery. And so from when we were small, we were helping out. It was a family bakery, like, you know,
Mhm.
been family for generations. Shops had to be ready to open at 7 o'clock. Farmers had to have their bread delivered between 6 and 7 in the morning before they started the farm work. So we were out by 5 delivering bread,
Yep,
correct?
mhm.
It's like, that's what it was.
My father always told me, you know, learn as much as you can. You want to make yourself the most valuable employee
Yep.
at your company, right?
Yep.
So that's what I've done. Now I'm paying for it.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, my parents were workaholics, and I'm a workaholic too. I should be working this weekend, but I'm not.
Yeah, I'm
But
working to get a presentation.
I'm an actuary, so I also deal with math, Lisa.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I'm a securities data specialist. So it's all data
Mhm.
and it's all regulatory stuff. Oh, I deal with the OFAC team, you know, OFAC sanctions against Russia and China and Venezuela, all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And you know, I deal with a lot. I have my fingers in a lot of pies at the company. That's what they tell me.
Yeah.
But you know, that's what happens when you've been working in a place, you know, 30 years.
Mhm. Yeah.
Little did my sister-in-law know when she got me a part-time file clerking job at Merrill Lynch 30-something years ago that this is what it would turn into.
Yeah, I've been with my company 38,
Wow.
right out of college.
That's almost unheard of these days.
That's what I was thinking. You don't hear that very often.
Yeah, that's what, like, when we have our milestone anniversaries, they start going through, you know, this one's been here 45 years, this one's been here, you know, this many. It's like, you know, we had one that she worked the company like 65 years. I'm like, why is she still working? Like, why would you still be like, even if you started at like 18, Like,
Yeah, my plan is that I'm gonna wait until my 40th anniversary, which I will be 62. And once I get my anniversary bonus, I'm out of there.
yeah, they're doing what they're doing now at my company is they're giving you can take 2 sabbaticals in your career, right? So what'll happen with me, I'll hit my 35th anniversary in 3 years, right? So I get 6 weeks sabbatical paid on top of my 6-week vacation, right?
Wow.
And then I could take another one on my 35th year, right? And that'll put me right into my retirement. So I'll be off half the year that I retire.
Oh, wow.
Wow, nice.
Got to get something out of putting all these years in at this company.
You go.
That's true. Yep.
The other thing that we're doing in my company now is that when you turn 62, you can work 3 days a week for 2 years and then go. So
Yeah, I can guarantee you my company's not gonna let me do that.
yeah. Well, I worked 4 days a week when my girls were little. And then when I moved to Louisville, they wanted me to work full time again. So if they let me work a reduced schedule at 62, I may stay a couple more years. But who knows?
That's what
I want
would-
the company to pay for my knees and my shoulders. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Get whatever you need, get done while you're on their insurance plan. And then yeah.
And when I retire, I'll be bionic and I'll start traveling everywhere.
That's a great idea.
We can rebuild her.
Do any of your companies have a policy on that part-time work? We have a split in our company. And so the focus is really on the younger employees. And I'm trying for them to start looking at the older employees and look at those options for partial work, like do a 4-day work or a 3-day
Why
work.
do the younger people need to work part-time? Excuse me.
No, they're looking more at their career development, not part-time work. But I want to counterbalance the focus on the career development for the younger employees with then looking towards retirement and have options also available for the older employees.
Yeah.
Can then work. Say, I don't want to give up work immediately, but I want to go to a 4-day week or a 3-day week. So that one, we still have their brains and their knowledge to available.
Right. So
But
you're not losing that.
Correct.
So instead of them going somewhere else, you're offering options. I was the first one in my company, and I work in a company of thousands of people, and that had a reduced schedule. So I was the pioneer. And then other offices started hearing about it. So at this point, we do offer reduce hour schedules and also share jobs. Like somebody will work 3 days and the other person will work 2, and then they switch 3 and 2, something like that.
Yeah, well, what I keep getting told is when I tell them that I'm ready to retire, that they're going to offer me a large incentive to stick around. And I'm like, what do they mean by large?
Yep.
It's going to have to be extremely large.
Show me the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if I put in for my retirement at 65, right, which is when you can get Medicare, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that holds everybody back, right? Is the health insurance. If they want me to stick around to my full retirement, which would be 67, right? They're gonna have to offer me a lot of money.
Well, let's hope that Social Security doesn't go away.
I don't think it's gonna go away. There would be riots in the street.
Yeah. My husband's 10 years older than me, so he retired a long time ago and he's taking Social Security. But I just turned 60 this year.
I'm 58. So I got about 9 more years to go.
Yeah, I think for us, I'll be working till I'm in my 70s, but we still have, our kids are we had our kids later, so we want to probably keep working till they've done their college degrees. So
I think that's gonna be my brother. My brother's got he's actually got 4 girls that are in college right now, and he's got 2 more. Get this, 2 more in junior school. So
oh my goodness.
they adopted 2 more.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm like, you already had 4 girls, but yet you adopted 2 more.
Yeah. Well.
And my brother says I'm never gonna be able to retire. They're gonna bury me on my job. And I'm like, don't say that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a little bit scary on one side, but yeah.
But my brother's a stone setter. So I mean, you're talking about backbreaking work.
Yeah.
That's not an easy job to do once you get past a certain age.
No, it isn't.
He works in Acadia National Park up there in Maine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he does like we talked about the covered bridge earlier. He does all the stone setting on the all the historical bridges up there. He does all the restoration work.
Wow. Yeah, that is heavy work. My brother-in-law in Germany, so my husband is from Germany. He does the tiling of the roofs with the slate, the stone slate, and that's his own business. And he's 14 years younger than my husband, but he struggles with it now, though already. So, he's in his.
My brother, he probably, I don't know. I mean, the hard part is the winters up there, right?
Yeah.
Being out there in that cold and that, that's when he feels it in his bones.
Yeah. I'm surprised.
But, he loves the work though. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure that there's not too many younger people who go in that type of work. Is that right?
Yeah. No, he's got what they call a couple of apprentices.
Mm-hmm.
That he's working with, but yeah, no, I don't. A lot of people don't want to do that kind of work anymore.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. So I was just curious.
He couldn't. He had a few different jobs. He tried like working for the Board of Ed. He tried working for he's not an office guy.
Yeah.
It just didn't work with him. So he got into the Stone Setters Union years ago in New York when we all lived there, and he's loved it. I mean. It's backbreaking work. I don't know. It's not something for everybody, put it that way.
No. But it's nice.
My brother's landscape architect at Glacier National Park.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
He retired in December, though.
Yeah. My brother, he loves the work, but yeah, he was featured in a magazine article, Acadia National Park magazine, and he has a video online talking about how they have to match the grout to the historical grout that was used back in the day,
Yeah.
That's cool.
He's the only one that's doing a job that's like,
that's an art.
That means something.
That's art and science.
The rest of us have money-making jobs. Not him. He's got a job that means something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's amazing.
But yeah, he's got 6 girls, 6 of them.
Oh.
He's brave.
When they were first having them, they had them 2 years apart, and they were like, every 2 years they were having a baby, and it was another girl. We were like, what the hell? No boys. Boys are very prevalent in my family.
They are?
Yeah, we got I'm one of 7, but my mother had 5 boys and 2 girls. My brothers, my second oldest brother, I'm actually third oldest brother. He's got 2 boys. My other brother's got 2 boys. So they either have boys or they have girls. Nobody's got mixed genders.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, my husband.
My chromosome going on,
And in our family, my family in Belgium, it's a mix, but a little bit more girls than boys.
No, these Fitzpatricks, they make boys. I don't know.
And I was one of 7. I have 3 brothers and 3 sisters. So just
One of seven. I'm the oldest girl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right smack in the middle. I'm number 4 of 7.
I'm number 5 of 7, but age-wise, I'm smack in the middle. So my eldest sister is 6 years older. My youngest sister is 6 years younger. So
No, my mom had 7
Nice.
babies in 11 years.
ours was 12, and there was one that died. So there were 8, but there's 7 left. in foster.
I remember the year that I turned 30, or was it 30, 32? You know, my mom, like, her thing was when I was 32 years old, I had 7 kids. I looked
Yeah.
at her like, well, good for you, because I'm not having any.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely a different generation at that time. Like ours, Belgium is Catholic too, so it was like,
Yeah, well, you know, there was no birth control in those days.
well, the priest would come knocking on the door if it wasn't happening too in Belgium.
Well, I don't think it was that bad in Astoria, Queens, but
Yeah, no, they came knocking on the door.
but
But they-
what do you call it? Yeah, I
So-
mean, when I tell people, they're like, man, I'm like, yeah, but it's not really that odd in my generation, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
To have a bigger family. The newer families, yeah, like,
Yeah.
you know,
I would say so too. But I had friends with 10, 13, 17 in a family.
yeah,
And
my
I-
father was one of 9.
Yeah, wasn't uncommon.
My mother was one of 5, but my grandmother lost a set of twins, so that would have been 7 too. But-
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know it's
And it was
Yes.
interesting growing up. Yeah.
yeah, but I think also almost correct. Their like I read that somewhere. Their pension plan was really the next generation. So
Well,
more
yeah,
than-
yeah. Like that was like, you know, they had social security. That was it.
Yeah.
You know, my parents.
Yeah.
My mother lived with me until she died. You
Yeah.
know.
yeah, and like my grandparents and great aunts lived with us until
But that was very common, right? To have multiple generations in one household.
oh yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
I always say that, you know, that would, I think there was not a breakdown, but you definitely saw a difference, you know, when you had people living in the same house, you know, like one family would be on one floor and the next, because how many kitchens do you need? How many laundry rooms do you need? I'm like, it kind of would be a new generation of, you know, you have somebody who you could, you know, almost like a duplex, but a duplex with a community portion.
Right. Yeah.
You know, because everybody has their own separate living space, but you have like a communal kitchen, a communal laundry facility, that type of thing. I'm like, oh, that'd be kind of a cool concept.
Right. But that was the thing, right? Like when I was growing up, it was family dinners. There was no like, yeah, we all had to be home by a certain time to eat dinner together. That was it, you know.
That's something we've tried to keep with Emma, and you know, we sit down and we have dinner together, and we try to leave phones away. Like, we all know something happens, but if it's something, you know, you can put it there, and as long as it's not anything urgent, because with work stuff between hubby and I, you know, it's kind of like, oh, it's nothing I have to worry about right now, you know. But we try to have dinner together. And you know, we had during the whole COVID lockdown, we were doing games after dinner. We had some vicious games of Sorry. We play Screw Your Neighbor Uno, which you play with everything can stack. So if you have a draw 4, if the next person who gets if the person who puts down the draw 4, you know, then the next person's supposed to pick that up. But if they have a draw 4, they can put that on top. So if the next person doesn't have a draw 4, they have to draw 8. So everything would double and stack. And you know, it was really a cool time where we would just spent time together.
Well, you know, that's the thing,
get out of the
right?
house.
That's the thing. Like, you know, the pandemic forced everybody to kind of reconnect, I think. Right? Like with me, it was kind of, it's really like, I say this all the time. For me, the pandemic was like a blessing in disguise, because I was home with my mother while she was ill, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't have to bring in, like, because I was working from home, and I didn't have to bring in outside help.
Right.
Because I was there with her. Right.
Yeah.
So for me, it was like a blessing in disguise. I was, you know, and we would like She was a big fan of Jeopardy and the Wheel of Fortune, right? So we had to watch that every night, even though those game shows used to drive me mad. But but we spent a lot of time together. I mean, even when I was in my craft room, she would come sit in the chair in my craft room and read her book or whatever because she was just wanted to be close to somebody,
Yeah.
So
I was thankful for cats.
You were what for cats?
Thankful.
Thankful for cats. I was going to ask, what are you working on? I see this big ball of yarn.
Looks like a pumpkin.
I'm making these pumpkins.
Oh my gosh, how stinking cute are those?
There's this pink one. I decided to go outside the box.
That's
Those are
cute.
adorable.
Those are
It's
cute.
so sad. And like this one's a smaller one. I'm trying to make a little smaller one. But it's called Scrappy Pumpkin. It's Janelle's crochet therapy. I think it's what the person that had the pattern. It's real easy pattern, and it just takes scraps basically.
Oh my gosh, those are
Yeah,
so
I've
cute.
never learned how to crochet or knit. Those
My
are two-
mom was their crocheter. She literally could just
Not
sit
be a
and
project to
crochet.
start to learn to crochet on because you have to pull 3 threads at one time. But that's why it's so dense. You actually pack it with plastic bags. You don't. I mean, I'm running out of plastic bags, so I may have to use polyfill. But free plastic bags are cheaper. But it's really, I thought they were really cute.
Yeah, really
Those are
nice.
so
I
cute.
actually gave a couple to some friends. One of the guys at church does the SC Bach Corral, and they were having a fundraiser, so I gave them 2 for their silent auction.
I love those. They're so cute.
I thought they were cute. So
I
yeah.
have one of the last blankets that I had found a yarn that I really fell in love with, and I asked my mom to make a blanket out of it because she used to make blankets left, right, and center. So I have the very last blanket that she ever made, and it is this gorgeous reds and oranges and yellows, and just reminds me of fall. And I have it tucked away safely in my cedar closet at the moment because I have enough other blankets out. And I'm like, that's the last crocheted piece I have from her.
Yeah. I usually, like, if I'm making something small, I mean, like I make this sweater pattern over and over again. It's a knit pattern, but if I'm going to have to make a blanket, I usually will crochet it just because it's so much faster.
Yeah. I didn't learn crochet. I learned to knit, just basic knit. And I just haven't had time to like go explore and learn something else.
Well, I learned to knit when I was a child, and I learned to crochet when I was like in nursing school in my middle 20s. So, but because I already knew how to knit, it was really not that big a. I actually hold my yarn in all the same way that I do for knitting. So
those are adorable.
My mother wasn't a crafty person. She doesn't know where I got the bug from. But she could cook and bake. That was her thing.
Yeah, I cook and I bake. Those are my other loves.
I just don't cook. They make fun of me at Weight Watchers. So anyway, when I'll start to say I cooked something, they go, "What?"
Yeah, I mean,
lucky me, my neighbor called me when our break started and said, "Can you eat broccoli? I made some broccoli cheddar soup." And I was like, "I'm getting ready to eat lunch." She said, "Come over." And I was like, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute."
Oh, nice.
I know I have great neighbors. So that was what I had for lunch, was that homemade soup. It's great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was hot too. I didn't even have to heat it up.
That's the best kind. Yeah.
Oh,
my mom was a great cook. She could cook basically anything. We grew up eating really well.
We grew up
everything homemade from scratch. My mother never bought anything prepackaged because she said those prepackages didn't have enough to feed 9 people.
That's true.
That's my other skill. I can cook anything, any cuisine. I can go to a restaurant, taste something, and figure out what's in it and recreate it.
Yeah, that's what my mom used to do. Like we would get say we would order something in, right? On a rare occasion, right? And she'd be like, and everybody would be ranting and raving about whatever. And she'd be like, "Oh, I can make this." It's like all this is, and she would start listing ingredients, tomatoes and this and that. I'm like, how do you even know that? Like, she even know like what spices were in there.
I'm
she
really
was not
hard on
professionally
restaurants
trained.
because I only go out if they can make something equally or better than me. and which is rare. So
Where you live? I might have to come over.
I live in Louisville, Kentucky.
I've been there before, actually.
I have friends up in Louisville.
Oh. Yeah, I moved here. I'm from Puerto Rico. I went to school in Boston. And then I moved to Kansas City from after I finished school and was there for 23 years. And then my company moved me to Louisville to head a new venture. I miss my friends in Kansas City, but I like Louisville.
Yeah,
I can
Marilyn
do
moved me down
meatballs. I
here
just
to
never-
Florida
Dennis was
18 years
talking
ago.
about meatballs. I'm like, I just never get them to like that consistency I'm looking for, that finish that I want. Like other
Yeah.
stuff I can do. We've been doing a lot of quick dinners, and I'll do steak and cheese sandwiches with onions and peppers,
Ooh, that sounds
or I'll
good.
do a sliced chicken steak, like a chicken steak and cheese. No steak in it, it's just chicken. I'm not sure what to call it. Chicken, cheese, and peppers. And I'm like, bar none, beats any sub shop in the area. I'm like, I'd put it up against them anytime. And I'm like, I don't do anything complicated. It just works.
Well, isn't it funny though how that works though? Sometimes that what you're making yourself is so much better.
I call them the R&D department. They're like, R&D, oh no, shucks. But it was the hunt for the best bread to put the sandwiches on.
Yeah, that's
because we made them like several times, and Emma just like absolutely loves them. It's like, nope, this bread's too bready. We need something a little less bread.
Well, good luck finding good bread in Jacksonville. It doesn't exist.
Oh my God, when we lived in Georgia, it was the same way. There was no such thing as decent bread anywhere down there.
No, that's what like
My
when I moved here, like I said, about 18 years ago now, I lost about 15 pounds like the first 6 months because I wasn't eating bread. Because I went from eating New York Italian bread or bakery rye bread, whatever, to eating no bread whatsoever.
Just
Yeah, it's
Lisa,
hard to find in
New York
Jacksonville.
bread. I have figured out I can order New York City bagels and have them delivered. Kind of made the FedEx guy jealous. He's like, the truck smells so good. But yeah,
Right. Crusty Italian bread with sesame seeds. That's what I want.
I actually order my spaghetti sauce from a company back home, and I have to buy it by the case.
Oh,
So
wow.
I get 12 mason jars of sauce sent to me wherever.
From where?
It's Casa Visco. It's a company. They're in Rotterdam, New York, and
Okay, yeah.
they
Because we used to buy fresh pasta from a place called Casanelli's. Oh my God, ravioli, my God. Oh my God. My mom used to make trays of lasagna. We would go buy the fresh lasagna noodles from them.
I know. I
We have
miss all the
Venda
good
ravioli.
Italian.
We have Venda pasta up on Federal Hill, which is like the little Italy of Rhode Island, and their pasta is phenomenal. Like most everybody in the state who's serving it, it's Venda. A lot of the frozen food companies, if you look on the back, it'll be Venda ravioli. But they'll
I
do
don't like frozen
butternut-
ravioli. Ugh,
What?
I don't like frozen ravioli. It's gross.
I'm not crazy about the frozen raviolis of that particular, like their offshoot brand. Like if I go into the store and they're frozen, I love them because they're like these jumbo ones.
Okay, yeah. Like
You
when
get,
my
like, 12 in a
when my
pack.
brother comes down, he comes down to visit. My brother Ray comes down every year, right? I like email him a list.
Yep.
Bring me this, bring me this, bring me this, right? And it's like
That's
how am I
something
supposed
I'm
to-
getting back
This is why
into.
he comes in the truck now.
I used
Because
to make all my
I'll get
own
Italian bread and
pasta.
I'll put it in the freezer. At least if I have a few loaves.
I used to make all my own pasta before I had children, and now I'm getting back into it. Bread.
See, for me, I'm only making it for myself. So that's kind of a hard thing, like to make like for one person, right?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Alex. I was starting to think, do I have to give her a call and see if she's awake?
No, I was getting Maddie actually to go and make us quesadillas. while Joy's video's on. So
We always wind up talking about food, Alex.
I
Always.
know, I could hear it and I was like, oh, now I'm really hungry. So I went and woke Maddie up. I'm like, hey, could you make some quesadillas? Great, thanks, love you.
Well, Alex, I promise if I ever make it down to Florida, I'll cook meal for you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so how was everybody's lunch break? Did everyone have fun? I could hear some of the chat about food. As I say, it made me super hungry. So thanks for that. And yeah.
That's what I like is we all get to know each other.
I know. That's what I was saying. Like when I'm writing their cards for the season passes, I'm really excited to do it because I feel like I know all of you, like just through Zoom and things like that. Most of us haven't met. A few of us have met like stores and stuff, but yeah, I'm really excited for that part because.
So what is this? This is like the 4th year crafted party or 5th?
3rd, I think.
Well,
Started
it was
it-
originally Hedgehog Hollow Days.
Yeah, so we started it just before Maker Forte. Maker Forte has been 2 years in September. So yeah, so this will be the 3rd year.
Oh, okay.
We need to
So I
get
just used the beginning of the
feels
first.
like
a
more.
party together where we meet in person.
Yeah. Need to do that, Gina. Maybe next year, maybe like, I feel like everything's a little bit more back to normal by then. So
Yeah.
Well, if you
Been a
come back
crazy
to
year.
Ohio to do an event again, let me know because it's not that far from Louisville.
sounds good. Hopefully next year I'll be out and about again. I'm going to take like the rest of the year off from traveling. So although saying that, I'm actually going, we got gifted 2 VIP tickets to Tony Robbins' event in Miami. So we'll be doing that this week as well. So not quite sure how we're going to do it, but I'm going to take Maddie. I gave her the other ticket. So yeah, so we'll be off just for a couple of days. I think it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, we were gifted those. So Wendy, I haven't had anything, Wendy. I opened all the mail. And I've checked the PO box and stuff. There's nothing in there as well. Oh, that's so cool, Jay. I don't know if we're doing, it's Unleash the Power Then, so I don't know if we're doing the fire stuff or not, but I'm excited for it. I've never done it. I've seen him speak at a couple of events. It was really cool. And then a friend of mine said, hey, I can get 2 VIP tickets. Are you interested? So I'll let you all know how it goes. So yeah, so it's exciting. All right. I just sent a Snapchat to one of my friends and they were like, your hair looks really good. I was like, oh, the leftover Halloween hair. They're like, they didn't even notice it was red and black. So apparently it's not that obvious, but anyway. Let's see. So we have a free order. I did that while I was sitting out there with Maddie. Took a screenshot. So the order is, I'm putting the sheet as well. 1 minute. The order is 23153, which is Melissa Klopster's order. So congrats, Melissa. Your order, Lisa will get that refunded out to you and everything next week. So, and we need a lunchtime winner too. Let me go back to her sheet. And our lunchtime winner for the $25 gift card is Kathy Thompson. So congratulations, Kathy, as well. So lots of prizes to be won. Always fun stuff around here. I love doing the prizes. And I feel much better. I'm going to go eat something and then I'm sure I'll be even better after that. So next up we have Joy, and she's doing glittered and foiled. So you've got all kinds of fun stuff to enjoy with Joy. And it's a longer video, so it's an hour and 5 minutes. So it's kind of going to throw us a little bit off schedule, but it's going to be okay. We'll catch it all back a little bit. Oh goodness, I just clicked the wrong button. So let's dive into it and then we can have a little chit chat afterwards.
Hey, it's Joy. Welcome back to the Crafter Party Retreat. I have some fun projects that are looking at ThermoWeb products. Some of them are from Maker Forte and others are from ThermoWeb specifically. I am going to start out with the Detailed Dots by Maker Forte. So as you know that this is an adhesive that's got dots on it, so it's not a full coverage adhesive. And this is a 4 1/4 by 8 1/2 sheet. So I am putting down my 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 A2 panel, and then I'm cutting off the excess. And that's just so that I can work with the area that I need. You're going to notice on my work surface, I put down a piece of cardstock, and that's just to try to contain the mess, because this is going to be a glittery mess, like a glitter factory exploded. So right now I'm using my bone folder from Maker Forte, and I am burnishing these detailed dots onto the white cardstock. And I'm using not only the beveled edge, but the flat edge, trying to get as good of an adhesion as possible. Now I saved this release sheet for later, just so you know, don't toss it away when you go to use it. This is a process. Some of it's going to work. In the end, you're going to find out that even the ones that look distressed and not so great end up making some really great cards. So I am starting out with the red glitter from our kit. And if any of you know how to open these jars without spilling them, let me know, because I end up wearing some all the time. I leave it out so you don't have that little piece of enjoyment to watch, but I am basically putting almost this entire jar of glitter down, and I am spreading it with my fingers. A little tip is you might not want to do that because you could get splinters. Here I got smarter. I'm using that release sheet, and I am using the bone folder. I'm using the tapered end and the flat end, and I find that the tapered end I get the most pressure with. And I am really working this cardstock because I know that I have particles that don't necessarily want to stick unless there's something that's got a full adhesion. So the more you burnish, the better the results that you're going to get. So keep that in mind as you make these glitter sheets if you ever attempt to do it. I do recommend them. It brings out a really cool project in the end, but be prepared to have a glitter bomb go off in your craft room. So right now we're still looking like it's pretty clean, and I'm trying to pick it up with my fingernails. You see, here I am. I have such mixed emotions about glitter. I hope you're laughing with me at this point. So I am shaking this off. I'm tapping it off to get as much of the excess off, and then I decide I didn't get enough coverage, so I go straight back in with the glitter that's on that cardstock. That's a scratch piece, and I'm trying to burnish it in with my fingers, and I think I come in with a bone folder because I still didn't like it. And what you're going to find out is what you see is what you get with the detailed dots. So here I am funneling this back into the jar. This is probably the most satisfactory moment of my day. I am trying this again with another full bottle of red glitter. I repeat the process. I'm using the release paper, and I am going down with this bone folder with my fingertips. I mean, I might be even saying a little bit of a prayer that I get better coverage. I don't know. So if you have a secret glitter fairy or glitter god to praise, let me know, because I'm playing along. I'm getting glittery, and I love this red. It's my favorite cranberry color for Christmas. So yeah, there's nothing better than a shiny cranberry in my opinion. And you're gonna see that I use this glitter off and on throughout my cards, but we are going to be coming to an end shortly. And I am personally leaving in this entire process so that you can laugh at my expense. That's all I can say. Look at this mess. And I have a lot of loose glitter there. Again, detailed dots are dots. You don't have a full sheet of glue or whatever it is that makes it stick, the two-sided glue. So you're going to get a texture. And I think in my mind when I was starting this, I was thinking that I was going to get full coverage, and that's just not going to happen with the nature of detailed dots. Here I am using a full sheet of adhesive. You can find this in the ThermoWeb store. I will make sure if it's available by Baker Forte as well. But this is full-on adhesion. And I dumped this entire bottle of gold glitter. This is a repetitive process, but we're going to have a much better coverage. Did you see that nasty blister that's on my finger? I was doing wax seals and I grabbed my spoon the other day and I burnt that sucker, and yeah, so I'm sorry that you have to look at that on my index finger, but it is what it is. I am using the bone folder, both again about an angle so that I get the most pressure, and then I flatten it out. I do the exact same thing. So I'm just telling you, I am taking this for the team. I am not a glitter queen. I try to stay away from it as much as possible unless it's very, very controlled. And this is not controlled. But I love you guys. I love Maker Forte. I love the Crafter Party retreats. So I'm taking it for the team today. I am probably overkilling this with the burnishing because I had pretty good coverage if I had just paid attention. But as always, you're always striving for perfection. You want the best coverage, and in my head, I want to create a non-shed glitter cardstock, which after you dust it off enough, that'll happen, but I don't think that I ever got to that stage. But look how stunning this page is. Is that not the best? I think die cutting a word die, that would be magnificent on a card. Now we're going to use some tear tape, and I'm going to use, I want to say, is that, it looks like it might be a half inch. And so I am doing that diagonally across my cardstock. And I leave this whole process in so you see it. So the the tape is going to be wider than the white space that I am leaving. At least that's my attempt. I tried to do this as uniform as possible throughout the entire panel. But it's just another way to add glitter or anything shiny like foil or anything like that. But we're going to show you the foil later on. That's a spoiler alert. We've got foil coming. But I wanted to start with the glitter just to get it over with so that I could stop and I could clean my craft room before we moved on to the foil, because as you know, with foil you have to have a dust-free environment, otherwise the foil will stick to that. So I am still working this tape, and in hindsight I should have done this on my glass mat instead of the scrap cardstock as far as the taping goes, because now I have to worry about ripping it up off of the brown cardstock. It ends up not being a problem. It's just another one of those things. In hindsight, It's hindsight's 2020, and you learn what you should do next time. I always leave in my bonehead decisions so that you guys can learn from them and you don't do them. Here I am taking my Tim Holtz scissors. I do recommend these scissors to cut anything that has adhesive because they're Teflon and non-stick. Now I will say, eventually you can only cut so much adhesive and then you kind of get the scissors gummed up. But it's not as bad as using like a steel or aluminum blade. So I'm just continuing to cut these. I find that the long shears help the most because you get a straight edge. But really at the end it doesn't matter because I'm going to end up cutting these panels down, but that's further on down the line. So I am now burnishing those. The key is always burnishing so that your adhesive stays and your glitter stays. And I'm using the bone folder just like you've seen me do. And then I'm using my crafter's wand and I am peeling up every other stripe. Now I think for interest purpose, I peeled up 2 in a row in one area. And that's because like if I'm going for a candy cane effect, sometimes candy canes have like 2 stripes next to each other and then you've got the gaps. So I'm just trying to give my cards some interest, but if you don't like it, you absolutely don't have to do it. So now every other stripe is exposed, meaning the adhesive is exposed, and I am putting down this red glitter. And I come back in and I start burnishing it. Here I got a little bit smarter and I used some copy paper, and that's just because it's a bigger piece, so I'm not pushing the glitter all around and I'm making less of a mess. So that is my tip for you when you're playing with glitter, is use as big a pieces of paper as possible. Don't try to mess around with those little release pages that came from our adhesive because it's not big enough to contain your mess. I am really working this the same as I did before. And you're going to see that it kind of sticks to my copy paper. I don't really care about that. That's going to be, you know, my scratch paper in the future. So when you see me shaking this off, you're going to see very defined lines. And you have to remember, I left the backing on every other stripe. So that's where you see me pushing it. So I want to make sure that that is true. And it is. I have a few stripes that I wanted a little bit more coverage on. So I am putting more glitter on it. And I'm burnishing that down. And here I didn't use the copy paper. But I think it's because I knew that I had a pretty contained area that I was working with. But do as I say, not as I do. Cover it with the copy paper and you'll be a much happier crafter. So here's going to come the reveal. I did funnel this off into the jar off camera. And now I'm removing those stripes that have not been exposed yet. And we're going to do something else. Do you think it maybe needs more glitter? I think it probably does, right? So there I was touching it to make sure I actually had removed it. I don't know where my mind was when I was crafting. It seemed like I was all over the place. My husband had been texting me. My dogs were barking. I mean, I'm crazy. I craft by the seat of my pants. I never really have a huge plan. So your surprise is what I am when I get my results. And I just wanted you to know that. When I plan for crafting, I write down my calendar, like when things are due or what I kind of want to do. I don't sketch anything out. I don't even think about what 100% I'm going to do. I mean, it might be going on in the back of my brain, but there's nothing written down, nothing planned. Here I am bringing in the copy paper. So I got smarter. I'm just curious, are you the planner? Are you the one that does card sketches and knows exactly what stamps they're going to use? I have a friend who stamps one part of her cards and then she cleans up for the night. And then the next day she does another thing. Like, she knows exactly what she's going to do with every hour of her day. And that blows my mind. I can't do that. So here I am, I'm crafting with you, and we're having a blast. I did get a little piece of adhesive on the back. It doesn't make a difference. Now, did you see that candy cane stripe? We are now moving into foiling, and you're going to see that I have a tub with just soap in it. I leave that off to the side, like under my desk, but I wanted you to be aware. Those are the tools that I use to spread the Deco Foil gels. So the Blanco is white, so it dries white, and you have to set it with a heat like a laminator or a mink machine. The transfer gel is clear when it dries, and that's got to be set with a laminator. Now, if you do the Duo gel, once it's dry, you can either put it through a die cutting machine with the pressure, or you can do a laminator. I do not break out the die machine today. We're sticking with the laminator. I am using this little snowfall stencil that was in our kit, and I am putting the transfer gel. So this is going to dry transparent when it's done. I put it down with a spatula, and now I am using a stencil pal just to get a lighter coat, because I figure the lighter the coat, the less time it's going to take to dry. Now, my glass board is also magnetic, so those white things that you're seeing are magnets that are holding down my stencils and my cardstock, if you are curious. Here's the reveal. I didn't show it to you, sorry. Now we're moving into this snowflake sunburst type thing, and this is where I am bringing in the Blanco. So I put my stencil down into the water, I put my spatulas down, and I'm starting off with something new now. I'm using now the Nuvo spatula, and I am spreading this down. It kind of reminds me like frosting a cake. Now I'm going to say lighter is better, and where that snowflake is, because this is not glued down like with pixie spray or anything like that, that stencil can lift up and you can have stuff seep. So I would say do not rub over it as many times as I did. It worked out in the end in my card design, but sometimes you just have to leave stuff alone. In my mind right now, I am trying to get a even coverage, and I'm also trying to save some of my gel, like I'm going to scrape it off of my spatula and put it back into the jar. We really didn't use that much, so I don't know that it was worth all that work. But I am cleaning that off with a baby wipe. The key is to get all of this paste or gel off of your utensils or your stencils so that it isn't permanently glued to it. I got some on my magnets. I'm even cleaning those off. So the key is stay clean and soak your stuff. Do you ask me how I know? I've got a lot of stencils that have a lot of dried paste and gels to them, and they're not really usable. Here's the reveal. You can see the snowflake did get some running to it, but that Blanco gel is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Here I'm using the buildings, and I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do, and in my mind I decided to do the solid buildings first, and I am putting down the transfer gel. This is not the Blanco. And in my thought process was, once we get this foiled, you can use alcohol markers on it. So I was going to use the stencil that had the windows, and I was going to take a black marker, a black alcohol marker, and color those in. I did not like the finish that I got on this, so I ultimately did not make this into a card, but I am telling you what my intention is. So pay attention to how you spread it and get an even coat, and then you would be able to color on foil just the same as if you have a foiled piece. You can use alcohol inks like the Ranger Tim Holtz alcohol inks. You can do that on top of them as well. It comes out with stunning results. So here's the reveal. Now we're going to try the ephemera. I knew that these were printed with toner. I was hoping that colored toner, meaning not black, would not stick to the foil. Spoiler alert, it does. But I left this in so that you know, so that you don't waste your supplies and try to do something different. I chose a gold to go over this because I thought it paired very nicely with the antique color of the dictionary sentiments. I am putting this through my laminator, and I do put my hand over my laminator often. My laminator is probably on its last legs. I have a mink that's coming, so I put pressure on it, just hoping that it'll foil. You're going to see that some of the words foiled nicely, but we've got a lot of outlines. If that is a look that you like, absolutely use it. I do show you where I salvaged one of them. Now we're going to try some foiling over embossing powder. And so when you emboss, you've got to treat that with an anti-static tool. You need to remember that your foil will stick to dusty things. So keep that in mind. So I treated it with the anti-static tool, and I am using my embossing glue ink, and I'm applying good pressure with my ink smooshing tool. I'm adding clear embossing powder. Now if you have thick embossing powder, you'll have better results, but I do not own any. That's a surprise. Shocker. So once I get a good coverage with this, I come in with my heat tool and I set it. And I wait until it cools off to remove the dust. And the way that I remove the dust is I use my microfiber cloth from Maker Forte, and I wipe off the powder. Again, make sure that it's cool, because if that powder that's melted is still hot, you're just going to smear it. And then I use my little dusty tool, that puffy brush, to remove the rest. Again, dust is not your friend when you're using toner or transfer type foils. So I am using that piece of foil that I have left. It doesn't cover one of these sentiments. I don't care. This is just an experiment that I wanted you to see. So I put this through the laminator, and I do not put pressure on it so that I don't make the embossing powder, when it melts, I don't want it to like bloom or explode. And I just let the laminator do what it's going to do. So do not put extra pressure. The heat from the laminator, so you need to make sure that your laminator is nice and hot, like it's been running like a half hour, so that it reheats that embossing powder. And this reveal is kind of cool when we finally get to it. You're going to see some of that embossing powder went onto my copy paper. We knew that that was going to happen. But here you go. So 2 of the sentiments looked okay. The one at the top, I think it melted too much and I had some blooming. For some reason, I'm calling this the cabin. I don't know if it's a cabin or if it's a front door scene. I am attempting to do the same thing with this stamp. And so I am embossing that, and then I'm applying the clear embossing powder to it. And I didn't have the greatest results. I have to be honest with you, I'm very disappointed. I thought this thing was going to be killer in foil. So give it a try, get a really good coating with your embossing, put some thick powder on it, and, cross your fingers, send it good vibes, say a prayer to the embossing gods, to the foiling gods, and see what you get. That's all I can say. And again, I am melting this very well. I wipe it off with my microfiber cloth once the embossing is cool, and I use that little brush to remove all of the dust off of that, or the powder. I then apply, what color did I use? I think I used a silver foil, because I thought it would look awesome on a black cardstock. Yep, there it is. And I put that through the laminator. And here you go. Here's the reveal. It just did not work for me. But wouldn't it be cool if we could get it too? Now I'm coming back in with the transfer gel panels. I'm using the snow, and I'm using the Snowy Day foil from Maker Forte, and I am applying that to the over the snow. I only did that snow maybe to the top third, or a little bit, not quite half, so that we would have the illusion of snow. And I am putting that through my laminator. And look at this reveal. Isn't that cool? So here we didn't have to use the Blanco because we're using a white foil. Now this panel with the burst on it, I did use the Blanco because I'm using it on black cardstock. And I'm using this silver holographic foil. I'll make sure I get the right name of that in the description boxes for you guys. But look at this reveal. Isn't this stunning? And even that snowflake that kind of bloomed out, who cares? It looks beautiful. It looks like a medallion. I love this. So here are some looks at the panels that we've got so far. I'm still fidgeting with that piece that's on the back of that. Who cares? We'll fix it in the end. And I am going to trim this down. Here is the gold. Again, it's really pretty. I was able to get most of the excess off. And now look at this one. It kind of has a snakeskin look. It's got a distressed look, and I like it. The Season's Greeting, the one that I embossed, I was able to save. And then the one that said Carol, I was able to trim that down and get a really nice sentiment out of that. So, all of my trials and errors weren't done in vain. We did get some good results. I'm coming in with the building scene, and I'm using what's left of the Snowy Day sheet, and I'm putting that through the laminator. I forgot to flip my screen, so yeah, it's backwards. There it is. By the magic of editing, we've now got it going correct. I just laugh at myself. So here you go. And we didn't get a really good foil on that. And I think that's because every time I use that stencil pal, I was removing some of the adhesive. So I'm going in with what's left of another part of the Snowy Day, and I attempt to run it through the machine again. And I just don't like this panel. If you like a distressed panel, by all means do it. You could still use the alcohol markers and do this. Now this is one where I used 1/2-inch tape, and I used a red foil. I think this is a Gina K Thermoweb one. I think we carry this in the store at Maker Forte. And I put it on black cardstock. So now I'm removing the other tape, just like we did before with the glitter. We're now doing it with the foil. This is my favorite way to foil, to be honest with you. I even like it better than doing like the Glimmer Hot Foil system. And this is just kind of a no-brainer technique to me. I'm using this awesome holographic foil from Maker Forte. And again, I'll have all of the names listed in the description boxes below for you guys. I am burnishing it the same as I always do with the bone folder, just so that I get a good adhesion. And it works like a charm. I mean, just like the red did. Now, when I reveal this, when I finally get there, I do have some foiled areas that are missing, or I didn't burnish it well. And again, if you like the distressed look, you could absolutely leave it, but I don't. And I'm going to show you how to fix that as soon as I decide to do this reveal. So you see some of those areas that skipped. I am just going over with, here I'm showing it to you. I'm taking the areas of the foil that I did not stick down on adhesive. And when I do that, all those marks are covered up. And I repeat that 3 more times in all the areas where the white stripes or the silver stripes are, so that we have a uniform coverage. Again, if you like the distressed look of it, this is not a necessary step. For me, it is. I strive for perfection, even though I screw up a lot. I always leave my screw ups in my videos so that you can learn from them. I always say that there is something to learn from everybody. And by the magic of editing, a lot of times we do not see the mistakes that people make. And that's not fair to the new card maker. They need to know that we make mistakes the same as everybody else. Here I am using one of the pre-printed sentiments. They're inside sentiments. This is the Twinkle Twinkle. And I am trying to find one that would be good for a Christmas card. And I settle on the Be Filled with Wonder. And I just use that same gold cardstock. I do a strip and I run that through the laminator. And on the reveal, this is a perfect foil. Absolutely stunning. I don't use this on a card today, but I will keep it in my stash for later on. Now we're coming back to this doorway, the snowy doorway stamp. I love this stamp. It's gorgeous. So I'm using the kaleidoscope that was included in our kit, and I am just using a brush, and I am brushing that onto navy blue cardstock. This was from my stash. I'm not even sure who carries it. It doesn't really matter. We're here for the techniques. So as I brush this on, you can see where the trees and the snow and the wreath are starting to take place. I love how the brick looks. This is just stunning. I want to do this in every color. I don't know, this might be my Christmas card for the year. I haven't decided. I have quite a few to make. I think I say that every time I make a new card, but I'm getting down to the point that I really have to narrow down what design I'm going to do for the year. Here I'm making my card base out of the same navy blue cardstock, so we're going to have a tone-on-tone look. And from there, I decide that I want to back this with the snowy sky from the paper pack in our kit. And I cut that down to size. I think I cut this panel down to 3 3/4 by 5. See, I've got some adhesive on my trimmer. I'm just removing that. So that I can cut it down without making a mess. I would die at this point if I got adhesive tape all over my panel, because I'd have to start over. There's no fixing that. So be sure that you've got a clean blade. I think that probably doesn't affect too many people, but it does affect me. So there we are. Yep, I was right. 3 3/4 by 5. Those blue lines that you see on my trimmer, that's what I like my focal panels to be on my cards. So I have those in blue so that I don't have to try to see what line I'm lining it up to. I also do that on most of my scoreboards, like where the A2 lines would be. That way I don't have to think twice about it. Like the landscape card has one color and then the portrait has another. So those are just little tips and tricks. Here I am taking that snowflake paper and I back that onto the card base. I am popping up the focal panel onto double-sided adhesive just because I like dimension on my cards. I decided that this did not need a sentiment on the front. I think that you can always put your sentiment on the inside if you don't want to take away from your scenes. So I stamped the Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and then I just took a strip of that same paper and I put it on the inside. I think that that's kind of a fun way to decorate the inside of your card without having to go over the top and stamp and ink and do all of those things. Look at the shine on this. God, I love this. I love this card. Love it. I'd love to know what you think of it. Now I am bringing in my favorite wreath. And I am stamping this in Everglade. And I'm using my ink smudging tool to get a really good impression. It isn't that beautiful. Now off camera, I ran it through my scan and cut, so that will cut out the outline, but it did not cut the inside. I've not figured out how to do that yet. So I poked a hole in it and I used the scissors and I fuzzy cut it, and I don't do good with fuzzy cutting, and I think that shows. So by using this Cotswold green ink, I'm able to disguise some of those jagged edges, and it also brings some dimension into my wreath. It also makes it look a little bit more vintage, because remember that distressed detailed dot panel that we made with the red glitter? Yep, we're going to use that. Who would have thought that I would have used it? Now, I did not like the distressing being on the left side for some reason, so I tore it apart. Because I'm using wet glue, I have that little bit of time to remove it, and now I'm putting it so it's on the right side, and I'm just gluing that flat. Now, I will tell you that most tapes do not like to stick to glitter. So a lot of times I will either use wet glue, which again, it still has a lot of play time, but if you use foam tape will grab it and it doesn't move. So I do pop this up with foam tape from my stash, and look how cool this is. Now I'm using one of the vintage dictionary sentiments. It says festive, and now I'm using my Barely Art glue. You could use the glue that came in your kit. My craft room is a bombshell between glitter and all the stuff everywhere from the kits. I have been creating like a mad woman for the last 2 weeks, and I'm just glad that I can walk in my room. Normally I keep a very neat room, but for the last 2 weeks it has not been. So we're going to use the Barely Art glue because that's what I could put my hands on. And what I'm doing that is I am dotting that onto all the areas where there are berries, because who wants a green berry for Christmas? I mean, I guess you could if it was your favorite color. It's not my favorite. Although green is my favorite color, it's just not my favorite color for berries. So once I get done dotting this glue on, you guessed it, we're bringing out the glitter. I am a glutton for punishment in this video, but I love the results, and I love all the shimmers and shines and the textures. So even though I am full of glitter all over me, I am so glad that I've got it because the end result is beautiful. So I am lightly sprinkling this so that I don't have a bomb go off. And I'm just strategically placing that where the berries are. And I tap that off and I get pretty good coverage. Now I did miss a couple of the berries. And I don't see that until after I shake the glitter off. So then I go back in and I put in a little bit more, and I think I go heavier. I didn't have to do that. I just didn't want to miss the spots. So I think this turned out really super cool. I'm glad that I kept this detail dot background because that was not speaking to me in the beginning. In fact, I wanted to throw it away. So I always say when I'm crafting, you should just keep going. And here is an example. Just keep going. You never know what you're going to get. This is probably my favorite card, maybe my second favorite card. Now we're moving on to yet another card. And this is the Snowflake Burst. I put double-sided adhesive on there, and I'm taking twine so it sticks, and I am wrapping that around like 3 or 4 times in a crisscross so that it crosses around that medallion area or snowflake area. Now, I want to feed a snowflake charm from our kit onto it. So once I get it to where I want, I put the backing on so that I have a surface that I can work on so that it's not sticking to my glass board. And then I go ahead and thread the snowflake on. And once I have that on, I remove the backing and I tape down the string. That way you're not having to worry about taping and then putting adhesive on and all that stuff. So remember that gold season's greeting that we did with the embossing and the foil? I cut that down into a rectangle, and I am putting that over the medallion because I wasn't thrilled with the bloom that I got from the transfer gel. But I just think that this card is gorgeous. I love the shimmers, the shines, the holographic colors. I mean, it just picks up every color in the room, whatever you're wearing, whatever. I mean, oh, love it. Love it, love it. I did put my wet glue down just in case I needed some wiggle room because that double-sided adhesive is so strong. If you put it down without glue, you've got no wiggle room. So this gives you the slip. So that's my card. I'm loving it. Now we're going to come in to my cats. I have 5 cats at my house. I should be admitted to an insane asylum. My 5th cat actually broke into my house during a thunderstorm. He was a feral cat, and he decided to live under my couch. And he had accidents under my couch. I was very lucky. I was able to bleach it right away, and not the couch, the floor, and was able to save that. So I had said, hey, if he doesn't learn how to use a litter box, he's going. Well, he had never climbed up on me, never let me pet him. So like 2 weeks later, I said, if this cat doesn't let me touch him, I'm going to get a critter getter to come get him. And don't you know, the next day I woke up and he was on my lap. So there it is. I am coloring this to be a black cat. And so what I'm doing is I'm using the C9, and I did my darkest shadows. So under the hat and where the legs come together. And then I used the C7. And the C7 just draws out that shadow and starts to move into the mid-tone. From there, I am using the C5. And that is the main color that you're going to see in the cat to make this black cat. If you color an object completely black, you won't see that it has paws or legs or a face or anything else. So you've got to use different shades of gray to obtain that. So finally, my last color I come in with is the C3. So I leave his face a little bit brighter, and I leave his belly and his legs a little bit brighter, just so that there's some definition and you can see it. I do go back in with a C7 and I add some shading right where the legs come together so that there's more definition. Now I have 2 black cats, So I'm choosing another black cat. The one at the top is much smaller. So that is the new jailbird that broke into my house. His name is Hunter. And he's adorable. And I am coloring him exactly the same way as I did the first cat. During Inktober, I had several requests for Copic coloring. I typically do not do Copic coloring during retreats because I feel like it takes up a lot of time and it becomes redundant. But because it was asked for and people had questions and wanted to know what colors I use and wanted to see the techniques, I am leaving this in for my cards. Now for my butterscotch cat. I am using an E95, which is the lightest color, believe it or not. Which normally most colors do the lightest color and then they go in like lightest to darkest, darkest to lightest. I usually go darkest to lightest. So here I am coming in with an E19. And that is my darkest color. And I am, again, the same shadows that we did on the other cats. I am following. So where the legs come together, where the bum is, where the round part of the face and under the cap. Those are always the darkest. And then I come in with an I think that's an E15. And I start coloring that in. And you're going to be shocked with some of my color choices here in a minute because of that. So I'm just trying to build in these shadows and give the body. Now I'm coming in with the E99. And in theory, if you know the Copic numbering, the E99 should be the darkest earth tone. But clearly it's not. The E19 is actually darker than the E99. So the E19 probably has a little bit more red in it. And then from there, I am coming in with the I think it's a 95 and coloring it. I am leaving a little white patch there because that's what my cat is. So that's what we're doing with this one. Now this guy here is, he's a tortoiseshell. He's adorable. I did not color him with all the different flecks and colors. To be honest with you, I probably couldn't remember his markings if I wanted. So I am going in with the E49 and I'm again doing all of my shadows. I'm making sure to leave a highlight on its tail. Now he's kind of looking off to the right a little bit. So he's got more of a, I'm sorry, off to the left. So he's got more of a shadow on that left side compared to the right side. I don't normally worry too much about light source. If you're wanting to know more about light source, I can do a video of that on my channel. Look me up at joywilsoninc.com. All of my socials are listed there. And leave me a comment and let me know that you want to know about light source and we can go into it. But typically, I just kind of shade where like different parts of the animal or the would overlap and whatnot. So it's almost as if the light is hitting straight on like in the center. So that's kind of what I did. So I used the E47, the 44, and I think a 43. Now my other cat is black and white. So this cat's got some spots on it. So I'm just using a C3 and then a C1. I colored the hats off screen for time's sake because this is starting to run long, and if we had gone into all of those colors, it would have been forever. But for the greens, I used YG03, 17, and 67. For the reds, I used R24, 46, 29, and 59. I stamped the Meowie Christmas and Happy New Year sentiment onto a small rectangle, and here I'm just trying to figure out my placement. Not gluing anything down. In fact, I think I might actually have glued them a little bit different when it came down to it, but I just wanted to see the way they were going to fit and if they were going to be cute on the card. So that's all I'm doing. I kind of fidget with my designs when I get to the placement of stuff, just so that they make sense. So I feel like if you overlap them and you make some taller, some shorter, you keep the eye moving and you add interest in your design. So I opt to glue down some of the cats, like the first one, I glue down flat. And then after that, I pop the center one up with some foam tape. And I do that because I like to mention, I want it to feel like a scene, like you would, like we've got a pile of cats, because that's what I've got. I've got a pile of cats at my house. And if you ever want to adopt one, you can probably have one. I'm kidding. They're not for adoption. I love them all. They get my attention all day long. I just say those things because I think I need my head checked. Having these many animals in my house, but I happen to love animals probably as much as I love people, maybe more. So here I am popping up the next cat, and I am taking my time. So I am curious, do you like foam tape? Do you like dimension? Do you use card stock and like use several layers to make them thicker like chipboard? Or do you just cheat like I do and use foam tape? I know that foam tape maybe isn't the best for the environment, but I figure we're probably not making that huge of a footprint with foam tape, but I could be wrong. Let me know if you feel differently. So there I am. I'm putting my big Garfield cat over there, and she is glued straight down, no foam tape. Now my next two cats are popped up on foam tape because they're going to be front and center on my cards, and those happen to be my two black cats. I love my little black cats. My big one has the most beautiful green eyes, and that's the way I colored him, was with a green eye. Now my little one, he's got copper colored eyes, and did you know that copper eyes are actually very rare for cats? I had no idea until I Googled it. I'm not even sure why I Googled it, other than my husband said, "Ooh, those are cool." So, but this other little cat didn't have eyes that were open for me to color copper. So, you didn't have to sit through that either. But isn't this coming together absolutely darling? Whether you like cats or you like dogs or you don't like them at all, I don't see how you can not like these little critters. Critters always make me happy at Christmas time. So people ask me if I'm team dog or team cat. I am actually team dog, team cat, and team bird. If you follow me on my socials, you'll see my two parrots that I play with often, and you'll hear the antics that go along with that. So yeah, if you want some entertainment, go look up the birds. I'm popping up this center panel with foam tape, and I did cut down the green and red stripe panel so that I will have a wide base, a wide border on my card base. And I am just gluing that straight down. I'm not using any foam tape on that. I feel like we've got more than enough dimension at this point. I just love a good border on a card. That is maybe my signature. It makes me happy. I think I learned it in graphic design a long time ago. It may not be the hip thing to do now, but it will always be near and dear in my heart. I am now adding crown jewels. It's the red one. I don't know the name of them. Please forgive me, Alex, for not knowing the names of everything. It's very hard to keep my brain straight with all the products that I've got floating around in the room. I'm very thankful for all of them, and I play with them daily. So yeah, I love my Maker Forte, that's for sure. So I am using my crafter's wand and my Barely Art glue to put these down. And I think it turned out, like I said, cute as pie. It's not my favorite card. It's one of my favorite. Well, they're all my favorites. Everything I make usually makes me happy. I hope that when you create, you don't compare yourself to anybody else, and and that whatever your art is makes you happy, and you're like me and you can't decide what your favorite is, because that's what it's all about. This is about having fun. This is about sharing your heart with somebody else. And, it might even be therapy, Sometimes crafting's therapy for me. It takes the stress of my life away. And I'm very thankful that I get to do it on most days. I am taking a white gel pen and I'm just adding details to my little critters because that makes the images pop. That's just a little design tip that you can adopt if you wish. So now we're moving on to the next card. This is the one with the snowfall. I stamped what I call the gingerbread, and I embossed that in white powder, and I am melting that with my heat gun per usual. Now, I wanted to think of a different way to color this because we're on black cardstock, and I didn't want just a black and white card. Now, I will tell you, it's stunning, and I would have been just fine okay with this, but I wanted to show you different techniques. So I am bringing in the new Tim Holtz Distress water color pencils. These are available at Maker Forte, and I am starting out with a brown. I don't know what colors I used. I am just grabbing them. I keep them kind of off to the side, and I am using my aqua brush. And the key is, because we're on regular cardstock, we're not on watercolor cardstock. Which reminds me, I do have black watercolor paper. I could have used that, but anyway, hindsight's 2020. So you need to use a very, very dry brush, just barely wet. Damp doesn't even count, just barely wet. And you're just going to move those colors. You're going to see I am scribbling down color. I'm not doing anything profound. I'm not doing anything that's professional. I am just scribbling. That's what I love about this medium. Also, with these watercolor pencils, they are highly pigmented and they kind of have a milky property to them. So they're not like an oxide, but they tend to show up on darker cardstocks. So that's why I chose to do it. Now, I don't particularly love the way the colors are showing up right now. So I hit this with a heat gun. Actually, my heated tool. I don't use the heat gun because I don't want to remelt the embossing. But once this is dry, first of all, the color kind of pops a little bit more, but I'm coming in with the white watercolor pencil, and I am coloring all of the parts that I'm going to color. That sounds redundant. I'm doing white because if you put white, so like if you're coloring on dark cardstock with colored pencils, you use your white pencil first and then you color on top of it, and then that makes those colors come to life. So that is what I am doing here with the Distress watercolor pencils. No, this is not a typical colored pencil. It is watercolor. But because this has that milky property, I'm able to do that. So now that everything is colored white, I am coming in with the brush and I'm dampening it just a little bit because I want it to be hazy so that when I put the color on top of it, then we're getting the primary color of our objects, if that makes sense. If I just scribbled the color right on top of it without setting it first, then you would just get a milky version of what you're trying to do. So here I'm drying it. Now it looks mainly white. And I forgot to color the door, so I'm coloring the door. I don't know what I was thinking, but it is what it is, right? And I use my water aqua brush and I wet that down. And then we're going to get into the coloring. I hope, fingers crossed. I'm coming in with the exact same colors that I used before, the browns. I'm coloring the door red. I think I've told you plenty of times that I think red really pops on cards. I can't speak. I'm losing my voice more so than usual. And the red is eye-catching. And also, if you take photographs of your cards, it really pops off the page. So always try to add a little bit of red to your cards. Try it, see if you like it. It's one of my go-to techniques. Yeah, I don't regret that at all. This is pretty cool looking now. I stamped Welcome Home onto a like 1/2 inch strip and I cut it down to fit and I popped that up on foam tape. Now we're coming with the Dachshund. I colored him with the E39, 37, 35, and 33. And then I'm using C7, 5, and 3 for the gray parts of his outfit. Per usual, I am coloring the red portions last because red always bleeds into the other colors. And even though we've got a colorless blender, it will never pick up the red all the way. It'll always kind of be there. So I do reds last. So I start with the R24, which is my lightest color. And I color in all of the stripes. And then I come in with the R29. I'm not going to use the 5.9 this time. It's too small of a space, and I'm not that worried about all the shading. So I am putting some R29 at the top of the dog and at the bottom of the dog so that we get an illusion that he's rounded. So if you leave the lightest color in the center, you get the illusion that he's a little wiener dog, which he is. And then from there, I am using, the R46, and I'm barely dabbing that in. Barely, because we have no room for that, really. You could absolutely leave this out. It's not a necessary color for this design. And then I come back in with the R24 just to blend everything out because it's my lightest color. And I do the tip of the hat and all that good stuff. So I'm also doing the presents. The presents I stick with just 2 colors. So that one in the middle there, I did gray and red. And then from there, I have to make decisions what colors I'm going to do my packages. So ultimately, since I have red already budding up to that package, I decided to color that with the R24, and then I also color that with the R29, just to provide shading. Again, I didn't want to work in all of that shading, and I did that very top one in red as well. Here's where I'm bringing in the R29 just to add a little bit of the shading and dimension into the box. Nothing special here. This is really simple Copic coloring at this point. And then I realized that I forgot to do that middle package. And that was a mistake on my part because I could very easily get that red. I could pull that into that package, but I was lucky I was able to color that with a C3 and a C5, and I did not pull it in, but I had to be super careful with the tips. I'm also bringing in my white gel pen, and I'm just adding little areas of highlights along his belly and his rump and on his snout, just to give some highlights and some suggestion that some light is bouncing around. And I always think that that adds character to our critters or to anything that we're coloring. I am now using the panel that we did the red and the silver. That's why I did the Dachshund in the grays and the blacks and the reds. I am popping him up on foam tape again because it sticks best to shiny, slippery surfaces. Glue would wiggle, and your like double-sided tape runners, a lot of times those won't hold up long term, but foam tape isn't going anywhere. So I just center that onto the panel, And look at that glitter, that shine, all that foiling goodness. Oh, all that glitter and all that gel mess and everything that I did in the beginning was so worth it. When I look at these cards, I am so glad that I decided to be adventurous and play with stuff that I normally don't play with. I always encourage people to just try all of the things, because why not? It's just paper, it's just ink, it's just glue. And if you don't like it, throw it in the garbage or cover it up with something else. I've got some last shots of my cards. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me during the Crafter Party retreat. I love hanging out with you guys. You guys have been a blast this weekend. I hope that you enjoy the rest, and I can't wait to see what everybody else is doing. So until next time, keep crafting. Be blessed, my friends. Bye-bye.
Hey, that was so cool. I love Joy's videos. She always like packs so much into them. They all do, but I just feel like, and I love the way she used the detail dots in a different way too. So that was super cool as well. I never tried them with like adding stuff to those, because of course we use them for detail work and stuff. So I really love that background and how that came out too. I'm sorry, I took a nap. I promise I'm okay. I just can't stop yawning for some bizarre reason. But anyway, it's all good. So I've got some stuff here. We've got winners to do. Let's see. Also need to get our stuff ready. I just want to check timing because we're a little bit over 2:17. So I just want to check. Sundays, it's 30. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll jump straight into Katie's video. And we'll do, I know, Lisa, and you know I don't want to rest because I just go, which I love that, but I'm struggling to mentally not go. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we'll do our winner for this, like the last hour. Then we'll do, oh, thanks, babe. You're the best. It's like, I know. I am. And then we'll do Katie's video, and then we'll have about half an hour then to do a couple of little techniques. We'll also take a short break in that time because we've been going a while, and then we'll have a little craft together. We'll have Kim's video, and then we've got the last hour together as well. And I have a ton of stuff. I want to do some spotlight stuff together, and just show you quick and easy cards. I'm going to do a nutcracker tag. We're going to put a couple of the pieces together, and I'm also going to do a Hanukkah spotlight and a couple of techniques that I just kind of want to share with you, just different ideas that you can do as well. So we have that too. So let me bring up Katie's video, and I can also bring up winners. We need this one. And winners. Is everyone having fun, by the way? I know I see lots of comments and things. I just want to make sure everyone's having fun. Karen says great fun. Carmen says yes. Lisa says yes. Okay, great. It's been a blast. And I'm so excited how many of you have signed up for next year as well. I think we're up to, hang on, I can tell you. Because, oh, why did it not? We're up to 42 of you are already coming back next year. That's so cool. I'm so excited. I hope all of you will come back next year as well. And if you don't want to do the season pass option, you can buy the next party. The option is in there as well to do that too. So, but just remember, you got till midnight tonight to get the special stamp set, the apron, the gift card, and the coupon, and the handmade card as well. So that's on there too. I will drop the link for anyone who wants it too. Well, on there, and then winner is, I just had it, here we go, we'll go back on here, and our winner for the $25 gift card for Joy's Hour is Stacy Simpson. Congratulations, Stacy. As I say, so we'll get all of those out to you next week. Do give her a little bit of time, because she needs to take a little bit of time to breathe after we've worked all weekend, and then catch up on everything as well. So congrats, Stacy. Okay, let's see. We have next is Katie Ingram with holiday card ideas. So I'm going to share my screen again. And does anyone else have anything else? So what I was going to do, I'm going to show you just like a couple of, I have a Hanukkah card idea on here. I was going to do a Nutcracker tag. We've got half an hour between Katie's video and Kim's video, and then we have an hour together at the end of the day. I have some spotlight circle ideas I wanted to share with you. And if there's anything else anyone wants me to kind of play around with too, then let me know. I have a good selection of stamps here, or if there's a technique you've been trying to perfect and things, then you can let me know on that one. We might maybe do a little bit of watercoloring as well, because that's kind of a fun thing. But that's kind of what I've got planned so far, unless anyone else has some fun ideas, we'll be able to do that too. All right, so let's go with some holiday cards, and I will see you in about half an hour.
Hello and welcome, Katie here from Eastwick's Paper and Ink. I'm so excited to be back with you for another Crafter Party weekend. And today I've got a set of 6 holiday cards featuring mainly the supplies from the Crafter Party kit, with just a couple of additional stamp sets from Maker Forte. And I'm going to use just color hive inks. I'm doing some basic cards and using up some of the pattern paper that's in the kit as well. I thought I'd keep my projects on the simpler side to show you that you don't need a ton of stuff to be able to create some fabulous cards with this kit. So to start, we're going to use the glitter from the kit. That is the Sugar Sparkle telephone box. That's a piece of lightweight ivory cardstock. This is the holiday wreaths stamp set from the kit, and then I've got the holly berry stamp set that's available at Maker Forte. So I'm taking a piece of that ivory cardstock. I call it layering. It's about 65 pounds. It's not very heavy. It is a cover weight, but it's a nice smooth surface to stamp on. Just pick that up at the local craft store. And I'm going to take one of the wreaths that's in the holiday wreath stamp set, and I'm going to ink that up in Cotswold green. Now, if you don't have this green, you're missing out. It took me a little while to get this as I've been building up my Color Hive ink stash, and I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite greens in the Color Hive line. So I highly recommend you pick that up if you haven't already. Now, I'm just going to ink that up one time. I will have to move my magnet. My magnet's a bit thick, and so sometimes I have to take that out so that I can get a good impression. Now, once I get that stamped, I'm going to do all my stamping. So I'm going to do the sentiment. This is the season's greeting sentiment that comes within that holiday wreaths stamp set. And then we're going to take some of the crystal clear glue. Let me make sure that's what it's called. Sorry about that. Yep, the Maker's Magic Crystal Clear Glue. You get a bottle of this in your kit, which is great. And it's perfect for glitter because it's not a runny glue. It's a nice, thick, solid glue. But here I'm finishing up my stamping. I did ink that up twice. And I'm going to take just some circle dies, any circle die that you might have in your stash that will fit around the wreath. I could have cut this out with the scan and cut, but I just decided to use a circle die. So now I'm going to take that crystal clear Maker's Magic glue and start creating little balls, if you will, of glue on the berries that are on that stamp set. And of course they stamp up in the same color as your ink, but I wanted to add a pop of red to this. I did make this pretty much like a monochromatic card, with the exception of the card base, which I used black. And I know some people probably shy away from black at Christmas time, but I find that black cardstock really allows your project to pop. So here I'm just going through and adding the little dabs of glue. Now, I really like this glue because it's kind of thick and it gives you a lot of control. You're not going to have to worry about, it gushing out or anything like that. You really do have some nice control with this ink. And I love the little tip that's on it and the way that the cap seals the top, so you don't have to worry about it drying out, which is great. So once I get all those little dots on, and this is real time. I didn't have to edit this and speed it up or anything like that. As long as I had everything with me in my space, these cards took about 5 minutes each. So they're not difficult to replicate. The longest would probably be the background that we're going to do with the holly berries. But I tried a bunch of different backgrounds with it, and I didn't love them until I got to the holly berries. And I even tried a bunch of different colors. I tried telephone box, to have a pop of red in the back. I did Everglades. I did palm tree, and I didn't love any of them. But I like that Cotswold green on the back, so that your focus stayed in the center with the sentiment. Okay, so now I'm just touching up because my initial berries were a little thin. And so as I got my groove in squeezing my bottle, I made some better little dots. So now I'm going to take that Sugar Sparkle and Telephone Box. And there's some great glitters. I like the, what is it, Jelly Shoe? Yeah, Jelly Shoes. That green is really pretty. It's almost got like a blue rainbowy holographic look to it, which is great. So here I'm just dusting off all that glitter, give it a couple flicks. I will take a paintbrush to get all that little fine detail that's there on the edge. And now we're going to set that off to the side to dry because that glue does take a few minutes to dry. So that gives us time to stamp our background. Now, when I do pattern paper like this, I just start in the center and I fill in around. That's what works for me, but for other people, you might find, working the perimeter and making your way in might work better for you. So just one stamping. There's a couple, maybe one or two places I might have done like a second generation stamping. I didn't clean my stamp off in between, so I am being careful to, lay down the stamp so I don't get smudges and I don't get that, double stamped haloed look. But I'm just going to fill in every little inch that I possibly can. And I love this Holly Berry stamp set too. If you guys don't have that, the detail that is in that really, takes a lot of the guesswork out for coloring and things because they show you exactly where that shading needs to go. If you wanted to use your alcohol markers or watercolor or something like that, having that shading it's really nice. It takes the guesswork out. So once I get this done and all stamped up, I will put everything together. Quick and easy cards. It doesn't seem that way because, I'm not a quick crafter. I like to take my time and think about, how my layouts are going to be. But once I get in the groove, I kind of move through it like I said, I'm not cleaning the stamp, so I do take my time with that because I don't want to get ink in places that I don't want it. So one more little to a couple more little spots and our background will be complete. And here I'm just going to lay it down, and it's moved a little bit, but there wasn't much ink on there, so we're okay. Once I get that stamped up, we're going to move on and put our card together. Oh, I have one little spot. I told you I filled every little inch of this little background. And the background panel measures 4 by 5 1/4. So it will have a little black border around the card base. And the card base is the Eclipse Black cardstock. So here, I wanted to pop this up, but I'm actually redoing my craft room and creating space for my husband, so we both have space in the room. So a lot of my supplies are in boxes, so that I have room to paint and make, I had to build a new desk and things like that. So I use scrap cardstock and a lot of times I don't buy extra foam or foam tape, and I just use scraps of cardstock to build my layers up to pop them up. So double-sided adhesive on the back of this main panel here, and then I did add double-sided adhesive to the back of my cardstock circle, and then the pieces that I use to pop up to adhere it down. I prefer when I'm gluing stuff down like this to use double-sided adhesive. I get less warping with my cards that way. So now we're going to come on to a really super quick card. This one would be great to mass produce quickly. And this is with the a holiday welcome, sorry. I was looking at my notes. So I like the way that this looked in the package, and using the Fog Color Hive ink just made it really super easy. Now, I'm sure my fellow teachers are going to color the heck out of this thing, but I wanted to keep mine simple because I wanted you to see that you can easily mass produce this just by using a gray ink and like a bold red. I'm going to use Telephone Box for the sentiment, but you could also, use other colors. Everglades would be good. Even the Cotswold, just a bolder color for the sentiment. And the sentiment I pulled from Build a Modern Christmas. And there's several of those in there that you could use. So you could use joy, Noel, rejoice, blessed. There's a lot of them there that you could use to create the same card with a different sentiment. So I'm going to ink up Telephone Box twice with this stamp set. And the thing about fog ink I want to mention is that it looks kind of splotchy when you stamp it. Just let it dry, let it absorb into the cardstock, and it is the prettiest gray. And you can see there's a lot of detail there, so it would be a great thing to sit down and color as well. I'm going to take this is called Star Dream Metallic in Mars is the color. And I think Maker Forte has something similar. They have a metallic red cardstock in the store that is very similar to this. And I just thought that it would look nice layered on with this black cardstock, for the card base. And I don't show this on camera, but when I use black cardstock, I always put in a piece of lightweight, 65-pound white cardstock on the inside for stamping sentiments or writing, little notes and things like that. And I'll show you that at the end there. But this, quick and easy, you could easily line this up in the MISTI and mass produce these, which is great. So next up, I'm going to use some pattern paper. And these are 4 of the sheets from one of the packs. We got 2 packs of pattern paper in the kit. And so I'm just going to cut some squares. And I try to do different shapes. So I have short ones, tall ones, that kind of thing. So this is really just a freehand cutting of pattern paper to use what's in the box to be able to create some cards. So once I get them trimmed up, I'm going to take a piece of 4¼ by 5½. That's what all of my main panels are. I always like to have that little border. So 4¼ by 5½ layered piece, and I'll line up the cuts of pattern paper that I've made to see if I need to trim down or, you know, whatever, to make sure that everything fits on there. I end up having 4 pieces, 4 little squares, and this one I was trying to make sure I got the ho 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 in there for the pattern paper, so I'm a little bit more strategic about where I'm cutting, and I'll, you know, pull up my paper here and start lining things up, and then I'll just trim down. And I just kept all this in because I wanted you to see, you know, kind of the process that I go through when I'm creating cards, because I'm sure it's just like everybody else, and editing videos, it makes it seem like, you know, everything's already done, but there is a process, obviously, to getting to where we want to create. So I lay these down and I do mix them around after I trim them, just because I wanted to kind of make them look like they were staggered presents. And I'll use the baker's twine. There's some white and green, white, red and green, and red and white baker's twine that comes in the kit. And I'm going to use that. Now you could use twine, you know, like the I'm trying to think, like the jute twine, like the brown twine, but I just thought that this looked really cute with the baker's twine on this pattern paper. And I have another card using pattern paper coming up as well. So now that I've got everything trimmed up to fit, I'm going to start moving things around and seeing where I want everything to fit. And once I get that squared away, I'm going to take double-sided adhesive, just a strip down the center of the back of the pattern paper, and I'll use, I'll trim up my baker's twine to wrap around and adhere to the back so we have a straight line. And I save you the agony of watching me create tiny little bows from the baker's twine, and I make those off camera because it is a little bit tedious to make little tiny bows, but cute. Again, it wasn't too long of a process to do that, and it just adds obviously to the package, which is nice. And I added, I tried to use, full disclosure, the Maker's Magic glue on that baker's twine, but I couldn't get it to dry and adhere. So I did just use I balled up some double-sided adhesive. If you have glue dots, those will work great too. I'm going to pull that Merry Christmas sentiment from the Christmas Critters sentiment stamp set that comes in the kit, and using telephone box to ink up my Merry Christmas. And I only needed to do that one time, and that panel is done. And again, I'm going to put that on some black cardstock because I just think all that color needs to pop, right? I think that with a white card base, it would kind of get lost a little bit. So now we're going to take another piece of that pattern paper, that ho ho ho, and I'm going to kind of bring it down about 3/4 of the way. Now this I kept at 4¼ by 5½, so it's going to go edge to edge on the card base. And I'm just marking where I need to trim this with my paper trimmer, just using my pen to mark that. And then I'll trim that up with the paper trimmer, and then throw some double-sided adhesive on the back of that and adhere it to a white card base. So this one is actually a white card base. And again, because I think that depending on your card base, stuff stands out, right? So once I get that down, I'm going to take a piece of the green ribbon. I'll take some double-sided adhesive, it's 1/4 inch wide, and lay that right at the top of the seam of the pattern paper. And then I'll take the green ribbon that comes in the kit, and, you know, adhere that down and really burnish it down to make sure that it sticks. And then I'll trim the excess away. And then I'm going to take some oval dies from my stash. They're old Spellbinders oval dies. They're layering. And then I take some Everglades cardstock. I thought about red, that red metallic that I used on our last card. Well, not the last one, but the one where we had the a holiday welcome stamp set. So either one of those would work nicely. Because you have red within that pattern paper. But I'm going to take some Everglades Color Hive ink on a piece of that white cardstock, again using one of the layering oval dies, and stamp that up and add it with some double-sided adhesive onto our Everglades cardstock. And then I will adhere that to the top part of our panel, you know, separating the ribbon. And then I wasn't sure which direction to put this red bow, but right on the side I thought was perfect. And I think that's a cute little Christmas card. Next up, we're going to create an oval card, a circle card rather. And so I'm just showing you that if you, that was like, what was it? I think 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 cardstock, and I just folded it in half, and then I took one of my circle dies that would fit the wreath and, you know, brought it up above the edge so that we can have a score line, and created a circle card. And these I think are just the cutest. You know, these would be great little gift tags too. You could punch a hole through that, where you're going to see I put the bow, and you could punch a hole there and create that as like a little gift tag, and that would be really cute too. So palm tree, I'm going with palm tree Color Hive ink for this one. And then I'm going to use telephone box to stamp Merry Christmas. And I pretty much used the same stamp sets. I think the only one that I didn't use was the Critters. You know, the main Critters stamp set, but you know, I pulled from the sentiments there, and the holiday wreaths stamp sets too. And then here's my little white bow. That ribbon comes in the kit. I love the little ribbon because it's just little details that you can add. So next up is one of my favorite techniques, and that's ink blending. And some people struggle with it. And on my channel, Eastwick's Paper and Ink, I talk a lot about ink blending, and especially for beginners. But hot press watercolor paper is the absolute best paper you can use to ink blend on, especially if you're a beginner, because it's quite forgiving. Like I said on my channel, I've got a playlist that I share and talk about and give. I did a review with different papers, including the popular Bristol Smooth, and I don't care for Bristol Smooth personally, but watercolor paper, even if you get splotches on it, is so forgiving that you can buff them out. So if you apply good pressure, it doesn't matter what tool you're using, you'll be able to get some fantastic blends. But the hot press watercolor paper takes the work out of that. You don't have to work as hard to get those blends. And here I'm using Neon Lights, and then I'm going to come in with Tartan Teal. But I'm starting, it looked like I was starting at the bottom of my panel, but it really ends up being the top, because I like to fade out my, you know, colors so that I have a soft color at the bottom. And really that ends up being the leftover ink that's on your blending brush or your foam tool. when I'm ink blending too, one of the things I like to mention is that your tool matters. Brushes are going to give you a much softer blend, a lighter color application. If you need deep, dark color saturation, you want to go with a foam tool. It doesn't matter if it's the flat foam tools or a domed tool. You want to make sure that you use foam if you need nice, dark color saturation. You want light color saturation, go with your blending brushes. And that includes your detail. Okay, so there's not, like small foam detail brushes. They're all, like they're all brushes, right? But even your detail blending brushes are going to be a soft color payoff. It's just the nature of the tool that you're using. So, brushes are just softer. And so your ink application is going to be a lot softer as well. You can build up the color because you can see that I'm doing that here, but it takes a little bit more work to build up a deep, dark color saturation. So just think about what you're going after when you're ink blending. But if you're really struggling with ink blending and you're not getting the results that you want, try different paper. And I'm using Arches, but I also highly recommend Strathmore 500 series. You do a search. I pick mine up at Amazon. That's about the only place that I can generally find it, and it's very affordable. And being that we're stampers, I prefer to get the hot pressed because it's smooth and you can stamp on it. The difference is only in the texture. So if you get a cold pressed, it's just going to be a bit rougher. You might have to stamp a few more times. You might not get as clear of an impression with cold press watercolor paper. But I definitely recommend watercolor paper to ink blend on, hands down. So now that I've got my tartan teal on and I've bored you to death with ink blending tips, we're going to come in with the Snow Flurries. I think it's Snow Flurries. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Falling Snow, the Falling Snow stencil. And then I'm going to take Snow Flurries, again, using a foam tool. I want nice dark color saturation. Now the thing too with your white pigment inks, which this stuff is fantastic. I've used a lot of white pigment inks and this one is by far the best. Mush, press down, don't blend, don't swirl and circle, push down on it. Color hive inks are reactive, right? So any type of wetness, doesn't matter if it's another ink, pigment ink or water or whatever, it's wet. So it's going to lift off that other ink that you're adding onto the color hive ink. So mush it down, press it down. It's kind of hard to tell because everything's white now. So just, really push it down. It'll soften as it dries as well. Just keep that in mind. Don't blend like you're blending normally. Push down on your blending tool and definitely use foam. Don't use a blending brush because your instinct is always with a blending brush to make a circular motion to blend it. So you can tap it. You can use a blending brush, but you got to tap that into the holes. Okay, Let It Snow. This comes from, I think, the Bold Holiday Sentiments stamp set. And Eclipse black ink, that's all I'm doing here, keeping it simple. And then I will come in again with the Falling Snow stencil and fill in around that sentiment. So again, pressing in, and I am twisting it, but that's just because I have ink on that stencil already and I've got some in my my foam tool. So you really just want to press in and push in on that, with your white pigment ink. Don't try to swirl it around. And then I'll lift that up and see where we're at. And then I'm going to fill in a little bit more up above the Let It Snow. And once I get that done, we're going to set it off to dry. pigment ink, doesn't matter what brand it is going to take a little bit of time to dry. So definitely let that sit and dry. Now this is like a white shimmery cardstock that came in the kit, and I thought that this would be great to layer on instead of, I thought about red. I thought about that metallic red, and that would look pretty too because red and blue look nice together. But I opted to go with the white just to keep things kind of brighter, even though again we're using black cardstock. And then just double-sided adhesive, and I mushed it down. And here's all the cards that, you know, we created. I, again, added that white cardstock on the inside for our sentiment and a little note. And I like how these turned out. They're quick, they're easy. You know, it didn't take that long to put them together, and easily, you know, mass producible to, you know, build your holiday stash. I think that's my favorite. I love the detail of that stamp, and I love the detail of that one too. And I love that glitter. I can't pick up the shine on it. I tried, I just couldn't pick up the shine. But that finishes it up, my friends. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you enjoy your crafter party weekend. I had a blast making these cards and sharing my ideas with you. And thanks so much for having me. I hope you guys have a fantastic day, and I will catch you in another video sometime. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Katie. I think I'm with Katie. My favorite is that one which she did the fog, and then did the red sentiment on the bottom there. I think that's probably one of my favorites. I could see me doing lots and lots of those, or even just, you know, doing different colors of the house and then putting the sentiment on top, or like heat embossing the sentiment, or I don't know, all kinds of different things on there as well. So lots of you saying you love that one too. Laura says she loves the gift boxes. Yeah, so many different options on there. I love that. Kind of liking this red and black. Not that I would do it full time, but there's part of me that's like, it'd be kind of fun. I can't actually French braid my hair. My friend did it for me, so I'm out. All right, Katie makes fabulous cards. She really does, Lisa. They all do. We have some amazing teachers for the crafter party. So Holly Leaves, I bought the stamp set. Yeah, that was a really popular stamp set too. I love that stamp set. I still love when we did the Christmas in July and we did these cards. They've sat next to my thing. I'm inspired by them all the time. This was all using the Holly Leaves stamp set in different ways. And I still love all of these. And doing the drop shadow with the all is calm, all is bright in there. Yeah, I love all those. I love that Holly Leaves stamp set. So that. Okay, so it is 2:52. Francine says, I always learn something new at these crafter parties. Thank you, Alex, for putting together such amazing. Well, I also have to say that this time, I mean, always, but in particular this time, I could not have done it without Lisa and Kim and Amanda pulling this together, because for like the last 3 to 4 weeks, I was super sick, and then some other stuff happened, and then I had my surgery. So they really have been holding the fort completely. Using like this weekend, when the videos are on, I go and take my laptop and actually just go and sit on the sofa / my bed, because it's all the same thing right now. So I have to say how grateful I am to all of them, because the craft party this time would not have happened at all, and we would not have any of these videos if it wasn't for them. So thank you, particularly Lisa as well. You do so much for us. So Lisa says it's extra fun when Alex lets us take over. Well, we'll see. Okay, so we need a winner. Let's do that first. Who is next on my list? Okay, my next $25 gift card winner is, I'm gonna make sure this highlights. There we go. This is so weird. Why is it? Go away. Okay, someone might just got a random email from me. Our winner is Christine Steedman. Congratulations, Christine. You'll get a $25 gift card from Lisa next week. So we still have some more goodies though. We have a video with Kim Skinner. You have an hour with me to play around with some stuff. You have we have a prize pack from ThermaWeb. I have a $200 Maker Forte gift card to give away. And I have some more $25 gift cards, and we'll do maybe some more free orders as well. So still lots of things coming up. I want to play around with this too. But what I thought we could do right now is I want to just do a little quick play around, then we'll take like a 10-minute break because we've been going a couple of hours. Then we'll do Kim's video, and then we'll come back and we'll do some more stuff with this. But I had an idea. Got to find the pieces I need. I wanted to just do this one. So yeah. So I'm going to use the Easy Store Spotlight Circle. There's the older version, which is like the small version, and I'm going to use the Easy Store version because I like the fact it's got a little bit more coverage around it. And I need some colors of ink. I want some blues. This is probably going to be the last colors I get to. We used them yesterday, so I know they're around. That one later. Maybe we want some blue raspberry. Some neon lights, some muscle car. Strip maybe. Not sure if I want icy mist. I'll probably take out blue raspberry. Okay, so I'm going to start off with some icy mist. So this is a really easy way to create a really nice, simple background for a card. So I'm going to do icy mist. Now I'm going to move into some neon lights. You can see I'm kind of going with this like little fade out kind of look. And then so you can kind of see I have this nice like halo going on. And then I've got this with my blues on. my Misty. I'm gonna put this down. This is where like the sticky grid or the little sticky mats kind of come in handy, but we're gonna do it the old school way. And I'm gonna use the menorah background. So you can use any spotlight. We'll do some other spotlights later if we get time. And I'm gonna try and make sure this is the right way up. I'm gonna position that. And the reason I leave the stencil in there is it just kind of, I find at least, particularly with the white rubber, helps me get that right positioning. Get that cleaned off in a second. Now I'm going to stamp out using Vegas strip. And I might do a couple of tones on it, but we're going to start off with Vegas strip. See how we're looking. So you can see like how pretty that looks. I was actually thinking about adding just a little bit of black around the edges. So I'm tilting my pad quite a lot. Just so I get that outer layer. And I'll lift this up just so then you see how you get that, just that little bit of dark. So it kind of takes that idea of doing the shadow and linking that back in like that. So you can see super easy to do. And you can do this with any, I'll show you some other ombre ways you can use these spotlight stamps, whether you use the Hanukkah ones, whether you use the more traditional Christmas, or if you've got any from, you know, other times of the year that we do. You can also do the blending and spritz it with water first to give it a little bit of texture underneath. The only thing is, if you do that, make sure you fully dry it. I would suggest like heat drying it before you stamp on top, because otherwise that water reaction will work in that top layer as well. You can see, and then you could either like cut this out, mount it up. You could use the circle dies, you know, lots of ways, but just a really quick and easy card to do as well. Or you could even take these and use them on your packaging, turn it into a gift tag, you know, all that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, so just a quick and easy idea before we go into a little quick break. So it's 3:02, so we'll come back at 3:15. And then I'm going to do a little nutcracker tag with the Nutcracker stamp set and the Christmas tag stamp set, and show you how they can work together as well. I think that was kind of my plan. We'll use this one and probably this one, I think is my plan anyway. So we'll be working on that when we come back. So I will see you all 3:15. If you want to unmute and chat, that's absolutely fine. And if you have any questions, I'm here. I'm sure Lisa's here as well.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, we're both here. So yeah, so we'll work that out, and then we'll see you at 3:50. All right.
I love those little circle cards. Gina, what are you working on? I've lost the power of speech. Hold on, let me pin you. Pin, add pin. Oh, how cute. I like that. That is very cute.
Thank you. I'm working on my little gift card thing, and this is going to go on the inside, and the person that's getting this has dachshunds, and
oh, cute.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can see it.
Yep, I can see
but
it.
Okay, I'm not a real good colorist, I'll be honest, and I'm just trying to blend it all together, show a little shadow underneath the dogs. We'll see how it goes.
Your bookshelf that's above your table, is that an IKEA piece or custom?
It is IKEA, and I had them. Those are the ones that can go sideways, but I had them put up straight up and down, and then underneath is all custom.
Very
My
nice.
countertop and everything, and then my closet over there to the side, that's all custom.
I love seeing craft rooms.
Yeah, my room is really small. It's an extra bedroom.
Yep.
And but you can see that right there is all built in. And then
Oh, there's the top. I could only ever see one shelf. That's why I was confused. So it's like what,
Yeah.
the Alex unit?
There it goes.
Oh, there you go.
It always looks so big.
Yeah. Well, it's not. And then the windows over here and all my machines and stuff, and then my counter and more machines, and then I have my custom drawers and cabinets.
I love it.
Behind me. It works, although I have too much stuff, so I had to use my extra guest room where my grandgirls sleep. We had to put in another cabinet in there so that it can hold some of my other stuff.
I think that's a problem we all have. We all have too much stuff, not enough space.
We wonder why there's a national paper shortage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not at my house.
So, and what did you use to put the dice on the wall? Did you have a big?
Yeah. What I did was this right here are my most used dies, and there's stick. Let's see. I did stick cork board.
Okay.
Behind it, and then I bought a roll of the magnetic stuff, and then I glued it to the cork, and then I put in push pins on the there's 3 across the top and then 2 more down the sides to keep it so it wouldn't roll up. And then yeah. Oh, thanks. And so it fits right in between my countertop and my shelving unit.
Yeah, no,
Looks
clever.
good.
Copy that one.
Thank you.
Borrow that
Thank
one.
you. Yeah,
I just finished this.
I needed a spot for my mostly used die cuts, so I didn't have to keep pulling them out of a drawer.
Yeah. Yep. No, I understand that part, but I saw that behind you, and I was like, first I was like, what does she have there? And then I was like, those are die cuts. It dawned on me all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just sent that card
Always
to my
need more.
husband.
Oh,
that's cute.
I was working on it. It's my assistant's birthday tomorrow.
Hold on, let me pin you.
Oh.
Oh, cute.
And
It
can
is
you see
cute.
it? I took a picture before he left to take it to somebody that can hand deliver it tomorrow.
Very cute. I like it.
It says, which please have broom will travel, will party.
Right, but everybody's got the wrong inflection on that. It's supposed to be which, please, instead of be, please.
Yep.
Right.
When people were showing that online and they kept saying which, please, I'm like, they're saying it wrong.
It's all in the inflection.
You got to get the New Yorker attitude in there. But yeah, I saw that. That's a nice, I like the silhouette there.
Yeah, I use like 6 Tim Holtz distress oxides on that card. A lot of blending.
Yeah.
But I'm always running late, so I had to have my husband take it to somebody that can hand deliver it tomorrow. because I'm still working from home.
Yeah. No,
I
I'm
go
going
to
in.
the doctor
We're going
tomorrow.
in. We're going to the office 3 days a week now.
No, I mean, I'm still working from home because I haven't been released to drive from my surgery.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm hoping that when I go to the doctor tomorrow, she releases me, but I'm still also doing physical therapy 2 days a week. So I'm hoping I can start going in the office Wednesdays and
Just
Fridays.
take it slow. Before you know it, you'll be back on your routine.
Yeah. Well, I plan to go only 2 or 3 days a week to start with. I used to have to go every day because my daughter carpool with me, but now she lives downtown, like a block and a half from my office. So she doesn't ride with me and I can work a couple of days from home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're still letting us split our time in the office and at home.
But I like going in the office where I have printers and place to put the paper, and I'm
We're
getting old.
we're basically paperless. We're not allowed to print anything.
Well, most people don't, but I do.
Yeah, we're not allowed. They basically, if you have to print something, you have to go and get like a special code to put it so that you can print something.
Well, it's funny because when we were all working from home, somebody got in trouble because she had printed like 600 pages at home. And I'm thinking, I don't want to waste my ink printing that much because I have to pay for my printer thing. So,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But at work, we don't. At work, what they've done is that they got away with supplying paper goods in the kitchen. So we have to bring our own silverware and plates and stuff and cups and they got rid of trash cans. So we have to take our trash to a central place.
I wish they would do that on our job.
Yeah.
Because you'd be surprised how many times when the cleaning crew goes through, they forget somebody's garbage can, and then somebody's leftover lunch is in there overnight.
Yeah. Oof. The onions.
Yeah, my one of the things about going back into the office is like the people who eat the very fragrant food for breakfast. I'm like, oh, because I don't eat in the morning. So smelling all that like hot sauce and onions and stuff at like 8 o'clock in the morning is like killing me.
Yeah, I eat breakfast in the office, but I just take oatmeal and a jug of coffee.
I think it's, I don't know. Hot sauce is very prevalent here. A lot of people just put it on everything. Some kind of like sriracha or whatever.
Right.
It's like they put it on everything. It's like at 8 o'clock in the morning, like no thanks. So yeah, but we're going in tomorrow. I'm actually going to the grammar school tomorrow afternoon for Halloween. I'm going to be reading some books to some third graders.
That's fun. I miss that.
So I made some little treats for them, little Halloween treats.
Oh, that's great, Lisa. They're going to love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I'm doing that. Usually I volunteer. When I volunteer, it's usually at like the Veterans Center or one of the local homeless centers. This is the first time I'm dealing with kids, so we'll see.
Well, I got to tell you, I am not looking forward to Monday and Tuesday. It's going to be total chaos.
Hey, like, you should have been the nurse on Halloween.
Oh, yeah. Sick kids.
Oh, that was always fun. It's like, how much kids this morning before you came to school?
You try working in a liquor store during Halloween when everybody tries to come in their costumes and you're like yelling at them, masks off, masks off. like you're like, because they, they think they're being funny coming in, but you don't know if you're gonna get robbed.
Exactly.
I got held up at gunpoint once.
Ooh.
Oh.
Over
I
Christmas.
worked in mental health and had a knife pulled on me, but that's the worst I had.
Yeah, no, we got held up. It was
I
like
had a spear thrown at me.
Christmas week, and we were right before closing. We had 3 guys come in with guns. One of them hopped the counter. I'm like, at first I think they're just being jerks, right? I'm like, dude, what's your problem? And he pulls out the gun. I'm like, okay.
I know what your problem is now.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
The only place I've ever had any kind of crime against me, Dawn, has been in New York. Somebody took the wallet out of my purse while I was waiting for Raquel Welch's autograph.
Well, pickpockets are you gotta watch out for crowds in New York.
Yeah.
I had somebody, I grew up in New York, obviously, right? Riding in the subway one time, somebody grabbed my purse, right? I chased them down and I got it back.
You're brave.
My whole ID, everything was in that wallet. There's no way I was giving that up without a fight.
Yeah.
I kind of get that vibe from Lisa Fitzpatrick. I don't really want to see her ticked off.
Yeah, well, most of you know, I got a lot of brothers. They taught me how to protect myself very young, right? One of my brothers, Ray, when we were in high school coming home, he thought I wasn't paying attention coming off the subway, right? He thought I wasn't, because I had a Walkman on. Remember the Walkman?
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a Walkman on and he thought I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. So he snuck up behind me to teach me a lesson. He wound up with a broken nose.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, my elbow
You
went
can
right
take
in
the
his
New
nose.
Yorker out of New York, but you can't take New York out of the person.
Yeah, I remember him. He was mad and he was telling my father, she broke my nose. My father's like, good for her.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to teach me a lesson. I was like, are you kidding? Like, what the hell? Nope. He was on the floor. He couldn't believe it. He was like, holy crap. She's 5'2", weighs about 110 pounds. How the hell did she do that?
See, he taught you well.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, especially my brother Gene, my oldest brother. He was like, when I started riding the subway in junior high school, he was like, she's got to be able to protect herself.
Oh yeah, because when you're short and small, they think you're an easy target.
Yeah, they learn quick though.
Alex, is that a spoiler alert? That little yellow thing off over your right shoulder? Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Inquiry minds want to know.
Lisa, we're gonna have one. All right, who's ready to try out the little nutcracker? We'll make a cute little tag. We'll combine the two together. And then we have, actually, you know what? I'm gonna be a little bit ahead of myself, and I'm gonna queue up Kim's video so that it's
we supposed to get tags in our kit?
There wasn't tags in this kit, Penny. Mm-mm.
Okay, I just checking.
No, we're just going to use the Christmas tag stamp set and the Nutcracker stamp set. So Deb asked me to do something with the Nutcracker stamp set, and I thought I'd turn it into a gift tag because they fit together. So that's all it is. Okay, so we're going to start off with our tag. I'm going to use this top tag up here. So let's stamp out with, we'll do a black outline on the tag. So again, when you put these down, these edge pieces are really thin. So literally just put it down and let it move. It will go automatically straight. If you try and make it straight, it's going to be wonky. So literally just put the edge of the tag down and just let it do its thing, and it will straighten itself up and work out for you. And then we're going to use the Nutcracker. I'm going to use this little one down here with the tape. So, and I thought I've got it. I got telephone. I was going to do Independence, but I don't think I have an Independence right here. So I'm going to use telephone box. So all of the inks are alcohol marker friendly, because you've got the alcohol and these are dye based. If you want to use your Copics or your alcohol markers with any of the inks, other than the Snow Flurries, which you still need to heat set, you can do that. That will work. Okay. I'm trying to put them back in their packaging, so otherwise I always lose the packaging and then I never know what I've got anywhere. So and there's a piece to get from. So I have my same colors we used before. So if you saw when we launched this stamp set, the reason we have something Nutcracker every year is my grandma collected Nutcrackers. I have her collection. Probably won't make it out this year given the state of the house with the flood, but she collected them, and I used to go to the little German markets with her and get them and things like that. So there's a little sentimental attachment for me to Nutcrackers. So if you wondered why we always have them, and I would try and find pictures of ones that, you know, were from her collections, and or ones that I remember us seeing when I was little and stuff like that. So that's where these come from. Let's see. Let's do some red. I'm just kind of choosing the bits that I want to be red, and then I want these boots to be black, but maybe the diamonds can be red. Obviously, these are really small areas. So rather than doing flicks for my dark, I actually just do dots. Okay, so if an area is really small and you want to add a little bit of tone into it, try going with dots. It's not so bad on the crown. As opposed to worrying about doing flicks. It's a lot easier to control, and they will look like flicks even though they're not. Like that. And we'll go back with our lightest, just blend out any of those dots. Then we'll go I'm going to do some of the black that I want. So for instance, like the line here will be black. Let's start with light. Let's go with the W3. Eyes are gonna trim down here. Yes. You can see I'm kind of just making up the color palette as I go along. Like I'm just picking out colors that I like. I want his boots to be like shiny black. So again, I'm going to do dots. Apart from a full stripe on the bottom of his boot there. And then again, we'll go with the light. As you'll see here with these small areas, I'm really only using 2 colors rather than 3, because 3 is going to be really hard for you to get all of that shading into. So you can see I'm going to lift him up just so you can kind of see how he's coming along on there. And a little splash of green in. So we're going to use our G21, G24, G20. And so I'm going to make his cape green. And then I'll add some trim to it. And we're going to do a line of green in the hat just to tie it together. And it could be a little emerald up here as well. So in these bigger areas, I can do some flicking, but where it's like, you know, behind his arms and things where it's really small, again, I'm just doing the dots. Like that. And again, I'll lift it up in a second. I know he's kind of tiny. Actually, maybe I can zoom in a bit. Oh, wrong way. There it is. How's that? It's a bit better. So again, we're going to go with some dots. We'll go back to our light and blend. Mid-frame. You can see it's kind of got that like light and dark behind him. And then I'm going to use the other greens that we've got, the Fortes, with that YG17 on his jacket, so that it looks like a much richer green. It's going to pop out. Again, go with that. I'm actually going to skip straight to my dark for a second. And I'm basically going to like outline his jacket. Let's see how that's starting to come together. And we're going to take that C5 really perpendicular so that I have a nice thin line. And I'm doing just the edge of his cape. Like that. And I want a bit more tone in his leg. And see what else we've got the face to do. So let's grab out a little bit of T0. So his hair should be kind of like white and floaty. His moustache might be a little bit darker. So just doing some dots over and then blending them out so it looks wispy. And we need a little bit of a skin tone. I think this might be kind of dark then. Yeah. This one's better. Nope, it's darker. We'll do this. So this is E41. So I'm going to do his whole face. Finish off his little gem. And that green line. And then a little bit on his beard. So really here, I'm just kind of picking out shades of gray. Like kind of firm stuff up. You can see that. And then I really want to do something in the background because I don't like him just like floating like this as well. I feel like the tag's kind of a little bit blank. So what I'm doing, just soften that out, make it look like a shadow, is I'm taking my W0, so super light, and starting on the edge of his body. One, it allows me to sort out any bleeds that are there. I'm just flicking out. And then again, I'm going to the edge of the tag and I'm flicking in. And I create a little bit of background texture on here. So not like solidly coloring in. Because I don't want it all white, otherwise it's a bit stark, I think, anyway. And I'm going to move up to a W3, and we're going to give him a little shadow under his feet. Just like that. And he kind of looks like he's actually standing somewhere, rather than it just being on there. And then like here is where you would use your blender pen, or you can go in with a little bit of W0 where we were flicking. And you'll have to do a little bit at a time, but you'll be able to soften that line out. It pulled out some of that red. So either use your blender pen and go in a few times or go over, but just be careful because you don't want it to get too dark. So do a bit, leave it, pull back, or best bit, just put your sentiment over there or put a little gem on there as well. But yeah, just that little bit of shading in the background there. So hopefully, Deb, that gave you an idea of a way that you can use that Nutcracker stamp set. Because I know you asked for us to make a project with it as well. And again, just some, coloring hints and tips and stuff in there too, to give you some idea on that as well. Right, let's throw these pens away. And you can see, like, all weekend, I've just used basically that pile of pens that I had. And we just keep going back to them. So we've got some fun stuff on there too. All right. So we have one more video, and then we have a bit of time together. I did grab some supplies to work with. So again, I wanted to show you some ideas with spotlights and with that spotlight circle and stuff on there. And then we'll just see how much time we've got and what we feel like doing. I mean, it's craft, it's supposed to be fun. So we're not going to do anything. We're not going to set constraints. So let's start with Kim's video. She's doing quick and easy cards and tags. So I'm going to jump into that, and then we've got winners and all that kind of fun stuff. So let's do that one.
Hi Crafter Party friends, Kim from Stamping Imperfection. I'm excited to be with you this weekend for the Crafter Party. I love creating projects for fall, and I love creating projects for the holidays. So my original plan was to mass produce some quick and easy cards, but instead I got very distracted by the stamp sets that I was playing with and ended up creating a card, a gift tag, and a couple other projects. So I felt really inspired by a card that I made over the weekend for a challenge that I did. You can see it's got, it was a sketch challenge, and I recreated the sketch here for you. The sketch was designed by my friend Ali Cope Israel, and I love this. I felt very inspired by it. You can see I used some great pattern paper, and I did not use pattern paper on my card today just because I don't have any Christmas pattern paper. Luckily, right after I finished making everything here, my Crafter Party box came, and now I have some Christmas paper I can craft with. So I encourage you to use that pattern paper because it looks really nice on the background of this card, I think, with a nice little scene card. So I pulled out two stamp sets here. One is called It's Snowing. The other one is called Holly Berries. I'm pretty sure these came out over the summer. I've already made other projects with them, which you'll find on Maker Forte or on my Instagram, which is at stamping_imperfection. So I really love, what I love about these is I think you really can make some quick and easy cards out of these. And I can also use my favorite ink colors, which are English Mustard, Telephone Box, and Everglades. I pulled out Vegas Strip, but I don't end up using it. I do use Coronation Purple and Sugar Plum. I do pull out a few other colors as well. I do some heat embossing, and I love the sentiments in these sets. I think the fonts are really great, and especially I love the Holly Berries ones because I always like it when there's a variety of fonts and sizes of the sentiments in a stamp set because it makes it so versatile. And I especially love for holidays to use Season's Greetings in a script. So I really love that Season's Greeting in a script. So I'm a sucker for a stamp set that has that particular sentiment written in a nice script. But I like that there's a variety here, and I have a bunch of ideas for the stamp set I haven't yet done. I will make one Christmas tag. I will make, I'm going to make some Christmas stationery actually. So I'm going to show you how I do that. I like to send a Christmas letter. I'll make a card, and then since my box came at the very end of making this video, I used something from the box to just create like a home decor type project. So I pulled out some gold metallic scraps, some dark green and red cardstock scraps. Although I won't use the red, I'll pull out some purple instead. And I've got lots of white there to play with. So I have all my stuff, my stamps, my inks, and my papers to start with, along with some washi tapes. I have an absurd number of washi tapes. I don't even know why I have all these, because I don't use washi tape that much, but I did pull out anything I thought I might be able to use for a Christmas card, because the sketch does actually have some washi tape on it, and I think it's just a really fun sketch. I feel super inspired by the sketch, so I'm just checking the size of this panel. I cut that down to 3 by 4 1/4, and I like the size of it. I thought it was good for the A2 card front size, so I'm going to cut down a few panels just because I like to have a bunch of them. And yes, I'm cutting it at 3.5 by 4 1/4. I will fix those in just a minute, but I'll cut a few panels just because I actually like to have a bunch of them. And I do keep the scraps because they'll be perfect for some of the smaller images if I decide to use them, and also for the sentiments. So here I realize I just cut the other ones too big, so I'll go back and cut those down. But I'll have a bunch of these panels, and even if I don't use them today, I will use them. Nothing gets wasted. It's amazing. You like really cutting down your panels, you can always use all the little strips and everything. So those work great for sentiment. So I always hang on to those. And I do try to use my scraps first. So when I'm creating, I have a scrap bin that sits right next to me, and I always pull that out first. So I really like those trees at the bottom. I think that they look really great as a silhouette, and I think these trees would look great behind those gingerbread houses from the stamp set that came in the Crafter Party box. So, you know, like that was the first thing I thought of, like that would make a pretty backdrop for the gingerbread houses. So I'm just using some temporary adhesive here to hold my panel down so I can put the Christmas trees or the pine trees here where I want them. And I don't want to put I basically want them at the bottom of the panel. I sort of want to create a little scene here because I really liked the card that I created over the weekend, and I just had fun with it. And although that tree I just drew with my alcohol marker, my black alcohol marker, I have this stamp set, so this will be perfect. So I'm using the Everglade green color. It's so pretty. I love how this looks. So this is one of my favorite greens, by the way, and I really like this stamp. And you can see I actually have a lot of ink on there. I spritzed it to clean it up and realized I cannot waste all that ink, so I pulled out a piece of white cardstock from my scrap bin, and of course I'm going to sop some of that up because there's no way I'm going to waste that much pretty green ink. Green and purple are my favorite colors, so I'm sopping this up like any good crafter or any good cheapskate, I'm not sure. So I got most of it, and that'll be the start of a background for something. I'll have to layer lots more colors on, but I clean it up with just some water and my microfiber cloth. I'm going to leave that in place in case I want to add any other details or anything. So I'm pulling out now my clear embossing powder, and I've sort of given that green a few seconds to dry there, and I'm stamping in clear right over the top of that. And I'm going to heat emboss this because I want to do some ink blending and I don't want to lose that beautiful green. So I've got this I've had this giant tub of clear embossing powder for years now, and I didn't quite get the whole thing covered. That's okay. I got the top part covered and that will work. So I'm going to go ahead and heat set this, and then I can go ahead and create a little night sky. So I pulled out one of my splatter stamps, and I've still got my clear embossing powder, and I'm just going to use that splatter stamp to create a snowfall look. So I just stamp it a few times on the top above the trees. You could actually, if you wanted to, stamp it across the trees. If I hadn't already heat embossed it, I could do that. I just want to create a snowfall look. So I've got my splatter stamp that I'm using there. Again, using, this time I'm using white embossing powder, I believe. You can use clear also. I just really wanted it to look very white, and I thought it might look whiter with the white embossing powder than the clear once I did the inking over the top. It doesn't really make any difference though. So I'm actually putting on some Eclipse Black, and I am using my picket fence brushes here. I do clean up in between each color, and I just put that black around the edges and a little heavier in the corner, the two top corners, because I really want the edges to be dark. It's my new favorite thing. I don't know, for the last few months, I really like dark ink blending along the edges and lightening up toward the center. So I go all around the edge with the Coronation Purple, and I'm doing it a little heavier in the corners and down the sides. So I have a nice little blend there. And the thing about ink blending is you keep blending until you're happy with the blend you're making. So again, I'm going to pull out the sugar plum here, and I'm just going to soften the inside edge of that Coronation Purple and kind of blend it out. And I'll go back and forth a couple times until I'm happy with it. I'll take another blender brush and add the English mustard right in the center. I really like that glow that you get. And I'll add that yellow down on the snow or the ground, the snowy ground in front of the trees also. And again, I'm pulling out the Coronation Purple, the sugar plum, and I just go back and forth a few times till I'm happy with the blend. And then I just use a cloth to buff up the splatter that I created there and shine it up a little bit so I get the ink off it, because that does resist the ink. So I did cut down my gold panel. This is cut down to 4 by 5 1/4, and I went ahead and cut down that dark green I had. I cut that down to 2 3/4 by 5, and then I used a 1 by 5 for the purple. So I've got that all cut down, and I'm just attaching all my layers with the liquid glue. I really like this no-show glue. I like the tip on the bottle a lot. I just really find that very easy to use. It's easy to squeeze. So I started out with that light purple paper, and I took that Coronation Purple and just blended over the top. And I just wanted it to be a little darker. I didn't like it to be lavender. I am wiping off my hands because you really do get a lot of ink on your hands when you are handling paper that's been ink blended. So you can change the colors of your cardstock if you want to. And you can start with all white cardstock and make whatever colors you want as well. So I really liked this color combination, and I love a little bit of glitter tape. Like, that fixes everything, that little sparkle. So I put a piece of that on. I went ahead and stamped the Season's Greetings and heat embossed that in gold. I added 3 crown jewel gems in clear. I thought they looked like sparkly stars in the night sky along with the snowfall. And now I've got my little scene card. I could easily mass produce those. In a couple of days, I could probably get a whole bunch of them done for all my aunts and uncles. I have a lot of aunts and uncles. So that was my first project. So I intended to use that same sketch to create a second card, and I pulled out the It's Snowing stamp set because I really like this big I think it's a fern frond star. I thought it was really pretty. I love the big bow in the center, and of course it gives me another chance to use the Everglades green that I like so much. So I stamped it until I was happy with it, and which didn't take very long. And then I re-stamped the bow in Eclipse Black. And I went ahead and I used my Copics to color it in. So I used R39 And I always start with the darkest. That's how I was taught. And I do the spots where I want it to look like it's a little bit shadowed, or where it looks like it might be folded or something. And then I did R37, then R35. And as I use lighter colors, I flick them a little out more toward the white space. And to fill in the rest of the white space, I have R32. And by doing it like this, I feel like it looks like it's bending over, and you can see, you know, that light spot. I really like the light spots when it's all dried. After the colors have had time to play together, then I feel like it really looks pretty realistic. I just like the way it looks. I'm not an expert colorist by any means. I am constantly taking classes and experimenting, and I just really enjoy it. I think it's so relaxing. I also love to watercolor, and I just really like to take classes and experiment and do things like that. And I have one project at the end that I'll eventually frame and probably send to my mother or my daughter as a holiday decoration for them. And then I fussy cut this out, and I didn't leave any white space around since there was a lot of the fern fronds there. I cut right up to the black line, and then I decided to cut this out, and I kind of just wiggled my scissors or my paper and cut in a wavy fashion all around. I popped the bow up on some foam tape, and I love the way that looks. And I pulled out one of the gold pieces, and I really liked the way this looked on gold. And I was thinking, wouldn't that look nice with a piece of vellum under it? So I pulled out my nested circles, and I cut out a piece of vellum. But when I was trying to decide which circle die, and this is the second largest, I believe, and I put that there, I realized I really like that black circle. So I decided to cut out a frame, and I went ahead and cut out some of the vellum, and I love this vellum. This is moon dust vellum, and it is a really heavy vellum. It is not at all see-through, and it is so sparkly. The sheen on this paper is absolutely beautiful. So I think I forgot to put that on your supply list, the original supply list. It's on the one you have now, but I love that. I think it looks so pretty against that metallic gold. And I put the black on there again. Yep, I really like the way that black looks. So I'm thinking I want to do a little frame in black. So I did go ahead and cut out a frame, a circular frame in black to go around it. And I'm suddenly in my head deciding I don't want to actually make this a card. I think this would make a pretty Christmas ornament. And I think it would make a pretty Christmas tag. So I created the frame, and I did go ahead and glue all these pieces together. The gold metallic piece, the really shiny vellum, and the frame. I glued those all together with that liquid glue. And here's how I created the frame, by the way. I took two dies. I took number 2 and number 3 from the largest. So this is the second and third largest. And I put them down on my paper, cut side down, and I made sure that it was like evenly spaced all around when I put it down on the paper. And I always tape them. And I always tape them in 2 spots. So you can see I'm eyeballing that they're evenly spaced. And if it's a little tiny bit off, it really isn't too much of a big deal, because mostly you're not looking at the frame, you're looking at the bow and the greenery. So this is how I do it, except I did this on black. And that will give you a nice frame. It'll also give you a nice circle mat in the center. So and I did save my black. I was thinking that I would use that for my sentiment, and I was thinking here, I'm still thinking I will make this into a card, but I decided to cut that gold into a square. I just really, really liked the idea of making some, starting some Christmas tags. So I decided that I would go ahead and cut that down, and I did pop the star up on some foam squares, or I will pop it up on some foam squares, but I left it in place to get an idea about where I want to cut that. I just want to make it kind of square, and I like the way that looks. If it had been large enough for the largest circle, I actually would have cut it in a circle and then put the frame and the vellum piece inside it and used it that way, but the largest circle was a little too big, and I could have modified everything else, but I really liked the size of it, and I don't mind it being square. So when I got it all put together, I wanted some more sparkle and shine. So I pulled out my crystal clear liquid glue, and you got some new in the kit. This was actually some that I had, and I covered the entire bow. I also had some Wink of Stella or whatever. This is a shimmer pen, and it's a clear shimmer pen. So I just covered the entire star here, all of the greenery. And I did it very carefully and very quickly. Like, I tried not to brush across the ink, the green ink too much, because that green ink will run. So you want to do it quickly without like rubbing on that green ink too much. I let the whole thing dry, and then I punched a hole, and this is my crocodile. I put an eyelet in there, a black eyelet, used some black twine that I have in my stash, and you've got some nice ribbon and stuff you can use in the kit here instead of just plain black twine, which will work beautifully. So I like to send a Christmas letter, so I wanted to make my own Christmas stationery this year because I love this big image. I stamped it in the Everglades green again. I put a foam piece behind it, and I got a really beautiful stamped image using that foam and a clear block. I stamped it in the lower right-hand corner and the upper left-hand corner, and then I colored everything in. And I used the same reds, R39, 37, 35, and 32, to do the berries as I did the bow. And then I pulled out one of my favorite green combinations. You don't need an entire set of Copics. You just need a favorite red, a favorite green, and so forth. So for my greens, by the way, I used YG 99, 97, 95, and 93. I would have used 91 instead of one of the other ones, but my 91 dried up, so I have to refill that. And again, I put the darkest one where I want there to be shadows and stuff, and I did a little bit of flicking around the center, and then I just worked my way down to the lightest color. It's just this is just how I like to do it. This is how I was taught, and I know most people start with the lightest color. I just don't. So this is just what I'm comfortable with. I do feel like I'm heavy-handed on the dark colors, so I have been trying to like be not quite so heavy-handed, don't put quite so much dark the first time. A lot of times I'll pick up the dark one again and go add more, but I love this color combination, and when it dries I really like the way this looks. Now here's what I'm going to do with this. When I finish this, I'm doing this on cardstock. Then I'm going to scan it into my with my scanner, and just my regular Brother copier scanner. I will copy it onto my computer, and then I'll print it out on regular printer paper, and I'm just using a journaling pen to create a little swirl and some loops just to frame it, and then I'll type my letter on a Word document, and I did go back and make all of that a little thicker. I'll type my letter on a Word document, and here is the paper scanned and printed out, and I really like it. I thought it was quick and easy. It saved me a bunch of money, and I don't know why this is so blurry. I'm sorry about that. But I couldn't resist playing with this particular stamp set. I forgot what it's called. This was in the kit. I love it. So what I decided I want to do, I actually like creating some watercolor panels, and I also like creating like big marker projects, alcohol marker projects that I can frame. Last year I did this crazy gnome one with this whole group of gnomes, and I did it in alcohol markers, put it in a 6x6 frame, and sent it to my daughter for a holiday decoration because now she's got her own house. She's all grown up. And I was very pleased to see that she actually had it out, so that made me happy. And my mother always likes to have the decorations also, and I do hang them in my own house. I'm getting braver. I think it takes a lot of bravery because I'm not an expert painter, and I stamped this on watercolor paper in fog, and you saw I stamped it twice, and then I'm just using the inks here to smoosh them on my craft mat, spritz them with the water. Love that Mr. Perfect PhD size. Love it. That 8-ounce bottle is wonderful. But here I'm using English mustard. I'm going to keep the picture in front of me so I can actually see where the lines are. And you could actually, like what I should really do, but I don't put a lot of water in this, like the ink did not run at all. I should really stamp over it in clear embossing ink and use clear embossing powder and then watercolor from there. That would be easier, but I don't know. I kind of like to experiment with different ways of doing things, and that's exactly what I'm doing. When I do this, I'm just experimenting. So here I'm using some of the fog to do the bricks, and I just kind of want to make it look textured. So mostly I'm dotting the ink on. I'm not really like watercoloring. So you can see I'm kind of dotting the ink on different places, especially when I get to the green and I have to do the trees and stuff. And I'm just pulling out colors that I like. I used some icy mist. I used some flat white. And here I'm using the Everglades. I use the telephone box. Like I'm just dotting that green around wherever the fog is on anything that is green. And I actually really like the way that it looks. I don't want it to be perfect. I don't want it to look like a perfectly finished scene, and I may actually scan this in and use it on some card fronts for some people. And I watched a documentary about King Charles that apparently he does a watercolor every year, and that gets put on the cards for all of the people in the Duchy of Cornwall, I believe. And I thought that was just a really nice idea. So, and he's actually quite a good watercolorist. So I just keep going here. That's all I'm doing. And I'm just playing with it and having fun. This is a relaxing thing to do for me. I don't expect it to turn out perfectly. And I want it to look like it's watercolored. I don't want it to look like a perfectly painted picture. So, I keep muddling along here because that's what I like to do. And I encourage you to actually, whatever your favorite medium is, or whatever you're trying to learn, create some projects with it that you will frame. And then next year, create another project and pull last year's project out and see how much you've improved over the year. Like, that is the most fun part. And it's like Instagram gives us a nice picture of how much we've improved. So here is, here's my piece. I think I added some white in there also. At some point, I added some white. And one thing I like to do is, this does not look good to me at all. So I will do two things. I'll take a photo of it that I can look at later, because a photo puts it in perspective a lot. And I think once you take a picture of it, you really see what it looks like to other people. But if you just, like I just made that, I need to walk away. Like I may need to sleep on it and come back and look at it in the morning. It will look better tomorrow. But definitely step outside your comfort zone. So thanks for watching, friends. I hope you enjoyed this and have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you so much. Who else thought the stationery was a good idea? I really like that idea because I've seen like, you know, those really expensive papers and stuff you can buy. So I thought it was kind of cool to do that and then scan it in and pick it out as well. So, well, that's kind of cool. I like that. All right, we're in the last hour. Can you believe we've already had all of yesterday and we now just have 1 hour left? I can't believe that we're there. Kind of crazy. That's where we've got to. So I picked out a few stamp sets. We need a winner first of all, so let's do that because otherwise I'll forget, because I have lots of winners to give out at the end of this hour and I don't want to forget any. Let's see. So my next winner for a $25 gift card is Linda Carter. Congratulations, Linda. Lisa will get that out to you next week and we'll send you out that. Hey Lola, how are you? It's lovely to see you. And let's see. Wonder Woman is the winner. Yeah, so it's been really good fun and thank you everyone for bearing with me a little bit this weekend as well. I know I haven't been here and do as much as we normally do, but hopefully you've still learned and had fun and got some things from it as well. And I have still some cool things, just like techniques we've done before, but I wanted to kind of remind you of different ideas and things like that as well. So there is that too. And we have, at the end of this, I'm going to give away a $200 Make a Forte gift card. I'm going to give away a ThermoWeb prize pack, the usual $25 gift card. Don't forget to sign up for the crafter party next year. You've got till midnight tonight to get all your bonuses that include the apron and the exclusive stamp set and the gift card and the coupon and all that stuff. And also the Christmas Christmas card making event, the holiday card making event that we're doing, the Crafter Holiday Party. So make sure you go and get your free ticket for that as well. And of course, if you want, you can do the VIP and things on that as well. So let's dive into some fun down here. Now we're like super zoomed from the last thing. Maddie, could you make me some water, please? Mads? Maddie? Can you make me some water, please? Thanks. I'm something like super thirsty. So I'm going to start off with, I'm going to do this one, I think. So I need a piece of either dark or black, bright cardstock. So this is a technique we've done before, but I think it's a fun reminder and it's a great way you can use the spotlight in kind of a fun way too. I need my clay ink pad, which I had earlier because I was like, we need that. So let's keep that out. There it is. You can put it on top. So we use our clay ink pad. Thanks, you're the best. So we're going to use Holiday Spotlight. And the first thing we can do is take our clear ink pad And we're just going to press it through our spotlight stencil, just that, so it's totally covered in the clear ink. Okay. And then I'm going to take, I don't know what color this is, English mustard, just happens to be what I have here. And I'm going to cover the whole thing in kaleidoscope powder. So I just cleaned it off to the side. Do not seal this with hairspray, okay? You're going to leave it just as it is. We're going to use our piece of acetate trick. So that's just the acetate off the back of the stamp. We're going to take our Believe reindeer here. And then we're going to do clear ink on here. And press down. And you're going to want to give this a really good press. Smusher would be great if you've got one. We had ours earlier, but it's probably in this bomb site that called my craft room right now. So I'm going to do it with my fingers. I'm going to go old school CPR style. And then what it does is it picks up all of that color, and you can do it twice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this down here. I'm going to stamp off some of that gold. It's not a perfect impression, but it's a really nice like start to a background. Put this back in here. Hopefully we lined it up pretty well. Can you show the mirror trick again using the dogs in our crafty box? I didn't see that one, Gina. Was that in somebody's video? I didn't do that one. So there is.
It's the little dachshund dogs, and to put them nose to nose.
Did someone do it in a video, Gina?
No, you showed us once a while ago on how to do to mirror your stamps in order to turn them the other way.
Did I?
It's been a really long time ago.
I might have to refresh myself, Gina. We might have to.
That's fine if you can't do it today. You know, that's fine. I just was thinking about it. Thank you.
I'll add it to the list. And then you can seal, but what you can see there is it's kind of cool. Like it pulls all that kaleidoscope out. So you get like the inverted. I do remember doing a mirror technique, and I can't remember what I did. I think I used the gel press. I think, I don't know where my gel press is.
That's just what I'd commented on. That's how I did it in the past.
Yeah, so I can kind of talk you through it, Gina, from memory. So I think you can also use the back of a stamp. We'll try it that way. I haven't got the discussions, but it's fine, something I can use.
That's fine if you can't do it today. Just put on your list to maybe do it another time. That would be fine.
I'm going to try.
Thank
So
you.
what you can, this is how I think I did it. I think. So you take your image, and I would normally do it on the gel press, but I don't see why you couldn't do it on the back of any solid stamp. So like this one is pretty solid on here as well. Okay. So we'll stamp out a little polar bear on here. And then we pick him up. Hopefully we got a good impression. So you see you've got your reverse polar bear. And then you can take your original polar bear and stamp it side by side. Does that help, Gina?
Yes, thank you, Alex. I understand.
Okay, glad it helped. Whew. That's a long time since I've done that. Maybe we need to like do something like that. But yeah, so stamp it either on your gel press or the back of a stamp like that, something that's got like a large solid photopolymer area, and it'll work for you. Okay, so that was that one. So we just did all clear, put kaleidoscope powder on, and then picked it out, and it creates this really cool like little background piece on there as well. Okay. Can you answer the question about the circle spotlight? So there is two, hang on. There's two circle spotlights. Give me a second.
Alex, can you check your phone message, please?
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Okay.
I hear it going nuts next to me. Oh, it showed in draft for some reason. I'm gonna make it. So you. Okay, so here is the one that's the easy store. For those of you who are looking. Okay, Lisa says check my phone messages. Oh, no, I just made it live. Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it would be in draft mode either. But yeah, that's the new version of it as well. Sorry, Maddie also messaged me. Can I go see my boyfriend? Yes. Okay. Don't we just love our kids? All right. So that was that one. And then the other idea I had that I wanted to share with you. Just wipe that off. I'm going to show you another way to use the spotlight to do some quick and easy coloring. So say, for instance, you want to do, oh, no, it's not going to work. The hung with magic and care, like this big ornament right here, which I really, really like. We're going to use this and this. Piece of cardstock. Anyone have a favorite color combo they'd like me to use? Drop it in the comments. Oh, does Dollar Tree now sell a sealant? I just saw the comment. Oh, purple and blue. That would be pretty. Let's sort of that. Maybe some carnation purple, some Vegas strip. We can start out with icy mist. Might even put a little bit of the shell suit in there, the new one. Okay, we'll do this. All right, so we're going to blend. I'm going to start with icy mist. I'm doing the same thing, start on the edges, start on the mylar, which is another reason I really like this bigger spotlight circle. Then we're going to go with some Vegas strip. Again, I'm going to start right on the mylar. Until I'm concentrating. I'm trying to make sure it still stays kind of light in the middle here as well, so it looks like nice and rounded. And then I'm going to go with a little bit of shell suit. Not sure how this pink's going to go, but I kind of want to try it and see if it helps blend in the purple a little bit. So we're going to go off to the side here. Oh, I kind of like, it's a little bit dark over there, but that's okay. We'll pretend this is the darkest side. That's going to give it like the most bulbous side. And then I'm going to finish up with a little bit of carnation purple. More on this side because we decided that this is now our darkest side of our ornament. Like so. So there you can see, I think it looks like a really nice sphere. So you've got this darker side, you've got the lighter side, and it's just done with a little bit of ink blending. So adding, you know, just that little bit in there. So I'm going to now take, stretch my hand, ink blending. This ornament. And I kind of feel like positioning wise, going here would be where I want it. No, I think heat embossing it would be super pretty. I'm going to go in with some Eclipse Black because I don't have my heat gun done. Or maybe even we could try a little bit of snow flurries. Oh, I wonder. I'm going to try something. You know me and my trying something. So I'm going to go with the center of my I'm going to do the whole ornament in white first, and then we're going to pick out some highlights. It's kind of my idea. Let's see. Huh? It really didn't work. I think I need like a little, we need to find a Dobby elf for the craft room. I don't think this is going to work the way I thought it would. I'm going to try one more stamp out, otherwise I'm going to just go in with black. You could also do kaleidoscope powder over the top. Ooh, it's kind of pretty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a little hybrid of what I was thinking of. So let's clean this off. So now I'm going to take some Eclipse Black. And I'm going to use my finger just to soften it a little bit. Oh, I really like how that came out actually. And then I'm going to take my black. And I'm just doing the top of the ornament piece. And I'm just blending out that little bit. Of course, you could do the ornament piece separately and fussy cut it and put it on top. But like, I kind of like, so you see you've got the dark and then you end up with a little bit of white around it. But I thought what we could do my brain just said it's a magic ball with tape root lightning inside. The set I'm using, Lisa?
You know those like glow balls they used to have, and when you touch it with your finger, it would make like the electrical.
Oh,
connection?
yeah.
Yeah, so when you did the reveal, that's where my brain went.
You could do that with the window to winter and make it look like that.
Oh, yeah.
And then use the cosmic stuff with it. That would look kind of cool. And then we're going to do, I'm just going to take a couple of these colors again. I'm really picking out my grays more than anything. Yeah. Let's see. So this is the W3. So Lisa, now I want to do that. And I also want to do a Van de Graaff generator. I don't know why. I think because I've been watching The Big Bang while I've been in bed being sick.
One of the best shows ever.
I've seen all of Young Sheldon while I've been laying in bed. And we started Game of Thrones.
Oh, you only just started.
Yeah, we're on season 4.
Who's we?
Maddie and I.
Is Maddie old enough for Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Just be careful.
She's seen worse, unfortunately. So
uh-oh.
I decided it was a losing battle. I might as well just let her watch it at that point. If I watch it with her, it's better than me not knowing what she's watching. We've also been watching the whole DC set of movies. I wanted to watch Aquaman because I don't know about you ladies, but I love Jason Momoa. And Maddie said, yeah, that's fine, man, we can do that, but you have to watch every single movie before and after it in order. So next up we have the 4-hour director's cut of Justice League, I think. So I still haven't watched Aquaman.
Do you guys do Marvel?
No, she's a DC girl. Marvel is a swear word to her. So I'm just adding, kind of like we did yesterday, I'm just taking like a little bit of Copic and not much. And what you'll notice is the pigment actually kind of like not resist the alcohol ink, but like it gives it this cool, I don't know, look, which I kind of like. And I feel like once it's colored, and then we're going to do the little ornament piece at the top. Yeah, we'll have to work on Maddie and the whole Marvel thing, but right now Marvel's out. And there's our little ornament. So you can see like just adding that little bit of gray with the Copic, I think, comes in like that as well. Yeah, so DC is like the Justice League, it's Batman, Superman, Aquaman, Harley Quinn, who I was last night, like all that stuff. And then Marvel is like the Disney owned franchise. So that's all the difference. But yeah, so you can see just a little bit of ink blending and thinking about ink blending, make sure there's like that ghosted area in the center. And then if you make one side a little bit darker than the other, which you'll kind of have a happy accident, like it'll kind of sort itself out. And the other reason I did the black in the center and then faded it out to the white is it also makes it look like you've got that curvature of the ornament. You know, when you look at an ornament, as it curves around, it goes off that horizon of the ornament. And then that's how you get that 3D effect on there as well. So you can kind of play around with that. And you can turn any of these spotlights into the ornaments, and you could just use this little ornament topper on here, or you could use Jess Francisco's set, which I thought I grabbed, but so this is 2 weeks down September. Here we go. You can take like the bow from Jess's set and you can put it on the top of any of these and kind of turn it into a wreath or an ornament, or you could take the new bow from Neatly Tied, like any of that kind of stuff as well. You could also do this with heat embossing, and you could do the same thing. You could stamp the black and then you could stamp the clear where I did the white, and you could do some heat embossing. You could do like some silver, or you could do some kaleidoscope powder, or I don't know, all kinds of different things on there as well. So just kind of that one. I'm sad the mistletoe wreath set says sold out. Which one is it, Jen, that you're looking for? Mistletoe wreath. The one from Mischief Spirits. To the poinsettia. Can we do it on pre-order, Lisa? We haven't even done that yet. So yeah, let's put it on pre-order. We need to order some anyway, because I know we're out in the warehouse. So that's that. All right. So how's the weekend been from everyone? I wanted to just kind of share those last couple of things with you, because with holidays come out, and some of these things you will see come up in the holiday card making. So if you missed it, or, you know, you want to do it, but yes, you have full access to this one, but also you'll see like probably something along the lines of that technique I'll do, but I'll do it with like heat embossing or kaleidoscope powders in different ways as well. So you'll see some of these techniques come up, and I'll do them in slightly different ways to the ways we've done them. So again, you get like different ideas and stuff like that too. So all of that stuff as well will be coming up. So what else do we have? Okay, we have to do winners. We have to do wrap up. We have to do lots of winners. All right. Lola says it was a good weekend. Wish I didn't mention. Well, you've still got lifetime access, Lola. Links will come out this week. Sorry. I got to make sure I keep drinking my water, because when I don't drink the water, that's when I have the seizures. So sorry, I keep taking sips of my water as well. So first of all, I really, really hope you're all going to come back and do this next year, because this is so much fun to put together. Like, we love putting the boxes together, getting the teachers, getting the themes, all that kind of stuff. And if there's a theme that you would love to see in a stamp or something like that, you can always let Lisa know. We're always looking for stuff to add to our releases and things like that. So be sure to do that as well. And I returned paper crafting in 12-year absence. I tried lots of products and lots of companies. So just lots of YouTube. And I have to say that you, Alex, make a Forte of the highlight of the return. Oh, thank you so much, Jay. Thank you. Lisa says she already has a few ideas sent to her. Awesome. So yeah, if you have any others, let us know. Karen says this is always so much fun. I'm signed up. So don't forget to go and sign up for next year. Again, you will get the boxes. If you're a season pass holder, you're going to get the apron, the gift card, the coupon, and all that stuff. And then we're also going to work on the patches, because I really want patches for the event. So the more events you come to, you'll be able to buy the patch if you come to the event, or if it's like the crafter party, they'll be in your boxes, because we'll do something like that. So that will be fun, and you can put them on your aprons, and you will not be able to buy those aprons. So you'll only get them if we give you one as well. So there is that as well. So that was that. Don't forget to sign up for the holiday craft party too. That's 2 weeks today. And I have to clean this mess up. I'm going to have to get like, I think the whole team are going to have to spend like a few days in here to sort this out. Will there be previous year badges? Patches. We don't know yet, Vanessa. We had this awesome patch. I did. And I'd already been speaking to someone about patches before. But yes, so. Okay. But the price does go up at midnight tonight. This is the alumni price with all the bonuses and stuff as well. So you've got till midnight, and then Amanda will change the website tomorrow as well. So if you want to get in, grab in. But the 3 payments are on there, or you can do it all in one as well. So you don't have to just do it all in one. You can spread it over 3 payments. I think it's like maybe like $3 extra or something like that. It's not much. So there is that as well. What else do we have? Oh, winners, of course. We need to finish up with winners. Make a Forte sashes to put the patch. Well, we thought we'd put them on the aprons, Lisa. So if you got the season pass, you get the apron, and then we can put the apron, the patches on the apron, and then they can build them up over time. That was the thought process. We did that. We decided that between like 4 and 5 yesterday when you were doing homecoming. So yeah, I hadn't caught you up on that one. I'll have to talk to the boss regarding mine. Oh, well, that boss. I don't know if you want to do that. I hear she's a real peach. All right. So first of all, let's do our $25 gift card winner for this hour. And that is going to Jen Dijkstra. So congratulations, Jen. You get $25 gift card to Make a Forte. I also have another ThermoWeb prize pack to give away, which is always fun. So they couldn't come join us for this craft party and do a video, but they did give us some fun things. We had one we gave away yesterday, and I have another one that is going to Penny Adsit. Congrats, Penny. You are getting one as well. And then the last thing I have for you, and I hope you don't mind, I'm finishing a little bit early. I'm trying to drink my water so that I get through on that as well. But we're going to have one more winner And I'm going to do a $200 Maker Forte gift card as well. Jen says early is good. I have errands to run. Luckily Tilly is with Greg this weekend, so I can take a nap after this as well. But I've had so much fun doing this with you all, and I'm really glad we did it. And thank you everyone for all of your support and everything as well. And you've got your coupons, you've got the code pumpkin, it stacks on top of sale 30. It's valid till midnight tomorrow. Free shipping is on till 9 a.m. tomorrow, and all of that good stuff as well. So our winner for the $200 Maker Forte gift card is Angela Sandominic. And I'm sorry, Angela, if I butchered your last name. But there you go. So that's Angela as well. So congratulations, Angela. You are our final winner as well. So lots and lots of prizes again this weekend. Again, thank you all for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the mini exclusive release we've got for you as well. Your code mural is pumpkin. It has to be applied at checkout. Lisa cannot fix it afterwards. The usual exclusions of classes and bundles and Misties and gift cards apply. Free shipping on everything as well. I did notice a couple of the new products have already sold out in the new release as well. So if you want anything, we're only ordering it for you guys, and then whatever's left we kind of release out and say, you know, if anyone else wants any of these things, but you get first dibs, kind of like we did with the cosmic stuff as well. So thank you everyone for joining us. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We have lots of fun stuff coming up, as I say, and in 2 weeks I will be here with the Christmas party, which I'm super excited about. We've got lots of registrations going on that as well. And if you haven't signed up already, go sign up. It's totally free. And otherwise, I will see you back in February for the next crafter party. But I'm going to see you before that because we've got tons of other stuff coming up. But, you know, for the next weekend, full weekend, will be in February after Valentine's Day. So all of our boyfriends, husbands, significant others can give us Maker Forte gift cards for Valentine's Day, and then you can come to the crafter party and spend them. So we'll make that the plan so we can spend it on craft supplies. I will send Lisa these chats as well. I have kept the chats. It's on YouTube, and you should get all of this wrap up by the end of the week. So if you haven't heard anything from Lisa by Friday, then feel free to reach out to her. If you unsubscribe to the email list, remember it does just bounce back to us, and Lisa can help you get back on it, but we can't resubscribe you because that would be unethical. So that's it as well. Lisa has a great weekend, and it ends on a perfect note that Atlanta wins in overtime. So I just sent me a message that someone else won in football. I didn't even look what it was, but I saw it come up when I looked at Lisa's message. So thank you, everyone. Love you lots. And I will see you in a couple of days for Lift Your Spirits. So I'll see you soon. Goodbye, everyone. Happy Sunday. Have a great rest of your weekend.